Welcome back, my fairies. I'm Moxierific, and I'm joined once again by the lovely Meg.
Hello.
And we are back with more Persona 4 Arena. After this, we are going to be going on hiatus because I did get my other computer back from the shop. Excuse me. I did get that back, so we could finally finish Persona Q. So I want to get that done as soon as possible. So we're going to be doing the members-only stream tomorrow with the P3 routes, and then next week we're going to be getting back to the P4 route and going through the Inaba Pride exhibit, so we can finally get that taken care of. And we'll come back to this afterwards. So today what we're doing is we're going to do Kanji's route. I still wanted to do this today because today is the anniversary of The Little Mermaid. So we went back to our water type playthrough yesterday, but today's the actual anniversary, so it's like, okay, well, let's play through Mitsuru's route today, since she has red hair like Ariel. That's my logic there. I know, but it works.
Enough logic.
Yeah, but since we've been able to do 2 routes per day, I figured we'd start with Kanji, since that's at least a middle route, and then we can move on to Mitsuru and finally see the Persona 3 side of things. And I'll finally be able to start using the proper term to refer to those guys, because there is actually a different term to use for them now, but I don't want to spoil it. So here we go with Kanji. And we'll do Teddy when we come back. May 2nd, 2012. Second homeroom's over. I get the heck out of here and go home. I can't stick around school when there's something super important I gotta do. Pretty sure I can run all the way to the shopping district without stopping if I force myself. Let's see. I'm gonna need cough drops for this.
Oh, you're home. Are you free to help out with the store for a bit?
Not now, Mom. I don't have time today. I'm busy.
Kanji? Oh, that boy is always such a handful.
Also, you can hear it more in this because both characters are in this game. But Kanji's mother has the same voice actress as original Igus.
Yep, I kind of figured.
Hi, Leomon. No, you cannot have my fries. Mom ducks back into the store without saying anything else. Good, now I can grab all the tools I need in my room before I go back to the living room. This is even more important than helping Mom out. It has to do with Golden Week, which starts tomorrow. Check it out! My man Yu Senpai's coming back! My other senpai made fun of me for being so stoked that he's visiting for the holidays. Screw them! I can't help getting excited. So that's why I put together my little plan.
Alright, time to get started. This is my second present for you, Senpai. I can't give him something
Half-baked.
Got the plan for it all laid out perfect. Just gotta knit till my hands fall off.
Oh gosh, Kanji.
This plan of mine. Basically, I'm gonna give you Senpai one heck of a comeback gift. Which means I gotta make him something even better than the one I showed him before. And he'll probably bring Nanako-chan along, so I want to give him matching presents. That's so sweet. This is why he's best boy. Anyway, that's how my big crazy project to knit original stuffed animals started. I'm itching to get started. First, I gotta pick which yarn to use. Oh hey, I'm liking the color and texture of this one. Carefully catch the yarn in my hand and with my crochet hook and start making turning chains. I can't pull too hard or soft on the yarn. Gotta relax a little and keep up a steady pace with the crocheting. Some people might say it's lame for a tough dude like me losing himself in crafting like this. But who cares? I can honestly say from the bottom of my heart that I love this stuff. That's the truth. Honest to goodness. Though, it wasn't long ago that I was keeping this hobby a secret out of embarrassment. I hated people saying it wasn't manly, so I acted all tough and even got a bad reputation. But you, Senpai, you really snapped me out of it. I really owe that guy. There's no way I can ever thank him enough.
It's almost been a year since I met Senpai and the guys.
Wonder what would have happened if I never met him. My attention drifts over to the big screen TV. I can kind of see my face reflected in that black screen, looking back at me. The thing is, I could go inside there if I wanted. I mean, literally, sticking myself into the screen. On the other side of that screen is a completely different world. Though no one but my friends would believe
Man,
it.
so crazy.
Alright, and we can skip all of the recap stuff. We all remember the unaliving case. It's been a year, and I guess that about covers it. Hello, PokeFan, welcome. Huge freaking TV in our living room is a result of that case, in a way. When they switched to digital broadcast last year, I bugged my mom to get a big one. This is what she got. I thought it might come in handy for solving the case and stuff. Though, to be honest, I didn't get much use out of it.
The Midnight Channel doesn't come on anymore. I don't watch much TV in the first place.
I agree with Kanji. I don't watch much TV either.
Midnight Channel. Yep, we know about the Midnight Channel.
Okay, time to change yarn. Which color should I use next? Oh yeah, I had some frilly material left too. Oh, if I can work that in, the best color to go with it is... Wait! This is for Senpai!
I gotta be careful. I almost forgot myself with how insanely awesome this is turning out. It's gonna be a welcome gift, but I still want to be happy with it. I can't cut any corners.
Any frills or lace for him? It's all about the shape! He won't know what hit him. When he sees how cute this is, ooh, it'll be like a punch to the gut.
That sounds even more painful, Kanji. Good grief.
Wonder what I'd be doing now if I hadn't met Senpai. Probably still picking fights for dumb reasons and making my mom apologize for me.
Everyone looked at me and called me a punk. Boy, it caused Mom so much trouble. She ain't got nothing to do with all that.
Of course I do. You're my son. When will you ever come to see that?
What the... Shut up, you old hag! Quit sneaking up on me to listen!
Oh, Leo, you're wet. Were you causing trouble in the living room?
Kanji Tatsumi, watch your mouth. And I did call to you. You just didn't hear me.
How much of that did you hear? Damn it.
Dang it.
Make sure not to work yourself too hard, all right, dear? Don't you have an important date with your friends tomorrow?
I know, Mom! And hey, I don't want to see you moving those shelves by yourself. That's how you threw your back out last time.
I'll remember, dear. Thank you.
I don't know if she really gets it or not, but Mom gives me a half-baked answer and goes back to the shop. Seriously though, it's dangerous for her to try doing everything on her own. Even cloth is heavy when you're carrying an armful. Can't you tell I'm crocheting here and not in my room so I can help her out when she needs me? Wait, guess there's no point to that if I'm concentrating too hard to notice her behind me.
Crap. I gotta get this done, even if I have to pull an all-nighter. Alright, I can do this.
All-out attack sound effect.
So tired. Almost done, too.
What the heck? Dang, why am I so tired? Seriously, I don't know anymore.
Come on, cut me some slack, Senpai. Huh? Did I fall asleep? Blanket. Must have been Mom. Damn it, I don't have time to waste sleeping.
Screw this. I tossed away the blanket Mom put on me.
I guess I should thank her. I ended up not helping out at the shop, too.
I shake out the cobwebs while I fold the blanket. Should she be upstairs already by now? I stand up ready to go upstairs, but then... He slipped.
Yep.
And fell. What the heck just happened? I fell, but didn't feel like I hit anything. Nothing hurts. It just feels like I'm floating. And there's nowhere to stand. Now it's like I'm falling, but not. I'll be panicking, but I'm just really sleepy. I feel like I'm passing out. Dang it. I still haven't gotten enough sleep?
Kanji, if you're going to sleep, you should sleep in your room. You'll catch a cold. Where did that boy go?
He fell? He slipped and fell into the TV.
Yep.
while half asleep.
Oh goodness, Kanji.
Man, that was a great nap. Wait, huh? Am I outside? By the school? It's bright out. Is it morning already?
Head feels stuffy for some reason. Guess I was asleep, but I don't remember what happened before that. Was I really asleep? And how come I'm outside? School's bell rings in the distance. Shoot, was I on my way to school? Wait, you can't be all calm about it.
There's
Oh,
no one
shoot.
walking around. Does that mean I'm late?
I wouldn't have cared if I was late once or twice last year, but I'm paying the price now since my attendance record's pretty shaky this year. Being late and cutting classes would be pretty bad. I hurry and get to my feet. When I look around, I don't see my bag. Well, not like there's anything important in it. It can wait. Gotta hurry and get through the school gate.
Wait a second. Did I get back from school? Although, I'm outside, got my uniform on, and the sun's out. So I must have been on my way there.
Sun's not right here, but I can't waste time. The school gate shuts, I'll have to climb over and deal with the teachers, and I ain't in the mood. Most of all, I'm already at the school gate, so I want to avoid being late. I barely squeak through the gate, and...
The hell?
I'm Kanji. I don't believe what I'm seeing. The school building looks totally different.
Yeah, what's this all about? A new school event or something?
There's all these weird decorations and posters everywhere. Plus, the huge monitor for some reason. Hello, guest. Welcome. It's kind of like Culture Day, but this ain't the time of year yet, right? Are they setting up some new festival? I'm kind of excited for a second, but...
School events always suck. Usually just ditch them. You gotta do something new. I wish it'd be like a competition to see who's the strongest man in the school.
Kanji.
Don't be like Aki.
Just when I said that, one of the biggest monitors in front of the school turned on by itself. Is this for a school announcement? Stop walking and watch the monitor. But then... Yeah, he just watches the intro again. So shocked I forget how to move. My jaw's practically on the floor. Yeah, we're doing good today, I guess. Hope you're doing well. I mean, it's open so wide you could probably stuff a volleyball in my mouth.
What the hell?
Heck!
That's complete
That's
bullshit!
not. That's hard to censor. Nonsense. There we go. I'm starting to get ticked off.
What's a beefcake? Some kind of meatloaf or something?
Kanji. I know there's no point.
Maybe.
No, there's no point complaining to a TV, but I can't help myself. What the heck was that about? When did someone make that?
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the wait. It's time to get our show started.
Huh?
I keep
Is that what you
repeating
said?
whenever that like loud squeaky noise always hurts my ears sometimes. I'm like,
Oh,
I know I could turn it down, but geez.
sorry.
Okay.
There's no need for manners or courtesy or anything today, so let it all hang out. Tell us how you really feel. I, Rosette, will be your commentator. But first, the General has a few words for you all. The mic's all yours.
You're all here now. I'm proud to announce the opening of our very own P1 Grand Prix! Featuring the manliest of all men!
P1 Grand Prix.
Featuring the manliest of all men? Are you seriously gonna hold a tournament here at school to see who the strongest man is? That makes no sense at all. How could my wish come true all of a sudden? And why are Rise and Teddy acting like they're in charge? There's no way Ted could pull off something this crazy at school. Seriously, none of this makes any sense. Wait a second.
Oh, I get it now.
Yeah. There's only one way this can happen.
It's just a dream.
No other explanation makes sense. I was so sleepy, I guess I couldn't avoid it. Doing better after yesterday? That's good.
Yeah, that explains everything, from waking up outside the school to it being morning already. That's why my wish suddenly came true, too. Oh man, I'm
No,
on
Kanji.
fire today. Grand Prix to decide the strongest fighter, huh? That's not a bad dream at all. This is gonna be fun!
Feel a lot better now knowing this ain't real. Looking around, I can see that apart from the weird decorations, the school's the same as ever.
Oh, I've never had a dream where I knew I was dreaming before. It's pretty damn realistic.
Pretty dang. Oh man, this is my dream? I would have thought the decorations would be cooler. Still great though.
The costume Ted's wearing ain't bad either. He's got kind of a different look going on. But of course it's impressive. This is my dream after all.
It's not a dream, Kanji.
If I can remember it after I wake up, it might be fun to make one like that for the real Ted.
It's lame though. It's too much like what they showed on the Midnight Channel last year. The thing is only a dream. I'd be finished for sure if that actually got shown to anyone.
Oh, Kanji.
Sweet Kanji.
I sigh and then wince when a spotlight shines on me. I squint against the brightness when when the Ted on the monitor gives a big cheesy grin.
Ooh, looks like our first challenger is Kanji. Welcome! This battle to decide who's the manliest of all men is practically made for you.
Hell yeah, it is. You got that right.
Yeah, starting to get all fired up. Manliest of all men, huh? Sounds good to me.
Time to do this.
Kanji.
Honey. No.
Well then, let's get this match underway. Your first opponent is Chie Satonaka.
Chie Satonaka? You mean Chie Senpai? You want him to lose in the first round? No! Kanji is best boy! We gonna decide who's strongest by fighting the ones who were on that video? Dang it, I didn't really think this through. I'm up against my senpai, huh? Even in a dream, that's gonna be hard to deal with. Smoke pours out, making it hard to see. But just like they said, the one coming out of the smoke as it clears is one of my senpai.
The carnivore who's discarded womanhood, Chie Satonaka.
All right, here goes. I'm ready to rumble.
Whoa, wait. You're okay with what they said, Senpai? You don't care about that discarded womanhood stuff?
Come on, no need to be so uptight. It's normal for the P1.
Yeah. Nothing phases you, huh?
Chie Senpai says so, I guess okay. This is my dream, right? Not anyone else's? Shoot, if the real Chie Senpai found out I had a dream like this, she'd unalive me. But this Chie Senpai doesn't seem like she cares at all about Rise and Ted insulting her. She shrugs a little and laughs at me.
Don't let that get to you, Kanji-kun. You've already established your legend yourself, right? The infamous delinquent who crushed a biker gang single-handedly. They even put you on TV for it.
Oh, wait, what are you getting at? That was back when I was in middle school.
Like Chie Senpai said, I did pick a fight with the biker gang and crushed him myself. Those idiots decided to hang out around my house every night yelling their lungs out. At first, that kept my cool, but they kept coming back every 2 days, and Mom got sick from not being able to sleep. When I went out to warn them, it turned into a war for some reason. Seriously, things sucked for a while after that. On the bright side, I got those buttholes out of there, but the cops started watching me and my teachers were calling me out. In the end, I caused more trouble than I fixed for Mom. It was a disaster. I'd kind of rather just forget about it already. Chie Senpai won't let it go.
So cool! Tough loners like you always have the scars to prove you're the real heroes of the dropouts.
I didn't do it to be cool or anything. Hell, it's not like I even wanted to deal with him. The rumors got out of hand because I kept my mouth shut about it.
They got out of hand, huh? Is that really what happened? Kanji-kun, have you ever honestly told anyone that you hate being misunderstood?
Have I what?
The heck is this? Where's Chie Senpai get off lecturing me? After she's been too harsh on me in my own dream? Or ain't she being too harsh on me in my own dream? Chie-senpai sees me getting all flustered and goes in for the kill.
Oh, I get it. If you poured your heart out and still weren't understood, it'd be too much for you.
That ain't true!
I mean, what else can it be? You keep saying things like, all I need is people who understand the real me. But you look and act like nothing but a scary punk kid to everyone else. That's pushing people away from you. If you ask me, you're just avoiding the problem. And that's not very manly. I bet that stuff about wanting to protect your mom is all talk, too.
You leave my mom out of this! You trying to pick a fight with me?
Young man, don't think, feel. That's not what a real man is like. I'll bash some sense into you with my fists.
Chie takes some weird mantis-style martial arts pose. Oh, it's on now!
That's what this was all building up to? What was all that trash talk for? You could have just said that from the start. The point is, you're up for a fight, right? Then that's what I'll give you!
Let's get this heated battle between two men started.
Ouch. Oof.
You're right.
That's pretty harsh.
This is all my dream. Does that mean it's how I actually feel? I really gotta keep this a secret from Chie-senpai when I wake up. I feel kinda guilty, but I get ready for a fight. Here it goes! Alright. Sorry about this, Chie. This is your dream to change it.
Finally.
Nothing. Eat this!
Alright.
Break in half! I'll do it next week! Break in half!
There we go. Sorry, Chie.
Slowpoke, slowpoke, slowpoke. Take this!
Got her. Ah! Get off me, Chie.
Eat this! Slowpoke! Stay out of this! Nikazuchi! Break in half!
Ah! Chie's tough! She's kicking my butt!
One more!
Smackdown!
Take this!
Alright, there we go. One more! Smackdown! Aw, that should have... That totally should have killed.
This'll hurt!
There we go. That got her.
Time to leave.
She have a steel chair with him? Yes, that's his weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Kanji's weapon is always shields, and his generic version. So all of the main characters, all of the characters in Persona 4, except for Naoto, have their mundane versions of their weapons and then their normal weapons. So like his normal weapon is a sword, but the mundane version of that is a golf club. Kanji's normal weapon is a shield, but the mundane version of that is a chair. Now, some of them don't have different versions because Chie, her weapons are her shoes, so she's only going to have shoes. But like Yosuke, his normal weapons are kunai, but he'll also do like mundane versions of them too. Like one of the things you can literally give him corn on the cob as a weapon.
All right, I won!
He probably just picked it up somewhere. Now the Chie-senpai...
Yeah.
Now that's the Chie-senpai I know. Even in a dream, every single one of her kicks was brutal. Felt like I was fighting her for real. Still though, now she's out cold on the ground. So maybe a dream, but I might have gone too far.
Weird though. You can even summon my persona? It's like I'm in the TV world. This is one detailed dream.
Good job, Kanji. Keep it up. You're a step closer to becoming the manliest of all men. Keep mowing down the friends lined up before you and race towards becoming the strongest man!
The manliest and strongest of all men. That's gonna be me! Bring it on!
Ted on the screen seems pretty happy about this for some reason. What kind of man would I be if I didn't step up? Risei cheers me on over the PA system as I step into the school building. Looks like round 2 is gonna be held somewhere else. Alright, I'll go wherever I gotta to claim my title as the strongest man. Didn't even wait for Chie to come around.
Wow, Kanji.
Ted and Risei don't say anything while I head over to the next stage, so it's pretty quiet. Man, I ought to be able to teleport there in a dream. Guess you can't get everything now, everything how you want it. With no one to talk to, I think back to what Chie-senpai was talking about.
Man, that stuff Chie-senpai said is really bugging me.
Getting turned into this legend for crushing that biker gang made people look at me a certain way. Got to the point where I was used to it. Seemed easier to just let it build rather than set the record straight. That's what I thought until I met my senpai last year. I thought I was past it, but having it pointed out like that again gives me a weird feeling in my chest.
Damn it! I thought I was over this.
Ugh! Why am I getting so bent out of shape over some strongman contest in my dreams? I go a little faster to shake it off, and then...
What the hell?
Heck?
What's this? There's nothing here, but I can't get through.
Guess I wasn't looking and hit my head on a wall. Wait, no. There's nothing here. What the? I did bang my head on something just now, right? What the heck did I hit? I'm trying to take another step forward, but...
Ow! Damn it, what's with this? Some kind of invisible wall? What's this doing in my dream?
Sure, invisible walls are the kind of thing you find in dreams, but still. Well, moaning about it won't make it go away, and it's not given when I push it all. If I can't keep going when I want... if I can't keep going even when I can see the path, does that mean I gotta find another way?
Where am I supposed to go, though?
Oh, this sucks. Ted and Risei should have told me where I needed to go. Guess I better turn around and find another path. Wait, someone calling me?
Hey, Kanji-kun!
Oh, hey, Labyrinth! Huh? Some girl I don't know is running up to me. What the heck? Why's someone I don't know here in my dream?
Who are you?
Girl glares at me, but I still have no idea who she is. She's not anyone I know, is she?
Do I know you?
What are you talking about? I sure hope you remember your own student council president.
Student council president?
Why do I know who our student council president? That's like the complete opposite of me. And again, this is a small school. I guess it's possible she remembered passing me somewhere or something like that. They held elections not too long ago. Was that it? Dang it.
Why would I dream the student council president would show up during this awesome tournament?
Excuse me? What are you mumbling about?
Nothing.
There's no point in complaining in my dream.
Seriously, what's all this fuss about? Everyone's going nuts over it. This so-called P1 Grand Prix's gotten way out of hand. What the heck do you think school's about, huh?
I don't get why you're bitching about it to me. Oh, but then again, is this my fault?
I didn't have enough time to come up with the sensors. I was like,
You got
just...
Emperor entry, ain't ya? Of course it's partly your fault if you signed up. You see now the kind of problem you caused.
I'm not good at this. Actually, I really suck at dealing with her type. She came out yelling, and I don't think she's gonna listen to anything I say. Is this the same VA as Amy from the Sonic games? I don't really play Sonic, so I wouldn't know.
I wouldn't know either.
So yeah, I gotta put some distance between me and Miss President. She's so wrapped up in her speech that she doesn't notice me getting ready to split. Alright, that should be enough distance. I take off running at top speed. Hurrah! No girl's gonna catch me running this fast.
Hey, Kanji-kun! I ain't done talking to you!
Like I'm gonna stick around for more lectures. No weirdo's gonna ruin this kick-butt Grand Prix for me.
Oh, Kanji.
That ought to be enough distance between me and her.
After I check to make sure Miss President's not on my tail, I slow down. Seriously, how come there's so many things I'm not allowed to do in my own dream? Plus, I was going so fast to shake her that I have no idea where I am now. Let's see here. Looks like I ran straight to the Prix building without noticing. Where's the next fight gonna be? Scratching my head when the monitor in the hallway suddenly turns on. It's that Teddy in the hat and cape again.
Kanji, your next opponent's been decided.
About damn time. So where is he?
Dang.
Try the music room nearby. There, you'll meet the next obstacle on the road to becoming the strongest man in Yasogami!
And wait. Hang on. Is there gonna be another one of my senpai?
That's for you to find out!
Sheesh, what a tease.
Or Teddy.
Hello, Tiny Super Aqua, welcome. Kanji is peak, agreed.
Kanji's best boy.
Oh wait, well I guess, sheesh, what a tease. Well I guess I'll find out once I get there. I throw open the door. And who's there but...
Oh! Yukiko senpai?
Kanji-kun, so you were here after all.
Okay, she's not being distorted. Here after all. Well, yeah, it's my dream. Actually, that brings up a good question. Why does Yukiko senpai have to be in this thing? She's not someone you want to pick a fight with.
Couldn't have dreamt up like some other senpai I could have a real match against. It's gonna be tough.
Am I not good enough?
Oh no, it's not that. All I mean is, a knockdown, drag-out fight between the two of us is... I don't know, it just doesn't seem right.
Oh, that's right, I forgot. You're scared of girls.
Now she's distorted.
They're so arrogant. They cry if you get angry. They gossip behind your back. They spread nasty lies.
Why do you still remember that word for word? Besides, that's what my shadow said.
Can't help but realize that the challenge of manliest man, only one male competitor so far.
No, there's you.
Well, you and Yosuke are here, but their point is that so far we've only fought girls.
Oh.
Yukiko senpai's quoting my shadow word for word. Shadows aren't just ordinary monsters. They're originally the parts of people that they don't like to admit they're like. They're like all your weaknesses. Everyone has things about them they're not so proud of, right? Shadows show up Shadows show up as all the stuff you don't want to see, but amplified even more. The shadow I faced last year appeared as... it kills me thinking about it. It's the number one thing I wish I could forget. So why's she bringing up all the gory details?
Just not good at dealing with girls.
Is that really all there is to it? Aren't you really worried that they might be talking about you behind your back? Even though you've openly admitted to everyone that you like to sew, you still can't be proud of your hobbies. A boy who likes to sew is like super lame. Who'd want to hang out with a boy who likes cute things?
That's not...
Thought I got over it. Hearing a girl say it again makes it hurt even more. It's the same stuff people have been whispering behind my back ever since I was a kid. Dang it, get a grip, Kanji. Yukiko senpai keeps laughing to see me uncomfortable.
You're scared of girls because you think they might gossip about you, right? That's not very manly. You can try and act manly all you want, but that's all it is. An act.
I ain't scared. Girls and cute stuff and all that. I'm just fine with them.
What the heck? Why is everyone I meet trying to lecture me? Yukiko senpai ignores me and
Then
gives
let
me this funny
test
look.
to see if you're telling the truth. If you're not scared,
Ugh.
come over here.
Ah!
What?
Princess Yukiko's come out!
Oh no.
Something about her has changed. I can't help but take a couple steps back. She's gotten all, like, seductive and... I don't know how to explain it.
Girls are waiting, you know? Waiting for a boy to approach them. And then,
No, we're not.
when a boy actually does come wandering by, we prey on them! Persona!
Whoa! You tricked me, that's not fair!
Oh, poor Kanji. I could feel the attack I barely dodged whipping past me.
Aren't we here to fight? All's fair in love and war.
I don't know about being scared of girls, but I am definitely scared of you.
So I got a fighter, huh? Well, if it's a knockdown, drag-out fight, she's on my territory. Time to pull myself together. And do this, dang it! Alright, Yukiko time.
And I do believe I think Kanji does have a joke rope, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, he does. Alright, let's do this! Yes, we played Persona 4 Golden already.
Finally. Fight.
We played... I have played every Persona game except for the dancing game and the first two games. Yeah, Persona 1, Persona 2, and Innocent Sin. Those are the only games that I haven't played yet. But on stream, we've played P4 Golden, Persona 3 Reload, and we're also in the middle of playing Persona Q. But we've yet to play any of the Persona 5 games.
And I played 0. The third one in
Yeah. Alright, saving regularly so that when we come across the joke ending, we can do it.
Man, that freaked me out.
Make sure Yukiko Senpai's passed out before I sign relief. Wouldn't be able to stand her nagging me like that again. Man, is this how I think of Yukiko Senpai? Chie Senpai was a little off, but that was totally not like her. I mean, she scares me sometimes, but she's more open-minded and gets to the point. Hello, Noah, welcome.
I know.
I can't imagine her trying to sneak attack it like that. Something's not right.
Great fight! That's 2 wins in a row for you! Looks like the onslaught of
break.
the Beefcake Emperor can't be stopped!
What's with the beefcake shit?
Alright.
You shut up about that already?
Ugh, dang it! Quit bothering me, I'm trying to think here. I glare at Teddy on the monitor, but he says cool as a cucumber. Stupid Ted. He knows my fist can't reach him now. I don't know exactly what, but something doesn't feel right. My senpai nagging me is one thing. The stuff those two said is sticking with me for some reason. Feels pretty cruddy. Alright, this is where the joke ending is. Saying that it's a dream? Joke ending. Could this be reality? Serious. So, oh, this is a dream. I guess not every dream can be cool, huh? Maybe it seems like it also a dream about a fighting tournament, but it's really just a nightmare? Nah, talk about a bait and switch.
Shouldn't get so distracted, Kanji. A real man never wavers from his goal.
Huh?
No matter how much he's taunted or insulted, he only cries in his heart as he fights alone. That's the true man's path.
Starting to get the feeling you're egging me on here.
You're the one who said that you wanted to have this tournament in the first place, Kanji. Don't you remember?
Yeah, but
Does he runs away?
Steady egging me on, I start jogging towards the next fight. I don't know though, this doesn't feel good. Will none of this matter if I become the strongest man? Alright, I think this one's Yosuke.
What's the matter, Kanji? You look down. Getting tired?
no.
So it's the gym this time, huh? Teddy's still talking to me through that big monitor. The sinking feeling in my gut hasn't gone away. I look away because I don't feel like dealing with him.
Time to get Mr. Sentimental pumped again! Bring out the next challenger!
seems too.
Kanji or you.
You mean Yosuke?
Yeah.
Teddy seems too excited to care about my mood as he gives the cue. Then there's more smoke all over. Pretty much expected it, but there's another familiar face when it clears.
Kanji?
Yo! Had a feeling you'd probably be my next opponent.
It's another member of the investigation team, Yosuke Senpai. He laughs like he always does around school.
So you were here after all. They're all worried about you.
After all.
Didn't Yukiko Senpai say something like that too when she first saw me? It's been bugging me for a while. What do you mean, after all?
I thought maybe you were too ashamed to stay in town because of all that beefcake stuff about you they were showing on TV.
Huh? Hey, what's this beefcake thing anyways?
What? You don't know? Basically, it refers to people who swing, you know, that way.
Yosuke's your main? My main is Naoto. What? Beefcake isn't some kind of meatloaf or food? That is such a Goku mistake to make, though.
Kanji, we love you. Never change.
Thought it meant like a savory cake made with ground beef or something. I mean, yeah, it seemed weird being called an emperor of food, but come on.
What you did on the Midnight Channel last time, it might be hitting too close to the mark. Maybe you really are like that. You did almost fall for Naoto because you thought she was a guy.
What? Hello, that's
Heck!
not true. Anyway, it was the other way around in the end.
Sure, my heart pounds a little when Naoto's around, but Naoto's one of our friends. She's the second year in high school like me, but she works as a detective too. But just because I was kind of interested doesn't mean I'm like that. Naoto might dress like a guy, but she's really a girl. It just happened that, I got interested in her a little before I found that out.
Wait, what?
Wait a second. I gotta think for a sec before I open my dang mouth. I seriously headcanon that I seriously do believe that Kanji is bi. Yeah, he likes guys and girls. Because his feelings for Naoto didn't change after finding out she was a girl. I gotta think for a sec before I open my dang mouth. What the heck? That makes it sound like I think of Naoto as... Aw, shoot, I'm sweating the dang waterfall here. Yosuke Senpai sees me getting all flustered and starts laughing. What the heck's so funny?
There's no need to get so defensive. I bet you'd feel better if you just let it all hang out. This is only painful
Dude.
for you because you won't accept what you really are. You keep dodging the
Kanji.
truth.
Or Yosuke. Oh my goodness.
What
This
I
is-
really am.
This is the interference talking. I think it only like just started after. I think it was him talking about Naoto's when it started. It catches my attention. Something like this happened before. I'm still trying to remember when I was with when that was when Yosuke Senpai drops the bomb.
Okay, I'll help you set a few things straight. Think hard, okay? Have you ever been attracted to a girl?
Yes, Naoto.
What the hell's all this about?
I only asked if there's any girl you like. Why get all flustered over that? Or do you not have an answer, Kanji-kun?
Of course I don't. I don't need that shit in my life.
Huh? You don't need? That means...
Hello, Kapoof. Welcome. We're doing good. We just want to punch interference Yosuke in the face.
Wait, how do we get on the subject again?
That punk, he knows I'm not good with
I
words.
guess it's decided then?
Yes, what's been decided. I've had enough of your bullshit,
Ah!
damn it!
Can you give us some? Oh, thank you so much. Alright, we're not going to place the bookmark because we don't want to override the other one. Alright.
Finals. Fight!
Take this!
Sorry, but I'm not sorry, Yosuke. Ah, dang it. Hold still, Yosuke. Alright. Nope. I'll take think so.
One more! Smash down! Break in half!
Hold still.
Don't just lie there!
Gotcha. Alright.
It's over. Time to leave.
Nope. We good.
Oh, damn it.
Dang it. That's what you get for messing with me.
Wow, you showed no mercy. That's our kanji. You may proceed to the next stage.
Water break.
Shut up for a sec.
Yeah, good
Yes.
luck with that.
Guess Yosuke Senpai didn't quite pass out, because he gets up and shakes his head like it hurts.
Ow.
Ooh, looks like you can take one hell of a pounding. Surprised you can still get up. Sheesh. You had to go on and on, rubbing salt in my wounds.
Huh? When did I do anything
At
like
least
that?
Kanji's
You playing
sympathetic
dumb
about
with me?
No,
checking
no,
on
calm
Yosuke
down,
and not the
Kanji-kun.
others.
What?
At least Kanji's sympathetic about checking on Yosuke, but not the two girls.
You've got one scary look in your eyes. It's too much for an average Joe like me.
I think it's just because Yosuke's the only one who didn't pass out.
What?
You started dissing me out of nowhere,
Probably.
too. It was horrible.
I didn't diss you at all. You're the one who's bad-mouthing me.
I didn't do that.
Well, I didn't do it either.
Oh my goodness, you too.
Ladies, calm down.
Huh?
There's something weird here. Can't put my finger on it.
Looks like neither of us heard what the other person really said. What's going on?
This is messed up. Not that what we're saying doesn't match up, but more this feeling of, like, actually having a conversation. Oh, I mean, I know we're talking. How can I say this? It's like, this is my dream, but it feels like Yosuke Senpai is really here. Are dreams supposed to be this real? Okay, so yeah, this is like an extra part. Man, dreams are amazing. So it's giving you two chances to say no, this is not a dream. Man, dreams are impressive. I thought I wouldn't remember anything in detail, but I'm surprised how real this all is. You know, I saw on TV once about how amazing the human brain actually is.
Kanji, what are you nodding like that for?
Oh, I was just thinking how cool dreams are.
Dreams? What?
But man, this is getting annoying. A dream ought to be easier to understand than this.
Dude, are you alright?
Dude, are you alright? You still talking to me? Battle's over. Haven't we talked enough? I got a Grand Prix to win here.
Hey, Ted, let's keep this moving, huh?
Huh? Are you getting psyched? Well then, I can't ask for anything more. Now, Kanji, continue charging down the path to becoming the most macho of all. Keep it up until the day you're crowned champion.
All right.
I'll charge right towards the title of strongest man. Nothing's gonna stop me from my next win.
Hey, Kanji, wait up! A dream? Is he serious? He really doesn't get what's going on here?
I don't blame him.
When I reach an empty classroom, a monitor turns on.
Well done in making it this far, Kanji. There's only one thing for me to say now. Break down the wall standing in the way of becoming the strongest!
This is it, huh? I can't wait.
Heh, starting to like this. Now to finish it off with a bang.
This is
Yep.
where we fight you.
Open the classroom door, psyched for the next round. I see an unexpected face.
Kanji-kun, it's good to see you safe.
Or Naoto.
Naoto, what are you doing here? Oh wait, it's a dream. Of course you're here.
Oh, this is some dream. Naoto's not even in Inaba right now. You know, it's been a while since we saw each other. It's cool being able to see my friends like this.
Dream? What are you talking about, Kanji-kun?
Nah, just kind of felt like I wanted to see you. Just popped into my head.
But man, why did I start thinking about Naoto? There's something Yosuke Senpai said.
Have you ever been attracted to a girl?
Oh, yeah. It's because of that.
Because of that? What's this all about? I popped into your head?
No. Forget what I said. Just put it out of your mind.
This is too much even for a dream. There's no way I could deal with her after what happened back there. Real or not, it's still Naoto we're talking about. If I slip up, she'll be all over me for an answer. I panic and try to change the subject. But I don't really have anything to change it to.
There's something I want to say to you.
Oh boy. Oh, I remember this. Oh, this is so bad.
You have something to tell me? Very well. I'm all ears.
Oh no.
I feel like I'm digging myself in deeper. Well, I mean, what I want to say is, well, you know, I can't think of anything. Wait a sec, though. Now that Naoto's here in my dream, I feel like I want to say something to her.
What is it? You know, it's about stuff and...
Even I can't deduce what you're trying to say if you remain that vague.
Shut up! Just haven't pieced it together yet.
Why does she have to be so dang formal? She keeps using all these big words that I don't get. Dang it, I got butterflies in my stomach.
Kanji-kun, you're acting awfully peculiar. You're very flushed, too. Do you have a fever?
Hell no. I mean, you're standing too close.
This is a normal distance between two people. I worry that your judgment is being affected as well.
It is. Naoto completely ignores what I'm saying. It comes straight up to me, all staring. Well, what the heck's going on? My face feels like it's on fire. Do I really have a fever like she said? While I'm all nervous, Teddy gets impatient and yells at me.
What are you doing? How can you call yourself the manliest of all like that?
Ted?
All this foot shuffling and tongue-tying is seriously pathetic, Kanji. You came so far in your quest to become the strongest man. Are you going to stop before you reached your goal?
Oh, yeah. You're right.
Very pathetic that even in a dream, Teddy has to talk some sense into me. No, what's sad is that Naoto's words don't seem to have been distorted at all.
Right? She's not even, like Kanji said, not even in Inaba.
Well, no, it's not that. It's still the real Naoto, but there's no interference making him think that she's saying something she's not.
Oh.
He's right, though. He came all this way to become the strongest man. How can I say anything right if I don't get that done first? That must be why I can't find the right words to talk normal around Naoto. It's gotta be.
In the middle of a Grand Prix, so I might as well let my fist do the talking. Ah!
Then I will stop you.
Oh.
That was weird.
Oh, it gets worse. It gets worse.
Much more cringy, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Oh no.
Because Kanji still can't tell dream from reality at the moment.
Take this!
Eat this!
One more! Smash down!
Okay.
Go down!
Ikazuchi! Take this!
Alright.
Take this!
Ah! Ow!
Eat this!
Ah, I've been muted.
Take this!
Okay, Sarver.
One more!
Smackdown! Sorry, Naoto.
Sorry.
There!
Alright, it's over. Time to leave.
Alright. Naoto's defeated. Time for the rest of the of this.
How you like me now, Ted? This means I'm the strongest of all.
I put my fist in the air after beating Naoto and shout for joy. But Huh? Ted ain't answering me.
Oh, Ted. What's up?
Up to now, he's showing up even when I don't call for him. But I'm the champion now, right? Isn't there gonna be like some kind of ceremony?
Kanji-kun, have you come to your senses?
Naoto gets up off the floor and calls to me. That's when a light bulb goes on in my head.
That's it.
Huh?
Stop that.
I did ask before that you stop being so vague in your requests. What is it you'd like me to stop?
Oh boy. Even in my dreams, she's talking like the real Naoto. It keeps putting me off to my feed. And I finally figured out what I wanted to say.
Oh, that kanji-kun thing.
What?
I don't know why, but it feels so stiff. It's annoying. And it's so damn formal. You're the only one that still talks all proper to me.
And now it's got her blushing. I finally feel better getting that off my chest, but Naoto looks tongue-tied. Dude, I got that much out. Can she at least answer me? I glare at Naoto and she hesitates before speaking up.
If I understand correctly, you'd like me to only call you by your name?
Yeah, pretty much.
Is that true? Was that what I yelled out? Yeah, I did. I did say that. And Naoto was like, she clammed up?
Ah! What the hell am I saying?
Who gives a darn if she's formal with me or not? Do I look like a guy who'd let that bother him? This is a dream about me being the strongest man, and this is just too unmanly of me.
I'm gonna go run some laps.
What? Where? Actually, hold on a second, Kanji-kun. That way is...
There's no way I'm waiting around. I gotta get out of here as fast as I can. Ah! Dang it!
I thought he was gonna run to a visible wall and just bonk his head again.
Well, he won, so he gets to move on.
Damn it! What the hell am I doing?
Kanji.
Run around aimlessly and punch a wall as hard as I can. Doesn't help. Seriously, what's with the stupid dream? First everyone tells me off, then Naoto... God, how come things are going like this in my own dream? Couldn't something cooler happen? Huh?
I guess.
Without warning, someone blasts through the door. That would be enough to surprise me. But seeing what did the blasting was even more shocking.
A robot?
Her face looks like a blonde girl, but her arms and legs are made of metal. When I try touching them, they're cold and hard. Dang, she really is a robot. Hey now, this is more like a dream. So she's an enemy character, right?
All right. This is more like it.
You're...
Whoa, you can talk?
She, Kanji. You can clearly see feminine features. Although I guess props for not assuming gender, but Kanji, like, I could see Kanji not even thinking about that stuff.
It's the same.
Shouldn't a robot be less miss and more missile? Then again, it's pretty cool. It was made from some super advanced technology.
It's too dangerous here. You must take shelter at once.
Oh, that makes it sound like the big finish is coming up.
Look over at the door the robot busted through. There's gotta be some final boss in there, right? I don't know for sure, but that's how it always is.
Sure, huh? Just gotta go through there, right? All right, here goes. I'll get revenge for you.
You're making no sense.
Through the broken door is the announcement room. There's another robot in there like the one I just met. It's got this gigantic axe, and I gotta say, it's pretty sweet. Huh? Her face looks familiar, though. Isn't that the student council president?
Whew, this is a pretty complicated dream. Is this what they call foreshadowing?
What are you talking about? If you're going to get in my way, I'll show no mercy.
Get in the way. Oh, I get it. This is the robot trying to destroy the blonde one. Got it. So there's a good robot and an evil robot. And the evil robot needs to be defeated. Yeah, notice how a dream should be. This will make me feel better for sure.
Kanji!
Lisa, you're here too? I'll be with you in a sec. Sit back and watch.
Fine. Have it your way.
Student Council President Robot takes the huge axe and launches at me at hyperspeed. Pretty impressive stuff. I'm about to fight back when this white blur dashes between us and gets in my way.
Do you two know each other? You must run as fast as you can from here at once.
Huh? You're telling me to go with my tail between my legs? The hell with that! That ain't no way for a dream to end!
A dream?
That's right. Escape is not an option.
Evil Robot bashes the blonde robot away.
I won't let anyone escape. I'll crush you all.
Bring it on then! I'm all fired up and ready for action!
The way it's talking is ticking me off. But a villain's no good unless you hate it. Alright then. I couldn't let loose before, but I sure as heck am gonna do it now.
It's my dream, and I can do whatever I want.
Oh, Kanji.
Never changed.
Finally. Fight. Eat this. Punch it.
Alright.
Want some? Want some?
Sorry.
One more.
Sorry, Labyrinth.
What was that about?
Eat this.
Well, this is Shadow Labyrinth, so don't have to feel quite so bad.
One more. Smash down. There. Take this.
And done. Alright, that's Labyrinth defeated.
It was Shadow Labyrinth.
Robots really are hard.
Yeah. First I corrected you, then you had to correct me. My fist hurt from punching out that robot. Why did that part have to feel so real too? Anyway, the robot's probably hurting. Water break. Also, hi, Dem.
Hello.
You said water break, but I can tell.
It was Dem. Anyway, the robot's probably hurting worse than me. I smirk and look down at the evil robot collapsed on the floor. Hey, it just dawned on me.
Check it out, I win! Now that's what I call a good dream. Depressing fights against friends ain't my thing.
I can't believe you defeated her. I am quite surprised.
And while half asleep, too. Blonde robot helps the other one to her feet. She was beat up pretty bad, but it looks like she can still move.
Yo, sorry for saying you were in my way earlier. Kinda pissed off.
Ticked off.
Thank you for your assistance. My name is Aegis.
Aegis, huh? Can't put my finger on it, but it's kind of weird for a robot to act this human. Isn't it kind of weird for a robot to act this human? Is my imagination just that terrible? As I'm thinking that one over, some people start to crowd inside the announcement room. Huh? I don't recognize any of them.
Oh, there you are, Aegis. I was told a huge reaction disappeared. What happened with the mission?
Mitsuru-san! Akihiko-san! Actually, this young man here defeated it.
You did? Don't I recall seeing you in that video? Tatsumi, yes?
Right. It's one out there look you've got going. The kind of thing I'd expect in a dream.
It doesn't help the fact that he's right about their outfit. The two newcomers are obviously some heavy hitters, and I kind of straighten up instinctively. You can tell just by looking at them that they're obviously no ordinary folks. This dream's just got even weirder.
Mitsuru Kirijo, this is Akihiko Sanada. Ultimately, we are the cause of this incident. You did a lot to help, despite your being dragged into this. I must thank you for that.
I didn't do much.
I don't really get what's going on, but I kind of feel like the hero, and that's cool. This is a pretty messed up dream, but if it's gonna end like this, I'll probably feel great when I wake up.
You seem pretty promising beating this thing one-on-one. Want to team up and aim for the top?
Yep. Of course they get along. They are the same Arcana after all. Akihiko-san holds out his hand towards me. It looks tough and callous. True man's hand. You gotta respect hands like that. And the top, huh? I like the sound of that. What's left to do now that I'm the strongest man? Yeah, I could go for that. But...
Sorry, but I gotta pass.
Why's that?
Well, this is a dream, right? Even if I make a promise with you, I can't keep it. Pretty sure I'll be waking up soon.
Ow! What was that for?
I feel someone smack the back of my head, and when I turn around, I see Rise looking daggers at me. Oh yeah, I forgot she was in this dream. Whoops.
So embarrassing listening to you. How much longer are you gonna stay half asleep?
Half asleep? I can't help it being half asleep in a dream. What, are you my next opponent in the Grand Prix?
Will you snap out of it already, you moron?
Yeah, tell him, Rise.
Just when I think I hear Yosuke-senpai's voice, the whole investigation team pours into the announcement room. Not just the ones I fought against either. Even Teddy and you, Senpai, are here.
Dude, how much longer is this dream gonna go on?
I can't keep up anymore. Couldn't it have just ended with me beating the evil robot? I really don't want to go through all these lectures again. Then you, Senpai, gives me this look. What the?
Kanji, calm down and listen to me. This is not a dream. We're inside the TV. It's all real. Huh?
It was real? I'm about to laugh and say it's impossible, but I see the others glaring at me and I swallow those words.
You were running wild, assuming this was all a dream. You didn't pull any of your punches.
We were worried when we heard that you went missing too. And yet, after you beat me up, you just left me there. It wasn't very nice.
Seriously,
Oh,
you need to learn
no.
to listen to what other people say. Repeat what they tell you until it gets through that thick skull.
Oh, wait a sec. This is still a dream, isn't it?
Kanji start to panic and Teddy speaks
No.
up with this weird, cold look in his eyes.
You don't know when to give up, do you? That's not manly at all. Persona users need to be able to take a good look at themselves, right?
Everything that happened until now was...
Oh, wait a sec. Everyone's been whining at me, but Naoto hasn't made a peep.
Hello.
Oh boy! Oh, his face! Oh,
Oh my.
his poor face. She can't even look at him. She's just hiding behind Yukiko.
Mhm.
How come you look so embarrassed? Oh, I bet I know why.
Kanji-kun? I mean, Kanji.
Uh,
No! I take it all back!
and he runs off embarrassed.
As
End.
he always does.
Yep. Alright, now let's do the serious ending. Yeah, that joke ending goes on for a while. Alright. Could this be reality? Yeah, the sinking feeling in my gut's too real for it to be a dream. Something seems wrong. I have no idea what though.
Shouldn't get so distracted, Kanji. A real man never wavers from his goal.
Huh?
No matter how much he's taunted or insulted, he only cries in his heart as he fights alone. That's the true man's path.
Starting to get the feeling you're egging me on here.
You're the one who said that you wanted to have this tournament in the first place, Kanji. Don't you remember?
Yeah, but...
Teddy egging me on. I start jogging towards the next fight. I don't know though. This doesn't feel good. Well, none of this matter if I become the strongest man. It's the same thing. If Yosuke starts saying the same thing, we'll skip ahead to the next fight.
What's the matter, Kanji? You look down. Getting tired?
No.
So it's the gym this time, huh? Teddy's still talking me through the big monitor. Yeah, I think that's
Time
the same
to get
thing.
Mr. Sentimental pumped again. Bring out the next challenger!
Alright, so yeah, skip through that
Kanji?
stuff.
Yo! I had a feeling you'd probably be my next opponent.
And remember the investigation team, you
So you
senpai?
were here after all. We're all worried about you.
After all.
Yukiko senpai said the same thing when she saw me. Been bugging me for a while. But I mean, after
We
all.
thought maybe you were too ashamed to stay in town because of all that beefcake stuff about you they were showing on TV.
Same thing.
Huh? Hey, what's this beefcake thing anyways?
What? You don't know? Basically, it refers to people...
No,
Yeah, it's the same stuff.
That is not what beefcake means.
Yeah, it's like a really muscular guy.
Yeah, beefcake just means a really buff, attractive man.
Yeah.
Like Aki is at the moment.
Yeah, I suppose Aki could be described as a beefcake.
Yep.
Okay, now I'm embarrassed because I said that. Oh well.
Yeah, it's fine.
Eat this! Take this!
Alright. Yosuke, sorry not sorry. Do this to you again. You deserve it for all the homophobic stuff you always say.
Take this!
No more making fun of Kanji's bisexuality. Or just his sexuality in general.
One more! Smack down!
Just getting started.
Take this!
How unfortunate. Better luck next time.
Alright.
Oh, damn it.
Dang it. Yeah, that's what you get from messing with me.
You showed no mercy. That's our kanji. You may proceed to the next stage.
Also, hi, Fishy.
Shut up for a sec.
This Yosuke senpai didn't quite pass out, because he gets up and shakes his head.
Ooh, looks like you can take one hell of a
Heck.
pounding. Surprised you can still get up. Sheesh. You had to go on and on, rubbing salt in my wounds.
Huh? When did I do anything like that?
You playing dumb with me?
No. Calm down, Kanji-kun. You've got
Welcome,
one scary
Price,
look in
welcome.
your eyes. It's too much for an average Joe like me.
Okay, I do have unread text skip turned off, so we're just gonna skip through. Okay, so yes, there you do have to do both. Okay. Is this actually not a dream?
It's not a dream, and it hasn't been the entire time.
Anyway, forget all that for now. I'm just glad I found you.
Yeah, this is the route where Kanji doesn't make himself look like a complete fool in front of Naoto.
Found me.
You disappeared from your house without saying anything, right? Your mom was looking for you. The timing was funny enough that I thought you might be over here.
Me? I disappeared from my house?
What? What in the world's Yosuke senpai talking
Come on,
about?
this place obviously isn't your house, right?
Well, yeah, but that's because it's a dream. The real man's still asleep in my room.
What? Man, you really have no idea what's going on, huh? Did you hit your head and lose all your memories when you fell in here?
What do you mean, fell in here?
The TV, of course. How else would you get here?
TV? TV as in... Huh? Hold up, I'm starting to get confused. I need to calm down and make sure of something.
Wait. So are you saying this isn't my dream?
Where did you even get a crazy idea like that? Snap out of it, man. We're inside the TV world right now.
Yosuke senpai starts telling me what's been going on like he can't believe I don't know. Something about the Midnight Channel being back. To be honest, none of it's sinking in. We're inside the TV?
Oh, I've got no idea why it's a school this time.
Oh man, we're in the TV world? Then that Ted.
That's another mystery. We don't know if he's the real one or not either.
Huh. No wonder the hits I took hurt and Chie senpai and Yukio senpai were acted so weird. It's probably like when I faced my shadow. Oh yeah, this is also like kind of jokish, but this is the serious route. A lot of things are making more sense suddenly.
Actually, speaking of mysteries, what are you doing here? If you don't remember coming here, did someone drop you in here?
Well, I actually don't remember. I was in our living room, dead tired.
We were in the TV world. When did I get here? Try remembering everything that happened before I fell asleep. I was in the stuffed animal, right? Yeah, I was working late in the living room. When I came to, I realized I fell asleep once. And then...
Oh!
Don't shout like that. What's with you?
No, I suddenly understand everything.
Huh?
We just bought a new TV for the living room. It's this big old flat screen. I fell asleep there and probably tripped or something in the middle of the night. And fell ass over elbows into the TV like one of those Goldberg machine things.
Damn, that big screen TV is some scary shit.
What kind of moron are you? You fell in because you were half asleep? You scared us half to death, you know.
Hey, Yosuke, you're the one who told Teddy to leave the exit open on this side in case one of you, and I quote, was half asleep and fell into the TV.
True.
You planned for this exact scenario. You don't get to be mad at Kanji for doing the exact same thing you yourself expected to happen to somebody.
Boy, that was close. If I'd come in here
Good
somewhere
work,
far away and never
Kanji.
met up with you guys, it would have been no joke.
Your name's mixed up again.
Kind of think of it, having a huge TV at home is like a pitfall in the middle of the house for me. If it was smaller, I might have gotten stuck, but I fell right into the big screen one. I thought the TV would come in handy. Never expected it to be a trap. I gotta be careful around that thing.
Wait a sec.
This Senpai said a second ago that he doesn't know how this place was made, right? But if I think about how I came here, it's obvious. Huh. So that's what's going on.
Senpai, I solved the mystery.
Mystery? What mystery?
The reason why this world is back? It's my fault. Duh.
Jeez. Sorry I caused all this trouble.
Huh? What the hell are you
The
talking
heck?
about? How'd you jump to that conclusion?
Didn't you get it? I fell in way before the other dudes, so there's only one explanation.
You see, my shadow did this. Damn it, why
Dang
didn't
it.
I figure it out sooner? I fell in here, which means my shadow must have come out. Just like last year. That
Except
guy
you
dressed
were
like Ted
just
must be
fighting
my
with your
shadow
persona.
taking his shape.
Yep. Although, guy like dressed like Ted was my shadow taking his shape. He's not that far off.
I mean,
Hold it right
is
there.
a shadow
We already
taking the
went
shape
through
of
this
Teddy.
once.
Yep.
True.
Don't worry, Senpai. I'll give him a real beatdown this time and send him packing for good. This is my mess, so let me clean it up.
Whoa, calm down. You've got things all wrong.
Gotta run. Let's go, Senpai!
Fell into the. Yeah. What?
I said, Yosuke, he didn't win.
No, Yosuke's stuck there.
Yep. Fell into a TV, created this world, and dragged my senpai into a huge mess. I caused a bunch of trouble for them in the last case, too. Have I not grown up at all since then? Better apologize to Chie senpai and Yukiko senpai, too. First, something I gotta deal with. I run off at once, because this can't wait. Hope you're ready, my shadow. No one underestimates Kanji Tatsumi.
He's making the same.
Huh?
He's
Hang
jumped to
on,
the
I
same
can't leave this
conclusion that
room. Wait
Yosuke's
up.
jumped to in his route. where
Yeah, but-
they think it's their shadow.
Yeah, but Yosuke at least had other people telling him first that this whole thing was for him. And I think it was the same for Chie.
Yep, it was.
Yeah, 'cause like they both had everybody telling them, "Oh, but this whole tournament is for you." Kanji just jumped to that conclusion himself without any provoking.
This is
I said
Kanji.
wait, you idiot!
We love you, Kanji, but you're not the brightest bulb.
No. But that's also part of why we love him.
Yeah. Kanji is still best boy, despite his flaws.
Everybody knows who the best boy in the Persona franchise is.
Well, Kanji and Koromaru, but
The best boy is our favorite puppy.
So I raced through the halls. I'm feeling pretty good about myself. It's nice to know what needs to be done. But hang on a sec.
By the way, where should I go now, Senpai? Huh?
He doesn't even realize it.
Senpai? Where'd he go? You have to use the John?
He doesn't even realize that they're stuck there. Although...
No, I don't think anyone explained to him that if you lose, you get stuck.
Nope, he was just so gung-ho that it didn't even occur to him. Nobody needed to say anything.
That's probably why Yosuke said, "Wait, you idiot."
Yup. Look around and call out for him, but he doesn't answer. Where the heck did he go? Maybe... Yeah, I get it.
So he's leaving the rest to me.
Oh, Kanji. What a great
buddy.
guy. Your own shadow is
Of course,
definitely...
that's the conclusion he would jump to.
Yep. Your own shadow is definitely something you don't want other people seeing. You must have known that I wanted to deal with this myself since it's really all my fault it happened. Now that's my senpai. He may look like a goofball, but there's a reason he calls himself you senpai's partner. Alright, I can't let him down. I fire myself up again and run down the halls. I run up against a few more invisible walls along the way, but I can't let it bother me. I just change course and keep going. Lame tricks like that can't stop me, dang it! Invisible walls keep getting in my way, but I finally get to what looks like a third-year classroom. Going by the pattern so far, there'll be a fight here. Everything would be solved if that jerk my shadow was here.
Looks like I'm right on the money.
Whoa, Kanji! It's so good to see you here! Huh?
I open the door, Teddy and some girl are inside. Hey, she's that Miss President I met earlier. Huh? But that's not important now. The only one I'm after is...
They found you.
Enemy advantage! What the heck? What's going on here?
Shut up! Hurry up and get back inside me!
Ew.
Inside you? I don't swing that way! I don't want to be stuck in a sweaty much.
Bastard. I've had it up to here with you acting like Ted. The game's up already, you hear me?
Kanji-kun, violence is never the answer.
Don't get in my way! This is a fight against myself!
That makes no sense at all.
The president tries to break up my beatdown on Teddy. My shadow. But I can't let her interfere.
Oh, yeah! You need to go on ahead, Miss President. Hurry and run while I hold Kanji back.
Looks to me like he's the one holding you.
Baby, you gotta hurry.
Well, since you seem to know each other. You're right. Sorry to jet, but I'll take you up on that offer.
Just when I think she's gonna break up the fight, she does like my shadow tells her and leaves.
Huh? You're really leaving?
You told her
You're
to.
the one who told her to go.
Come on, you don't need to copy his lameness too. This guy's my shadow and he still doesn't know when to quit. But...
Doesn't matter though, this'll be easier if it's just between us. I'll give you one hell of a beating, just like last year. I hope you're ready.
I don't remember you giving me anything like that. What did you do without me knowing?
Shut up!
But I'm a knight. I gotta suck it up and deal. I can't lose.
looks like he's finally ready to do this. You know he's still acting like Teddy for some reason.
I'll take you out in no time. Here goes!
I'll rip that fake Teddy for a ride off.
Ooh.
I mean, we know that Teddy also has a body underneath of this costume, but still.
I know, but just the thought just it just makes me cringe again.
Imagine a teddy without fur.
No, thank you.
Final. Fight. Eat this. See ya. Take it half.
Nope.
Damn it. What's up? Slowpoke. See ya.
All right. Nope. Sorry, Ted.
Eat this.
All right.
What? Eat this.
Time for a beat down.
Take this. Stay on this. Take this.
All right, there we go. One more. Smackdown. Ah, just barely didn't kill. There we go. Now we'll show his true colors. I keep my guard up, waiting for Teddy to do his thing, but none happens. That's weird. Isn't the illusion supposed to unravel and then he goes back to looking like me? Wait a sec. This is my shadow we're talking about. Maybe it's just waiting for me to let my guard down. Well, I'm not gonna give him what he wants. I reach towards Teddy, who's still seeing stars, and mess up his fur a little. Dang, he's an impressive fake. Wait, what am I saying?
Come on, hurry up and show your true self. Don't make me rub you the wrong way.
If this thing's part me, there's no way it could stand up to this. I hit him with a little fluff in his fur the wrong way, ruining the texture. Even though I know it's my enemy, it still makes me wince. Man, this texture really is something. They really went all out on the details.
Stop that! True self this and true self that. No matter how many times you say it, the only thing I can be is my own adorable self.
Enough bullshit. The
Hey!
imitation of the real Ted is pretty good, but I am sick of it. Hey, that reminds me. Where's that cape and hat of yours? I wanted to see it up close so I could sew one like it.
Cape and hat? Kanji, were you mistaking me for that fake Teddy?
Huh? What fake Teddy?
Think! That other Teddy or the one in front of you. Which is more adorable?
Take another good look at Teddy here. Now that he mentions it, the fur seems a little different. The Teddy on the monitor looks kind of rough and scratchy. Wait, that would mean...
What? So that one's a fake and you're the real deal?
That's right! I'm hurt, Kanji. I can't believe you couldn't tell us apart just by our fur.
Actually, now that he's looking at you, he can. And he's like literally the only one who can.
Dude, how is that supposed to help? Hey, why didn't you say, just so you know, there's a fake Teddy to begin with?
Thank you for subscribing, Philippe.
Huh? Did you just shift the blame on me? This is tyranny!
Sorry, my bad.
Yep, that ridiculous outrage. That's the real Teddy, alright. But, so, where's the fake one? I mean, where the heck's my shadow?
Can you sniff out where that General Teddy guy is?
He's in the announcement room. I was on my way there with Miss President.
That girl back there? Who is she anyway?
Are we inside the TV world? Shouldn't the people we meet here be real? So what's the student council president doing
She's
here?
Miss President. She can't use a persona, so I was protecting her. Did Miss President head to the announcement room without her knight?
You're the one who told her to go on ahead.
Kanji, you need to hurry to the announcement room.
You don't have to tell me twice. That thing's my shadow, after all.
What? Kanji's shadow?
Teddy Cox's head suddenly feels this presence behind me. Uh-oh.
Who are you looking for?
There he is.
I'm right here.
Turn around and see a familiar face laughing at
I
me.
didn't think you'd have the guts to show up. Guess I don't need to waste my time looking for you. I finally found you. Me?
Forgot how his face looks so much like mine that it ticks me off. My shadow. Oh, to be continued. It stops there. I forgot it stops there. Alright. Well, Mitsuru time. We're gonna get some real lore dropped here. Late November, in the year 2010, the darkness fell without warning. At the same time, the previously busy examination room fell so silent that the man's ears hurt.
Hey, what happened?
He called toward the back of the room, but no answer came. After working for public safety for over a decade, he thought little could faze him anymore. But this was uncomfortably alien. It was no ordinary blackout. If it were, the faint light from machines running on battery power such as cell phones would remain. But the silence disturbed him even more. He hadn't heard so much as a single cry. When he looked around, he saw one spot in the darkness where something was giving off an eerie glow as if painted in incandescent pigments. Once his eyes began to adjust to the darkness, he was faintly able to make out the area around the light. The shining spot was revealed as a small, strangely decorated box, and the man had only just delivered a strangely decorated box that the man had only just delivered to the forensics unit.
Forensics team! What the hell?
He called out, still squinting at the shadow of a person he could see at the window before him. But, as the shape resolved, he saw that it was not a person's shadow at all. He had no words to describe it. At first glance, it seemed to be a coffin. Indeed, that is what what it was shaped like. But he had never seen a coffin standing upright as an adult, tall as an adult, shining like a dark crystal. Yet that was clearly what the crystalline mass was, squatting in the spot where the window clerk normally stood. And upon closer examination, it wasn't the only one. But at desks, in front of the evidence shelf, next to a reference computer, the objects towered everywhere as if they had taken the place of humans.
What are these?
A chill ran down the man's spine. Okay, since this isn't Mitsuru's point of view, I'm just going to read this normally. Their people was the thought that that instinctively came to mind. Was this the reason he couldn't hear anyone else's words? Was it because everyone but him was...
What's going on?
Once the fear had set in, it wasn't easy to shake off. His familiar voice was starting to look like a grotesque netherworld. He felt quite sure that he had to get out. Quickly, he turned and grabbed the knob to the door through which he had just entered. But...
What the...
It didn't budge. It wasn't that the door was locked, preventing the knob from turning the latch. The knob was completely frozen in place.
Is anyone here? Hey, let me out!
The man slammed his fist against the door, yelling in desperation. But the sensation he felt when his fist impacted the surface wasn't that of hitting a door. It felt completely at odds with what he saw, as if a picture of a door had been drawn onto a solid wall. It was then that the man noticed that another light, similar in color to that emanating from the box, could be seen on part of his hand as he swung it forward. It was a ring, and suddenly he remembered. When he brought in the small box, he found several bizarre ring-shaped objects within it. While handing it over to forensics, he suspected that they might be rings. To check the theory, he put one on, and now that the ring was emitting the same eerie light as the box. Though he still had no idea what was going on, it was immediately apparent that it was directly related to the current situation. The man grabbed the ring with sweat-slicked fingers and tugged, ready to pull off his own finger if necessary. Just at that moment,
I wouldn't take that off right now.
What?
The man can't help but gasp. He looked around, but could sense no one inside the room with him. Where had the voice come from?
I'll be there to rescue you shortly. Calm yourself and wait there.
When the man calmed himself, he realized that it wasn't a voice. The sensation was indescribable, but it was distinctly unlike hearing with one's ears.
Who's there?
Oh, pardon me. This is Mitsuru Kirijo. We met earlier.
Kirijo? He did know a Kirijo. It was she who brought the strange small box. And that wasn't all he knew. The Carrillos were a wicked family who used their fortune and influence as a shield, continuing to frustrate the police. Despite that, the man couldn't help but feel relief wash over him. Perhaps he might survive this after all.
Oh, well, I appreciate the help. Just hurry.
After getting the muttered words out, he sank to the floor, the door at his back. Mitsuru Kirijo. If he recalled correctly, she was the eldest daughter of the Kirijo group's founding family. He noticed that her voice had been far calmer than his, despite the situation they were both in. He sensed a measure of trustworthiness from her. And to think, it had been merely an hour ago that he was asking himself why such a young girl had been chosen as the head of the Kirijo group at all. The digital clock in the corner of the desk quietly announced the arrival of 10 in the morning. Normally, most of the staff would be out and about by now, but the entire police department was in turmoil that day. It was only to be expected, with a key figure from the Kirijo group visiting on unusual business.
Kirijo, huh?
The Kirijo group is a major trading firm, synonymous with Japan. They had links to all areas of business. Not a day could go by in the city without hearing their name. The clock that had struck 10 bore the logo of Kirijo Electronics, and KJ was the carrier for the cell phone provided to every member of the force. A few days ago, the same Kirijo group made a seemingly insane proposal. The document was hundreds of pages, but a brief summary would read, "We wish to collaborate with the police on an unofficial department for eliminating monsters."
Well, it does happen from time to time. Famous businessmen end up advocating cultish nonsense in pursuit of their ambitions.
Upon consideration, it was decided that the Kirijo group should be invited to give their pitch. Of course, there's no intention of spending tax money on the outlandish proposal. The police's interest in humoring the Kirijo group lay elsewhere. The Kirijo group had offered an incentive whereby if the police agreed to the meeting, they would provide a detailed list of the ergonomics research lab artifacts, as well as actual samples. It was this that drove the officials' decision. For there had been dark rumors bandied about the Kirijo group over the last 10 years. While still a family-run business, some said that old man Koetsu Kirijo had delved into paranormal research and was performing inhumane experiments. The police collected enough evidence to test the rumor and had prepared many times to force the investigation. But every time the investigation came to nothing due to the group exerting hidden pressure, frustrating those working on the case to no end. The investigation's prime target was the infamous Ergo Research, the Kirijo Ergonomics Research Lab. Exposing the Kirijo group's dark side had been a dream of public safety for 10 years now. And now, Kirijo seemed willing to hand over Ergo Research's tightly guarded secrets on a silver platter. No one knew the reason for this sudden about-face, but neither did anyone think of turning them down. They agreed to the summit not to hear out whatever proposal Kirijo was offering, but as a stepping stone toward unearthing their past crimes. Time passed, and the agreed-upon time in the afternoon came. The agreed-upon time in the afternoon came. The man was tasked with watching over and bringing in the artifacts from the Kirijo group. Though he would not speak with the guests, the police's plan afforded him a major responsibility that gave him something like a leading role. Had to take care of something. It wasn't long before the Kirijo car arrived in the underground port, Kosher. The staff there that received the guests only shrugged at the long, black limousine that would have turned heads on the main roads. One of the youngest recruits looked towards the men and asked a question.
Chief, what's with that car?
That was the least of the surprises in store. When the Kirijo group representative stepped out of the limousine, She was shown to be a beautiful young woman, no older than a university student. Not only that, but she had attendants dressed in what could only be described as maid uniforms. All of them were young women, roughly her age. The scene mesmerized the various dignitaries present to greet her.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I am Mitsuru Kirijo, representing the Kirijo Group. It's nice to meet you.
Her brisk greeting radiated poise. From there, she shook hands with the assembled dignitaries in a manner that showed she was no stranger to social gatherings.
She's the company rep? Really?
The young recruit who was sneaking looks out the corner of his eyes muttered in spite of himself.
Their proposal said the rep who's coming today would be the leader of this new unit, but I thought it was supposed to be some hardcore armed response team, and she's leading it? Well, I guess it's better than some meathead.
Shut up and hold your position.
But in truth, the man felt the same way. Certainly, this monster extermination unit would never be incorporated, but even if it were, he was sure this wisp of a girl could never do such work. Eventually, the dignitaries entered the agency along with Miss Kirijo. All of them wore lopsided smiles due to the young beauty's unexpected appearance. That would do for now. The dignitaries were only there to receive her. Their true objective was loaded in the truck parked behind the limousine. The documents and artifacts of Ergo Research.
All right, start bringing them in.
I have to sneeze.
Bless you.
Sorry about that.
You're fine.
Roger, sir.
At the man's signal, his trained subordinate surrounds the Kirijo truck. They formed a line, smoothly passing boxes from man to man into the building. These articles were of various size, with even a few that came in oversized metallic containers for aerial transport. The Kirijo group had warned them not to handle these things carelessly until explanations were forthcoming. But in truth, the department was already prepared to begin a forensic investigation of the objects, or even send them to the lab.
Are you sure it's okay for us to open these? The instructions said not to.
It won't be a real investigation if we let them hamstring our procedures. Besides, I can't think of anything they could send us that we couldn't handle.
Foreshadowing.
Well, I mean, we've already seen that he very much cannot handle it.
Unless there's real monsters inside these things.
Oh, more foreshadowing.
The articles were brought in silence. The operation only lasted about 15 minutes. The man himself received the last item, about the size of a jewelry box, and checked the truck to make sure nothing went overlooked before closing it up. That done, he turned and walked quickly towards the forensics room. Try though he might to maintain his composure, couldn't contain the excitement he felt. For 10 years, the darkness of the Kirijo group had been a frustrating legend, like mist between the department's fingers. Their chance to investigate and expose them was here at last. Even if the slightest evidence matched the DNA of those who had gone missing, or the victims of the unsolved cases, victory would be theirs. The man tried to tamp down his exhilaration and took another look at the small box he held. There was no upper lid on the box. A pedestal-like protrusion at its center held a number of small circular trinkets. Their usage was completely unknown. What kind of research produced these? Just as the man was about to hand the box to the window clerk, he saw a wedding ring on the clerk's finger and came to a realization.
Huh. Are these rings?
We're not sure yet.
The man put on some protective latex gloves and tried one of the objects on. After looking at it from every angle, its color and shape seemed to be nothing but ordinary. It was meant to be jewelry. It wasn't very attractive. The man couldn't picture scientists in lab coats slaving away in a lab to create rings like this. The moment that unlikely possibility came to mind, the man felt somewhat embarrassed by his ignorance of fashion and accessories. But as soon as he reached for a small box to put the ring back inside, darkness suddenly fell.
Please step away from the door.
Voice echoing in the man's mind brought him back to reality. He took a few steps away from the door as directed and stood ready. Step away from the door. The more he thought about it, the stranger the order seemed. How did she know he was so close to the door when he wasn't even in the room? Or she? Suddenly, a chill filled the area. In mere seconds, the entire door was coated in white.
Where'd this ice come from?
It had frosted over. The man couldn't believe his eyes, but the evidence was there in front of him. He could then hear a slight knocking sound, followed by a crack forming in the center. The door buckled under its own weight and crumbled with a sound, like that was like building blocks being pushed over. Standing just past it was the Karija woman. She walked over to the man with exquisite nonchalance. At her side was one of the maids she brought.
Are you all right?
Yeah.
We did give you fair warning, but it seems to have gone unheeded.
The man looked towards the ring shining on his finger.
And this happened because we touched that box? What is this thing?
That ring gives its bearer an unstable form of pseudo-potential and allows anyone to experience the Dark Hour.
The Dark Hour?
The box itself seems to be a failed recreation of the Dark Hour. The effect radius is small, and it malfunctions when improperly handled.
Dark Hour. He remembered that phrase coming up in the documents the Karija group had sent. If he recalled correctly, it was defined as a hidden time, unable to be experienced by normal people, where everything stood still. According to the documents, it seems to have occurred every night at midnight for about 10 years until spring 2011, as if forcing its way into normal time. I think that's off.
Mm-hmm.
They said earlier that this was 2010.
Unless a year has passed since then.
Yeah, late November in the year 2010.
Mm-hmm.
That's wrong. I think what happened is that they made a mistake thinking about when Persona 4 takes place, but this takes place because Persona 3 takes place in 2009. This right here is happening in 2010, and then everything from Persona 4 takes place in 2011. So I think that's a typo. Hello, Garrett. Welcome.
What typo where?
Or it says the Dark Hour occurred. Yeah. Every year for 10 years until spring 2011. But it was technically 2010 when they defeated Nyx. 2011 is when Persona 4 takes place. And they mentioned earlier that this very scene is happening in 2010. So...
Yeah, oh yeah, it's probably a typo then.
Till now it seemed like pure fantasy. Yeah, it's good to see you again too, Garrett. But could this silent darkness be the very same thing?
So you're saying those stories in that document, that occult-sounding stuff was actually for real?
At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from beyond the hallway, past the broken door.
Who's there?
The man reflexively called out in alarm, realizing that the fear had not yet died down. What emerged from the darkness was the young recruit who had greeted the guests earlier and had been helping with bringing in the artifacts. The young man was staggering, as if severely drunk.
Chief,
Hey, are you alright?
The man began to rush to his side, but the Kirijo woman suddenly stopped him. She stood between the two as if protecting the man.
What? He's my...
Before he could finish, a surprising change overtook the recruit. The recruit fell to the ground with an agonized scream. A black, tar-like substance began flowing from his every orifice. The ooze spread unnaturally across the ground and cohered into a glob. It rose up like a beast raising its head, and what looked like claws began to form. Its appearance showed clear signs that it possessed some malevolent will. The man thought again about the Kirijo group's initial proposal. We wish to collaborate with the police on an unofficial department for eliminating monsters. Without a doubt, this was what they referred to. The name that came up again and again was...
This is a shadow.
That it is. It's a monster that dwells in every person's heart. They usually can't manifest themselves this way, but it's quite common to see it happen during the dark hour.
So the research to make this happen artificially. That's what Kirijo has been experimenting with.
That did seem to be the extent of it. At the start.
At the start? Man couldn't prevent himself from shuddering to imagine the implications of her statement. With a second roar, the half-liquefied shadow suddenly took the form of some fell beast. But where the face should have been was nothing but a mask, giving it the bizarre appearance of two creatures stitched together. The young woman, for her part, seemed none the least perturbed.
Kikuno, my things, please.
The maid stooped to reach something. The man wasn't sure where she had been carrying it, but she placed the sword in her master's hand. The blade was specially shaped, similar in design to a fencing saber.
You're going to fight it?
Stay back. This will all be over soon.
At that moment, as if understanding her conversion, the shadow squared itself and leapt towards the young woman. Its speech matched its beastly appearance. In the darkness of the room, the man found it difficult simply keeping his eye on it. The young woman did not move. Her sword remained lowered in the face of the shadow's advance. Of course, thought the man, an amateur like her would never react in time. However...
Artemisia!
At a word from the young woman, some unseen force slammed the shadow against the wall. The man momentarily doubted his eyes. For it had been the woman who replied to the monster. It hadn't been the woman who repelled the monster, but a silhouette that suddenly appeared behind her. It looked as though the being enveloped in sublime light, contrasting the shadow's dark glow, was a woman wearing a majestic dress. Its silhouette held up a hand towards the crouching shadow. Once again, the man felt freezing air fill the room. And with that, the shadow stopped moving. Frost crystallized all over it, turning it into an ice sculpture within seconds. Only then did the young woman swing the sword in her hand for the first time. Huh. The white gleam arsed through the air. Upon impact, the frozen enemy shattered like it had been crystallized sugar rather than ice. The victory was so one-sided that the man hesitated to call it a battle.
Are you all right?
The young woman turned towards the man. The sound of her boots hitting the floor gave him the jarring realization that she hadn't moved a single step during the fray. Seeing that he was at a loss for words, she gave him a gentle smile. That was all too much for the man. He actually felt relieved to be protected by the small woman. One thing was obvious. She had been through countless battles, much like the one he'd just witnessed.
Your fallen employee's life is in no danger, but he'll be very weak. Make sure he gets to a hospital. Should I make the arrangements?
No, I should at least handle that. It is a public security matter.
With a nod, the young woman approached the small box and manipulated it in a way he couldn't quite catch. The eerie yellow-green glow began to fade. Moments later, the silence and darkness faded. The world had been restored. The man felt his body become suddenly lighter, causing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He hadn't realized until the pressure was gone that the air had been as suffocating as if he'd been underwater. There was a stir of movement in the room. The forensics team and assistants looked at the man and young woman perplexed. The man took quite a look around. Fragments of the shattered door were strewn about. A young public security worker was lying unconscious nearby, and their Kirijo guest, who had entered without anyone noticing, held in her hand a drawn sword.
I'd be shocked too if I were them.
It occurred to him that if normal people couldn't sense the dark hour, the sudden change in circumstances may have seemed to them like some magic trick.
Excuse me, but this place is off limits to all unauthorized personnel. Hey, what's going on here?
The forensic staff looked at the
It's
man
all right.
helplessly.
We had a little emergency.
Oh.
That aside, halt all examination of the relics they brought in. We'll wait for further instructions from the Kirijo group.
Huh? But you said...
If there are any boxes that are closed, don't force them open. Not if you don't want to come face to face with monsters.
He's a believer now. Leaving the forensics team behind, the man quickly went into the hallway with the Kirijo woman.
I have to thank you for your help. And about the conference, I'll join in as well. It's been arranged so nothing you say would get through to the higher-ups.
If the young woman was surprised at what amounted to a confession of betrayal, she didn't show it.
Are you saying you will reconsider your plans?
I can't overlook anything as serious as this. I wouldn't be doing my job as public security if I did. But make no mistake, the things I saw today are proof of the sins the Kirijo group has committed. They can't be punished under the law, but now that they're known, atonement will be made in some shape or form.
Indeed. I never intended anything less.
You really put one over on us this time. Oh, there's no need to be coy. What happened today was no accident, was it? We'd never have believed the reports unless we saw it in person. That's why such a dangerous box had no lid. Am I wrong?
There was no lid. That's not possible. That box was classified as risk level 3. It should have been securely fastened.
The young woman fell silent, then gasped and gave the maid walking silently beside her a look.
Kikuno.
The maid continued without the slightest sign of remorse and left her master behind. It was the maid who did it. Both the man and the young woman sighed at once.
Us guys in public security have a reputation for being tough. But it seems like you guys are no slouches yourselves.
The summit that was meant to be a perfunctory refusal took an unexpected turn. Promises were made to continue the talks. 6 months passed. After many opportunities to show the actual samples the dignitaries were set up, the proposed special unit was established in mostly the form Kirijo requested. The Security Department Shadow Response Unit. It was the inauguration of the special units that would, in time, be nicknamed the Shadow Operatives. And that is how the Shadow Operatives came into being. They are no longer the specialized extracurricular executionary squad. Now they're just the Shadow Operatives. Indeed, the Shadow Operatives. I'm quite fond of the name. Not that I normally pay much heed to these things, but in this case I admit to being pleased. It started as sarcasm on the part of the higher-ranked personnel from the police, It could be taken to mean those who deal with shadows, but the real meaning is those who operate in the shadows. Not only is the unit unofficial, we have the difficult to credit job of exterminating monsters. Mostly, I suspect it was a dig at a group that disturbed the it was a dig at a group that disturbed the expected peaceful years before the older personnel's retirement. But shadow operative could also mean one who does an indispensable, albeit unrewarded, job for society. It's a name truly befitting of this organization's goals. We're approaching the first anniversary of the shadow operative's establishment. Though we're still at the level of basic investigation and laying groundwork, it seems a full-scale case has arisen.
Fighting is not our first option, but I'd be more reassured with you there. We have a general idea of where it was taken, the Inaba area, where there were reports of suspected shadow activity last year.
Good as it is to hear from an old reliable friend, I limit the call to a quick exchange of information. Oh, I'm surprised we're not starting at the airport. Or I guess on the drive to the airport, but I guess that's Naoto's route.
I'll send you the precise location later. Sorry to call when you just returned from a trip, but I'm relying on your assistance.
I close my cell.
He's only just returned and he's going directly to the location from the airport. Akihiko never changes.
The man I was on the phone with just now was Akihiko Sanada. He's one of our non-permanent staff. Akihiko is an excellent persona user. But beyond that, he's a skilled boxer. He's a friend of mine from high school who fought the shadows alongside me. I admire his strict determination to never neglect his training, but the extreme lengths he goes to can be rather inconvenient. After entering college, he accepted my invitation to become one of the founding shadow operatives, but it was his actions afterward that went above and beyond. Sure, I'll join, but if I'm going to use my strength professionally, I want to get my skills to a level I'm happy with first. Thus began his training expedition. Yeah, only Aki would actually go on a full-on training expedition. He's not only wandering the country, he's traveling the entire world. I can't decide whether to be dumbfounded or impressed by his dedication to training. All of this is to say that he only just returned to Japan to take part in this operation. I gave a wry smile and leaned back in my chair. Seeing me relax, the girl watching me nearby smiles. This is Aigis, known for her blonde hair and piercing blue eyes. She's a sweet girl on the outside, but she has she has what it takes to be an important member of our squad.
Will we be able to find Labris? My sister?
Hmm?
When I look over at Aigis, her eyes are cast downward with a worried expression.
Will we be able to save her? Isn't that what you really want to ask?
She must have known once I called Akihiko in as backup. There's a possibility that we'll have to fight Labris. Knowing that, it's not a great leap to imagine that in this worst case, she may have to be destroyed. And it's true, alas. If all else fails and our safety is at risk with no other way to stop her, that option is on the table. Still...
Don't worry. As I mentioned to Akihiko, fighting Labris is not our priority. The reason I formed this shadow operative team is to save lives. We will find her, whatever it takes, and bring her back. We can do this.
Yes. I'm sorry to be so pessimistic.
Those feelings you have for Labris, you should tell her when you see her.
I will.
The monitor is showing a certain area that is under multiple redundant encryptions of data. The Kirijo Ergonomics Research Lab confidential matters. There is, in fact, a reason I'm reviewing these materials that are normally securely concealed. For 2 days ago, on May 1st, here we go. I was unexpectedly dragged into a serious incident. The passenger plane I was taking to Kagoshima was hijacked, when there hasn't been a domestic hijacking for 10 years. On the top brass of the police, afraid to make any mistakes, sent in the shadow operatives. The case itself was resolved quickly and all the culprits arrested. None of the passengers were harmed either. But the hijackers' true motive wasn't terrorism or political demands, as one would expect. I was surprised to find they were really after my cargo. It was a sealed box in the ergonomics research lab that we were transporting to Yakushima on that flight. No one thought that the risky hijacking could have been in pursuit of the cargo, and as a result, one of the objects was stolen. The arrested suspects are all in police custody, but none of them have any memory of carrying out the crime. Someone was pulling their strings, very probably using uncommon methods. Considering that Puppet Master was targeting shadow-related cargo, I doubt they'll be easy to deal with. As for what was stolen, I just mentioned its name a moment ago. The 5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon, Labris, is an older model from two generations ago. Since shadow-related ergo research documents were lost in an accident, we know little about Labris. She is an android, most likely a female version, just like Igus. But instead of a weapons loadout, she seems to have been fitted with some kind of experimental equipment. That's all we know. Still, thanks to our collaborators' quick wit, the escaping vehicle was traced with the N system. It wasn't easy, but we managed to pinpoint its location. It was headed for the city of Inaba, where there may have been shadow activity last year. Once the preparations to depart are complete, I'll head there myself. My mind wanders a bit. Though I was unaware of them, the shadow of the sins committed in the Kirijo group is still so painful, 10 years on, and I sometimes want to avert my eyes. But now is not the time to be bound by the past. Now is the time to act. I suddenly noticed that Igus has been staring at me worriedly. I gave her a smile and stand up decisively. I actually need to use the restroom, so I will be right back. I'm sorry to do this mid-story. sorry about that. That came on pretty suddenly.
You're welcome. Welcome back.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I noticed that Igus has been staring at me worriedly. I give her a smile and stand up decisively. We're pulling up to Yasu Inaba, the central town of Inaba. Though it's the central town, the main street seems nearly deserted, and there's virtually no activity to be seen through the car windows. It was confirmed that the vehicle transporting Labras was abandoned here. Our first move would be to confirm the situation. Or so I thought. I attempt to ignore the rude stares of people trying to get a look inside the car, focusing instead on the scent of my tea. People keep crowding around when we park. We had to move it a number of times already. I didn't get a moment's peace until the car had reached the junkyard on the outskirts of town. As I try to keep from sighing, Aiga speaks up from her seat in front of me.
Mitsuru-san, our activities are supposed to be undercover, correct?
Yes.
For undercover missions, it will be necessary to keep all personnel and vehicles from being noticed.
Right.
Mitsuru-san, may I say something that I've been meaning to say for a while now?
No.
No.
Understood.
May I say something that I've been meaning to say for a while now? No. Understood. Aigus's poker face is a perfect blank. Though I understand what she's getting at. I actually want to say something along those lines to those around me for a while. Still, it would be galling to hear from someone else just
All
now.
I told them was to give us a car with enough space.
Our contact has arrived.
The man approaching us is someone whose cooperation I specifically requested. His name is Detective Kurosawa. Yeah, you now get to hear Kurosawa's original voice too. Oh, my avatar got messed up when I sat back down. So yeah, are you ready?
Kurosawa as in...
Yep.
Adachi?
No. As in the police officer. Officer Kurosawa.
Oh, so not Senior Aki? Or Aki
Yes.
Senior?
Yes, Aki Senior. Except that now we're gonna get to hear his original voice actor, and he's not gonna be voiced by the same actor as Akihiko.
Okay.
Oh, hello Noah, welcome. Here are the next Pokemon
Hi again,
TCG
Noah.
sets. We'll bring in special art. Oh, that's cool.
Nice.
Before I can welcome him, Aiga speaks up.
Oh my. This was not our designated meeting area, yet he has discovered us.
You want to know how I did it?
Lately, it feels that whenever Aigus wants to voice her opinion to me, she intentionally puts on the robot act. They mentioned this at the lab, that if Aigus still speaks in that stiff, formal manner, either she is getting too human in its developing habits, or she's doing it on purpose. Honestly.
We appreciate your cooperation, Detective Kurosawa.
Long time no see, miss. And Igus, was it?
Indeed. It has been a while.
Detective Kurosawa was an officer at a police box near the school we attended 3 years ago. The alternate art Umbreon VMAX cards? $700, oof. He was shunned for cooperating with us and busted back down to officer. But now that the shadow operatives are officially recognized, he's in their good graces again. A man who can be trusted beyond the confines of his station to solve a case, even going so far as to bend the rules. He's a rare breed. Detective Kurosawa's expression is softened while he makes small talk with Aigus, which makes me realize that this may be the first time he's seen Aigus in her combat form.
I shouldn't make you stand while we talk. Please, get in.
Ah, sorry. I haven't seen you in a while, so I had a lot to say.
You must understand that we're trying to be incognito. Though it's kind of him not to point out that our vehicle and attire are completely unsuited to that goal as he enters the limousine. He sits and does not even wait until the door is closed before getting to the point.
I found out quite a bit regarding the case you had me look into. First, I reviewed the report on the
sounds like
incidents
Aki.
from last year. One of the suspects mentioned the word persona.
No, he honestly sounds more like the original Shinjiro to me.
Oh, maybe.
So what went on here last year?
It's probably related, but I wasn't done there. Parts of this guy's testimony were even more outlandish. If you can take what's in the record at face value, it seems Persona users can enter TVs within the Inaba region.
Enter TVs? What does that mean?
Just what it sounds like. You physically stick your body into the screen and go inside. He claimed there was another world in the TV, and dropping people inside it was the method behind last year's murders.
Unalivings.
This all sounds rather absurd. I'm surprised it was included in the police report.
I got in touch with the detective in charge at the time and said the same thing. Apparently the report was filed by a young partner of his at the time. He'd entertained the wildest testimonies like this one.
I mean, he knows what happened with Nanako.
He sounds like quite the oddball.
If this was what really went on, the police would have had no chance cracking it. But that Detective Dojima is one shrewd guy. Even with all the supernatural hocus-pocus surrounding the case, he caught the culprit.
He had help.
Yeah.
It wasn't like Dojima. I'm sure ended up having to take the credit, because I'm sure they couldn't admit that it was a bunch of teenagers that captured Adachi. But like, Dojima was the least involved.
True, but there was also Naoto.
Well, Naoto was actually part of the team, so she did more. Yeah, I think she might have been the young partner they were referring to.
Oh.
What I asked of him was to collect information about the serial unalivings that occurred in Inaba last year. The shadow operatives aren't public knowledge, so I thought the local police would be more willing to speak with him, but the results surpassed my expectations. Though it's slightly frustrating to already run up against something I'm powerless to achieve myself.
That's all I have for you right now. I should be going. I doubt either of us has time to reminisce over the old days. It's funny though. I thought the fighting was over, but you guys surprise me every time I see you.
Thank you very much, Officer Kurosawa. Why don't we at least see you off?
Oh, that's all right. I've got my own car. I doubt my department would appreciate your tastes. If I ever showed up for work in something like this, I'd be the talk of the force until the day I retired.
I mean, technically he still is, so...
Well, now he's just a plainclothes detective. Detective Kurosawa jokes with us before exiting the limousine, waving casually back at us. I had nothing to say to that as I watched him leave, rotating his shoulders to work out some kinks. I guess, though, felt the need to comment.
Mitsuru-san, this could be bad. Our sense of social aptitude is in question.
Can't deny that.
What should we do now?
Also, that suited member is clearly voiced by you.
Yes. First, we'll need to test the claim that Persona users can enter TVs.
We are at a junkyard after all, and I could see a number of consumer electronics that have been discarded illegally. Aigis looks around and points at a certain pile as she gets out of the car.
There is a discarded TV over there. If the environment does not matter, we can use it to test the phenomenon.
Wait, Aigis.
Don't worry. I'm just going to touch it.
That's not what I was worried about. Aigis isn't wearing anything like its disguise, and... No, I'm overthinking this. We've already attracted enough attention. Even if we leave now without doing anything, our pictures could still end up on the internet. Let them gossip about the strange people in funny clothes. It'll become some urban legend. My mind's made up. I step outside wearing my special equipment. Once Aigis sees that I followed her, she gives a small nod and stretches her hand out towards the screen.
Amazing!
A hand. It's inside the TV screen. but the screen itself seems undamaged. Agus's hand is swallowed up to her wrist, as if she put it into a bucket of water.
Interesting. It's exactly as the police report said. What's it like inside? Do you feel anything?
Not particularly. No. Wait a moment. It's the same as mine. It's hard to say definitively since this is my first encounter with it, but I believe this reading is from a personality module.
Does that mean our retrieval target is inside the TV?
Huh. Sounds like fun.
Aki! The voice from
Aki.
above. It sounds very familiar. But all I see in the direction from where it came is a man in an outlandish red cape. I hesitate for a moment. Could it be...
Is that Akihiko?
The man leaves from the stacked
You
tower of
didn't
TVs.
show up at the rendezvous point, so I went looking and found you here. This whole TV thing is pretty interesting.
In spite of myself, I bury my face in my palm.
Akihiko, what on earth are you wearing? Just what were you doing overseas?
Didn't I tell you that I was on a training expedition?
Don't tell me you came here from the airport like that. Does the concept of keeping a low profile mean nothing to you?
Mitsuru-san.
Oh boy.
I believe we have lost the right to complain about that.
Thank you, Igus. You are indeed best girl. That's it. I'm never mentioning the subject of our appearance again.
Anyway, we can go inside from that TV, right? What are we waiting for?
Still the same Akihiko. We don't know the situation inside yet, and we'll need a secure means of getting out.
So what? If we want to get this Labrys back, someone has to go inside, right?
Well, that's...
Our target hijacked a plane to throw her into a TV in this town. If we sit on our hands, it's possible we'll be put in serious danger.
Akihiko's right. That's exactly why we need to be trying to act as quickly as possible since this case began.
We're different from how we used to be. We made the choice to fight shadows as professionals. That's why I traveled around the world and trained harder than ever. And now that something's actually come up, you're hesitating? We agreed to do this. I'm ready to stake my life on the mission.
Recklessly unafraid to state his honest opinion. Classic Akihiko. He must understand that this is his role. Certainly there are times when I need such opinions. And it's been a while since he went abroad. I think I can understand his current mindset.
All right. Wait right here. I need to go make a phone call first.
Okay, but make it quick.
He doesn't have to tell me twice. I take out my phone and bring up the contact list. A world inside a TV. I don't know what it might be like in there, but I do know someone that can help us. I was originally going to ask for their help after Labrys was secure, but perhaps this time has come. Now I've taken all possible precautions. The rest is a test of our resolve. Cutscene time! And also water break.
Water break.
The other members will wait here in the car.
Yeah. If we all barge in and something happens, we'll be devastated.
Now that you mention it, at least one of us should be staying behind as well.
I am not staying.
She is going to save her sister.
Mm-hmm.
Us three will be plenty. We'll end this in a flash. No problem.
The same as always. Although, we have no idea what might be waiting for us on the other side. Don't get careless.
Right.
This situation, it brings back memories.
I'm not gonna ask what kanji means by that, but okay.
Ready!
No, he means that it's bringing back memories of Tartarus and stuff.
Oh.
And someone else is here too.
Why enter the TV? What's going on?
Hi, Naoto.
Hi, Naoto.
And save. Because it's a lot of dialogue to get through.
Where am I?
That was weird that it had the text box up as it was panning across. It's like, why is that there if nobody's talking?
Is this inside the TV?
I remember being enveloped in a white light, but what came afterwards is unclear. Is this the world inside the TV? Oddly enough, the sight before me seems to be the main gate of a school. The name engraved on the entrance plate is
Yasagami High School. I do recall that name from our map of Inaba. An existing high school has been completely recreated inside the TV?
I then came to a realization. I've encountered something much like this before. It doesn't appear to be much different from reality as far as appearances, but it has that same distinctive, sticky atmosphere. The labyrinth Tartarus that was our battleground 3 years ago. It bears a lot of similarity to this place.
Wait, where are the others? Akihiko! I guess!
Being separated won't do anything to further our mission. Perhaps I can use my communication power to get in touch with them.
I can't reach them through my persona either.
Oops, I didn't mean to accidentally skip that. Come on, let me... There it is. This place is highly unusual. There we go. It's still barely functioning, but the noise here is severe. I need to understand this world a little better and find a quiet place to concentrate. As I check my surroundings again for any enemies, I hear the sound of footsteps. I tense, making myself ready for anything. When I turn around, a uniformed girl stops, looking at me in bewilderment.
Huh?
I didn't expect to meet someone else here, let alone a seemingly ordinary schoolgirl like this. Could her age and outfit belie a connection to the theft of the labyrinths? But after the girl's surprise faded, she still seemed confused by my appearance. It seems that even here in another dimension, people are startled by my attire. At least her reaction allied my suspicions. People reveal something of themselves when they're caught off guard. Anyone in the act of committing a crime wouldn't fake being perplexed unnaturally.
Did I surprise you? I suppose my outfit is somewhat unusual.
Oh, no.
Why are you here?
Well,
A loud cheer suddenly swells, cutting off our conversation. There's definitely a crowd present here. I look around the area in confusion.
What? Where is that coming from?
Students appear one after another, clearly intrigued to see us here.
What's going on?
Before I can react, an image appears on the monitor, buried beneath the... buried beneath the... Sir, why do you gotta talk all fancy? Buried beneath the bizarre decorations.
Hello! Hello! This is General Teddy, your benevolent dictator!
And I, Rosette, am your commentator. It's time for the next round in the P1 Grand Prix. Are you ready to fight?
P1 Grand Prix? Fight?
Suddenly, on one in the ridiculous costumes queue, smoke pours out around us. The spotlight shines from somewhere directly upon me. I instinctively raise my arm to shield my eyes from the harsh light. It feels like I'm being displayed for an audience.
And who do we have for Yuki-chan's opponent this time? Ooh! It's a mysterious, beautiful lady!
Oh, goodness, Teddy.
Unexpected!
Teddy, what's wrong?
Do you know that bear?
The monitor showing the one in costume calling himself General Teddy suddenly fuzzes over with static. The static gets worse and worse, until an eerily expressionless bear costume that looks as though it forgot how to make facial expressions appears on screen. The voice is the same as before, but his tone is harsh and mechanical now.
Case 04, unintended intruder. Entering elimination process.
What is that supposed to mean? Ugh, what's going on?
As soon as the abnormality registers, I feel a bizarre noise that's like something scratching against my whole body. Was that some kind of an attack? It didn't seem to have any effect on me, but the girl standing beside me underwent quite a change.
Who do you think you are, It's no use trying to talk your way out of it. There's nothing to discuss. You don't even try to understand anyone anyway. If you want to wall yourself off from everyone, I'll be happy to end your lonely life here.
The girl's face distorts with hatred as she spits her words at me. It's a far cry from her earlier demeanor. It's as if she's a completely different person. And that's not all. Understandably, she seemed not to know me before, but now she speaks as if she does. What is this? Could it be the effect of the noise I sensed?
You won't be so smug for long. Come, Konohana Sakuya!
A persona?
The girl spreads the fan in her hand, and with a flash of light, a persona manifests. How careless of me. I should have accounted for this possibility as soon as I saw her here in this world.
We won't be settling this peacefully, I see. In which case...
I ready my evoker and concentrate.
To me, Artemisia.
Power rises from within me, and the sensation in my limbs tells me that my persona has emerged. But my hand holding the evoker is still at my side. My persona, did it just appear without the use of my evoker to trigger it? Did I summon it only by thinking? Theoretically, one doesn't need an evoker to summon one's persona. I didn't have one the day my persona first manifested, and I've done without one several other times as well. But never before have I summoned it so easily, without any special concentration. It's as if my consciousness is reaching far beyond the boundaries of my body. By way of analogy, it feels like being able to control the wind with my fingertips. Could it be because this world is special? This girl's voice brings me back to the situation at hand. Which reminds me, the girl doesn't seem to use any special implements to summon either.
Persona user. Fine. I still won't lose.
Sorry, but I won't be defeated either.
Alright, first fight time. Here we go. Time to fight Yukiko.
Finally. Fight!
Alright. Yeah, Mitsuru has some decent reach too with her saber.
I'm coming for you.
Sorry, Yukiko.
They overwhelmed the opponent in the end.
Perfect. Alright. None of the shadow operatives or Naoto have any joke endings either, I believe.
An irregularity has occurred. Multiple intruders detected. Emergency. Intruders are persona users. Due to difficulties in elimination, they will be acknowledged as valid targets.
He obviously refers to myself and the others. Does he mean that he's going to adjust his tactics for dealing with us to our various strengths? The way he said that seems like a bad omen.
Valid targets.
I understand that we're considered to be intruders, but what did he mean by that? It seems we're a part of the tournament now, but what was the enemy's original plan? The monitor's screen fuzzes again, once more. Once more it shows the costumed person as he originally appeared.
Geez, you need to let me know if you want to get in on the fun! But this is a unique situation, and you're one hot mama, so I'll make an exception!
Oh,
Just
good lord,
keep
Teddy.
putting on a good show in your next bout, too!
Who are you? Why don't you take off that strange costume and show your face?
Hey now, I don't think a lady walking around in a cat suit like yours can talk to me about my bear suit! Enough with the questions!
Oh,
Move on!
Again? Yet another person hung up on my outfit? It's unlike me to let the enemy's words get under my skin. The monitor switches off with those cheeky
Is
words.
that costume thing the one who stole Labrys? If so, then what's the purpose of this bizarre tournament? Fine. I'll get a read on your location.
I quickly link my communicator and persona. Some personas are more suited to operational support than direct combat. In my case, though, that power is secondary. We normally have a persona user who specializes in that role, but with some specialized equipment, I can get by. I focus my consciousness and send it drifting throughout the surrounding area. The enemy must think he's keeping an eye on us, but he'll learn soon enough that he's not the only one with a bird's eye view of the situation. Before the layout of this place becomes clear, an unexpected change occurs around me. The moment I use my power, noise runs through the students that had been spectating. In an instant, they turn into something like silhouettes that barely have human shapes. It seems that their true colors have been exposed. Are they not human?
What? Were they shadows? If they were, I don't sense any hostility from them. Were they just set dressing that thing in the costume prepared?
Apparently, this disturbance isn't so serious that the large crowd that cheering implied was made up of. Apparently, the disturbance isn't so serious that the large crowd that cheering implied was made up entirely of people who entered the TV. That seems like some typos. That was some weird sentence structure. Which leaves it a mystery. But it may be best to consider it a blessing.
In any case, it appears that apart from this girl here, none of those students were real.
The girl who had collapsed on the floor is coming around. I release my persona and rush over to help her up. I wasn't fighting to my fullest, so she shouldn't be suffering from any real wounds. There are many mysteries surrounding this girl. What, fighting to your fullest? Coming from the woman who received no damage at all while fighting somebody with powers she's weak to.
Right?
She seems to be more than just an associate of one of the the one in the bear costume. The moment the girl sees me, she jumps back like a startled animal. Her speech is flustered, and her face is a bright blushing red. There are tears in her eyes.
How come you knew about that?
About what?
That was private. I never even told anyone at the inn about that. I can't believe someone I've never even met before knew.
The girl covers her reddened face in shame. I try and think back to what I said to her. Did I point out anything that would cause such a reaction? One detail jumps out at me. When the girl's manner of speech shifted before our battle, it wasn't just her personality that abruptly changed. Though we had just met, she talked as if she knew more than she should about my past.
That reminds me. That noise I sensed earlier is gone.
Yet the girl before me now no longer bears any of that senseless animosity from before.
It seems to have been some kind of interference from the enemy. Come to think of it, that bear was egging us on. The interference must have been to ensure two total strangers would fight. General Teddy, was it? He looked comical enough, but he certainly put an elaborate scheme in motion.
No! How could Teddy...
She seems to have finally calmed down, continues muttering with a perplexed expression.
You know the one in costume, I take it?
Oh, I know him very well. He's usually not like this at all.
I take the girl's hand and help her to her feet.
I'm Mitsuru Kirijo. I've come here in search of a unique object. Why don't we start over? If you don't mind, I'd like to hear a little about yourself.
Yes. Oh, my name's Yukiko Amagi. I'm sorry for losing my composure just now.
So, Amagi, why did you come to this world?
Where to start? So many strange things happened over the last year.
At first glance, she looks like an ordinary student, so why is she here inside the TV? Magi briefly summarizes her recent past to me in an even tone of voice. According to her, this world was prominent in a serial unaliving case last year. She and her friends awakened to their personas while investigating the case, and eventually solved it. After the case's conclusion, this world formed by people's thoughts returned to its original state. None of this contradicts what I learned from Detective Kurosawa.
A realm inside a TV, formed by people's thoughts. It sounds absurd, but that would explain the incongruity I sensed when I used my persona.
We thought the case had been solved, but lately there's been another strange program on the air. My friends and I couldn't ignore that, so we came back here.
Your friends? Are there others here besides yourself?
Yes, I was with 3 other people, but we got separated when we entered. The one in costume and the girl who called herself Rosette are friends of ours too. But they're acting so strangely.
So this is not the way they generally behave then?
I could tell from Amagi's reactions that normally she trusts those two implicitly. Considering what the enemy did to her earlier, could they be under its control as well? Either way, it sheds no light on the theft of Labras. How are they related? Or is this incident only a coincidence?
There's one more thing I'm curious about. Have you ever heard the name Labras?
Labras? No, I don't think I've ever heard of that before. What is it?
It's the thing I'm searching for. What makes it problematic is that I know nothing of its appearance. Honestly, I'm not sure it has anything to do with this disturbance, though I can't write it off completely as irrelevant.
Though it appears that there is no connection, whoever went so far as to hijack a plane to steal Labras brought her all the way here. No matter how I look at it, that means something.
Anyway, thank you for your cooperation. I understand the situation better now. We should stay together going forward.
Can't.
Whoa! Think again, ladies!
General Teddy suddenly appears on the screen to interrupt our conversation.
Only the winner of each bout can go on. That's rule number 1 in the Grand Prix.
How exactly can that rule be enforced? As if to answer my unspoken question, Amagi makes an odd gesture.
Huh? There's nothing here, but I can feel something. A wall, maybe? Wait, but Mitsuru-san could...
Amagi looks at me expectantly. I take a tentative step and walk through the place where she claims there's a wall.
Like I said, you're stuck there until the tournament's over. Only winners get to go. Come on, miss. You won. So it's time to barrel forward to the next stage.
I must leave the girl alone in this strange world then. Though I'm uneasy about doing so, Amagi seems to read my thoughts and smiles.
Thank you, but I'll be all right. I fought shadows for an entire year too. I can protect myself.
I see. In that case, I'll press on and do my best to rescue your friends.
If you see them, please tell them I'm all right and they shouldn't worry about me. You be careful too, Mitsuru-san.
Amagi smiles resolutely. She's a very strong girl.
I'll pass that along.
I nod, acknowledging her wish, and turn back to walk away.
Not only do they tamper with our minds, they prevent us from leaving until the tournament is settled. It may not necessarily ruin friendships, but there's no way forward than to fight one another. What a loathsome trick. It seems the mastermind is intent on us fighting each other.
I grit my teeth in anger. Amagi's clear eyes remain in my heart. This operation, it's no longer just to retrieve Labrys. I make a silent vow as I go. Everyone who's been dragged into this must be rescued.
Another dead end.
As I step into the school, I realize that these invisible walls are everywhere, blocking off routes that seem open to the naked eye. Why is the thief who stole Labrys gathering Persona users in this world? Not having a clear idea of their motives is aggravating my anxiety. Agus and Akihiko have been dragged into this Grand Prix as well. If so, we need to compare notes. If all goes well, we may figure out the location of the mastermind behind this that I failed to grasp earlier. After quickly confirming that there are no shadows nearby, I link my communicator with my persona. I focus my consciousness and send it drifting throughout the surrounding area.
Hurts. So lonely.
What was that?
The presence is faint, and I can't tell where it is, yet I can definitely hear a voice. It seems I could sense it because of my secondary support capabilities. When I focus harder, it doesn't seem that they're trying to communicate with me. It's more like the words and the intense emotions behind them are seeping out of the room itself, perhaps even from all around me. Eventually, the voice becomes clearer.
I'm scared. And alone. It hurts. Why? Why won't anyone listen?
Oh.
I don't recognize the voice. Perhaps one of Amagi's friends.
I didn't ask to be born a machine. How come no one understands? What's the difference between normal people's hearts and mine?
A machine? Is that Labrys?
I stand up and try calling to her.
Labrys! Are you nearby? Answer me!
But there's no answer. It seems that it's not because the voice's owner is nearby that I can hear her. It is subtly different from hearing voices with one's own ears. It's true. I focus my senses once again, but I still can't tell exactly where it's coming from. Not yet having a thorough command of the layout here makes it harder to pinpoint. Sorry. I think my sinuses are really starting to kick up.
Oh no.
Eventually, the voice fades. Only silence remains.
Going by what she said, that had to have been Labrys. Sounds as if her heart has developed further than we thought.
Even Iga's latest model required a lot of time and experience to develop the heart she has. So then why does Labrys, who's been sealed from her development up until now, have such an advanced heart?
I didn't ask to be born a machine. It pains me to hear that.
The anti-shadow suppression weapons. Both Aegis and Labrys were created as insurance for dangerous shadow experimentations, in case the subjects could go berserk. The only thing that could stand up against a shadow is the persona, and being able to control one is an absolute necessity when dealing with shadows. Thus they were given hearts in order to be able to induce their ability to use personas. But a weapon that has a heart contradicts itself. It was natural for Aegis to face that contradiction, and it caused her serious anguish in the past.
We can't allow victims like her to be tormented by sins of the past, whether they're human or not.
Newly resolved, I press on. Getting a little bit of a glimpse of what Labrys had to go through. I continue through the school, still unable to contact Aigis or Akihiko. The invisible walls seem to be leading me towards a gym. Compared to the one back at Gekukan High, this one is rather modest. The chairs The chairs stacked to unusual heights, and the monitors everywhere gave it an eerie air. The monitor is switching on again. But this time it's not showing General Teddy. How strange. This appears to be a commercial for a fighting event.
What in the...
A concession of young men and women are introduced as participants. One of them I recognize as Amagi.
They're wearing the same uniforms as Amagi. I assume these are the friends she spoke of.
All of them are introduced with All of them are introduced with horrible epithets, but the Amagi I met in person was a completely different, sophisticated girl. I suppose the enemy made up all the taglines. There's a hint of truth behind them. Just as Amagi's introduction ends, the video suddenly turns off, and General Teddy's face appears on screen.
I had to completely rejigger the bracket to accommodate 3 new contestants. Sheesh.
3 new contestants. Myself, Akihiko, and Aigis?
On the other paw, a tournament's more exciting with more people in it. But getting back on track, allow me to introduce your next opponent.
When I enter, someone who had already been there turns around. His face was on the video a moment ago.
Huh? There's people besides us here?
You're...
Holy crap,
Ow.
she's smoking hot. The thing she's wearing doesn't hurt either.
You were in that video just now.
okay?
What was it they called you? Captain Ressentiment?
How come you remember that stupid title and not my real name? Figures at me to knock out like this, and she already knows about that. God, I wish I was dead.
Apparently, the epithets from the video hit a sore point with the people featured. The nickname left more of an impression than his real name, so it just slipped out. At that moment, General Teddy appears again on one of the larger monitors inside the gym.
How do you like your opponent?
Why are you making us fight? What benefit do you derive from this nonsense?
So many questions. I just want you all to suffer. Isn't that exciting? Isn't that fun?
Not
That's
really.
what this is about? No. If Labrys is involved, there's more to it, isn't there?
Enough jibba jabba. Hurry and start the fight. Look at your opponent. He's ready, see?
The general smirks. The general smirk strikes me as incongruous. Stop using such big words, Mr. Please! It's the same as that time with Amagi. As I glare at the monitor, thinking that more interference is at work here, I hear unexpectedly bitter words.
Yeah, Teddy's right. I mean, you're the one who barged in here. Man, who'd come to such a dangerous place without hesitating? You really are an ice queen. I bet you don't have many friends, huh?
Oh,
It's It's happening again. The moment that noise kicks in, not only does my opponent's personality change, they begin speaking of things they shouldn't know about. It's exactly like what happened with Amagi.
You talk as if you know me.
Stop acting so calm and changing the subject. You seem like you don't know much about this world, so how do you plan to get out? Don't tell me you rushed in here with no escape plan. Oh man, seriously? You're nuts. People like you who obsess over responsibility and put all the burden on yourselves, you annoy the hell out of me.
It doesn't matter how others perceive me.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Isn't that because you don't trust anyone?
We clearly can't have a normal conversation with the enemy's interference. But even knowing that, I catch myself trying to argue the point. The heavy responsibility I suffer is mine alone. No, it's not! You have your friends! Lean on them! If I share it with someone, that means that suffering will also be shared. Yeah, it'll also be halved! It'll be easier! And your suffering makes them suffer! That is why I try to be self-sufficient. The more I care about someone, the less I'm willing to rely on them. But isn't that no better than not believing in them? I've been caught in that trap before. Maybe I still haven't truly escaped it. But how could he guess about my private distress One that I've barely confided to others
I
before.
was supposedly an unexpected intruder. What's going on?
What are you mumbling about? Well, let me ease your mind. I'll end everything for you. Let's do this, Jiraiya!
Go Yosuke-senpai! Beat up that shady lady! Let the fight begin!
I can see there'll be no talking sense with him like this. There's nothing for it then. Artemisia!
Alright, Yosuke's up.
He's in for a good beating.
Yep. The impervious queen of executions versus Captain Ressentiment.
AKA the king of Prince of Disappointment.
Yeah.
And the king again.
Poor Yosuke. Nope. Sorry, Yosuke, but you can't block this.
Just getting I submit to you, my beautiful queen.
Oh gosh. Did you hear what he said? I submit to you, my beautiful queen.
Yeah, that's what he said, but I wasn't gonna interrupt him. Like, Yosuke.
Aw, you're so useless, Yosuke-senpai! Unfortunately, the party crasher wins.
The girl in the PA system is rather casual with her insults. Soon after, General Teddy appears on the monitor.
You're so strong, miss. I can barely believe how gorgeous and powerful you are.
It seems they're not provoking us only to have us fight one another. And their method, is it more like an illusion they're casting over
Not
us,
the real Teddy.
rather than some sort of mind
I know.
control?
Yeah, it's just an act to make everyone, pretending to be Teddy.
Still trying to figure everything out? Switch your brain off and enjoy the Grand Prix already!
Sorry, but I'm not some savage who enjoys the suffering of others. And don't call me Miss. My name is Mitsuru Kirijo.
Kirijo?
You've toyed with us, and I don't take that lightly. I'll make you pay for what you've done. You better be prepared for that.
Kirijo.
But he did not like that.
Nope.
Or rather, she. The moment he hears my voice, the face on that bear costume distorts into the mask of hate.
You're the one who should be prepared! I'll never let you stop me!
The broadcast ends after he flings those words at
I
me.
mentioned my name on purpose. He reacted as strongly to the name Kirijo as I thought he would.
I still don't know anything for certain, but I'm increasingly sure that General Teddy is related to the circumstances surrounding Labras.
At first, I thought I'd stumbled into an irrelevant side incident, but evidently not. We were meant to come here.
Just then, the young man behind me slowly gets to his feet.
Ow!
Ah, you're awake.
It seems now that the battle is settled. The interference causing us both to seem odd has vanished. Welcome back, Ghost. Hanamura cringes away, frightened. I can't help but shrug.
My. Amagi reacted the same way. Were the things that the illusory me said that harsh?
Oh, you bet. Wait, what? Illusory? And did you just say Amagi? You meant Yukiko?
Yes, before I came here. I was forced to fight her, quite against my will.
I explained the situation to him. I also add that she shared information with me about on last year's case. That should help prove that I did encounter Amagi. Just on the off chance, I asked Hanamura about Labras, but he seems to not even know that name. Once we finish speaking, he stands up and places his hand in the air, as if touching something there.
Only the winner can move on, huh? I'm the only one who can feel this invisible wall thing, so I guess it's true.
I'm glad you understand. I was worried you'd doubt me since I'm a complete stranger.
Well, you didn't seem like someone who'd try and trick me. I mean, what's the point? I've lost now, so I can't go anywhere.
Indeed. You're very pragmatic.
The young man waves away my compliment.
Nah, after what I went through last year, I just got used to coming smack up against insane stuff in this world. And Yukiko, my friend you met, she believed in you. So I don't mind trusting you too.
I see.
I can't help but smile. I can't help myself from smiling. Their bond seems to be real. I do somewhat envy the way they trust each other without a doubt. That could never have happened unless they had overcome the same trials together.
I'd like your opinion on something. What do you think is the objective of this tournament? That General Teddy said it was all in fun, but I doubt it's anything so simple.
I've been wondering the same thing, but I don't know. But you know, it might not just be Teddy behind it. I met this weird girl earlier.
A weird girl?
She was about my age, and she said she was the student council president. It was like she had no idea that she was inside the TV world. That doesn't seem very likely, does it?
No, I doubt one could be unaware of such things. It's possible that she didn't come here of her own will.
You about to say something, Fishy?
No, I burped.
Oh. You could at least say excuse me.
Oh, I was about to, but you interrupted. Pardon.
This may be a school now, but it doesn't always look like this. When normal people who don't have personas come in here, the world changes to reflect what they're thinking of. It happened every time a victim was dumped into a TV last year. Maybe this time she's the victim. Even if she means well, she still could have a lot to do with the tournament.
Girl,
Judging from the state of affairs, I begin to think that the girl in question is Labras. Since Hanamura doesn't know the details of my mission, it wouldn't occur to him that what I'm searching for is a humanoid weapon with a heart.
what did this girl look like? Did anything about her stand out?
Huh? No, not really. She wore the same uniform as the rest of us.
A uniform?
Considering how Aigis looks, it's possible that Labras' appearance is quite close to human. But what does that mean? But what does it mean that she's completely able to pass as a human? Even Aigis has to wear clothes that cover her entire body in order for her to walk around town. Yet Labras even wears the same uniform as them? Chalk up another unsolved mystery, I suppose. But after talking with Hanamura, it does feel like I'm starting to understand the bigger picture here.
I see. Thank you. I'm getting a clearer picture of what's going on. I'm sorry, but I can't stay and chat. I should be leaving now.
Oh, wait a sec. Can I ask you a favor? Can you look after my other friends too? It sucks, but I can't get to them from here. That Teddy's really not a bad guy either. Sure, he eats my ice cream without asking and stuff, but he's not the type of guy who'd get off on watching people hurt each other. There's gotta be some other explanation.
Don't worry. I was already thinking along similar lines. What we saw was an illusion. It may be that they're faced with the same situation. I'll save everyone who's been dragged into this, including your friends, and this student council president.
Thanks. Just hurry before someone else dies in here.
Oh, his face when he says that.
Yeah.
Hanamura's expression, which had previously been bright, albeit desperate, darkens noticeably. From all I've heard, last year's shadow incident revolved around serial unalivings. It may be that he lost someone as well. To fight desperately, but lacking the power to make a difference, and being forcibly parted from loved ones. I understand that pain all too well.
I must sound pretty lame losing the fight and then making a lot of demands.
Not so. Your concern for your friends in a situation like this. C'est magnifique.
What?
I sensed it when speaking to Amagi too, but you all seem to have very strong wills. I promise to do what I can to help.
That, like, because in the Japanese version, they speak English at random moments like that. They're like, well, this is an English version. We have to replace this with something else.
Let's go French.
Let's go with French. Like, I bet you there was more thought put behind them using French to replace, like, when the characters speak in English in the Japanese version, but still, it's just like random French.
Well, for Mitsuru, French makes sense because, you know, she's all fancy.
She's all fancy. And wait, Mitsuru is not one like full Japanese, right? She's half.
I don't think it's officially stated. All we know is that her
implied. Wasn't it implied that like her mom was from a different country?
No, the only thing that's stated is that her parents had an arranged marriage.
But it would kind of make sense for the background that Mitsuru comes from, for her to be taught multiple languages, and French being among them.
Yeah, especially since she is fair-skinned. Like, just looking at her and Yosuke together, you can see the difference in their skin tones. Mitsuru is much lighter.
And like, it is supposed to be implied that that is her natural hair color.
Yeah.
Which red is not really common. Most Japanese people, if they have red hair, it's because they've dyed their hair.
Yeah, like I think Yosuke's hair is technically dyed, because like I remember at some point someone does refer to him as a boy with dyed hair. I just don't remember which game it was.
I think.
Oh, it was. Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Yep, and of course Kanji's hair is dyed.
Yeah, we actually get to see Kanji. Without dyed hair in a photo later.
Yep, and then for you and Akihiko, there are cases where men can gray as early as 16.
It's just a genetics thing.
Yeah.
And then with like Naoto and Yukiko, it's like their hair is supposed to be black, but to be able to like do the highlights and everything.
Well, Yukiko's hair does look black, but Naoto and Minato both have, and also Fuka too. Though Fuka's hair is quite a bit lighter, a lighter blue, but like yeah, most likely, yeah.
It's like it's supposed to be a shade of black. It's kind of like how they'll use dark purple and like for some characters, but like in universe that they have dark black hair.
Yeah, like
black or something.
Yeah, or like Marinette, her hair is meant to be black, but they color it blue so it stands out more.
They color it blue so you can see like the details in it.
And so that it's also inverted to Adrian's hair color. Because their color schemes are both inverted of each other's. Anyway, the emotions he seems to view as a weakness are actually a strength. I'm sure that with a little more experience, he'll come to realize that. He'll see how difficult it is to hold on to that will, and how valuable it is to have friends he can share it with. Since I'm the one who will be moving on, I'm responsible for the duties he's entrusted to me. As if sensing my determination, Hanamura's expression turns serious and he nods. Leo's leg is in the air.
Oh goodness, Leo.
He stick his leggy out.
Yep. After parting...
He do him a big stretch.
Yeah. After parting with Hanamura, I once again proceed through the school. The invisible walls continue to bar my path. Undoubtedly, the enemy is leading me exactly where he wants me.
Is there no end to this?
The rules of the P1 Grand Prix are powerfully enforced. I tried to see if I could destroy one of these walls, but it doesn't seem as though I can. Maybe if I used all my strength, but in that case, I'd be at a disadvantage in my next fight. Either way, it didn't seem to be worth the trouble. There's actually a reason for the invisible walls. I'm not going to spoil it, but there is actually a reason for the invisible walls besides just, forcing their path and holding people in. But there is actually another reason for it that won't be explained until we see Labrys's route. But when we get to it, you'll start to see, oh, that's why this was like this.
Okay.
Either way, it didn't seem worth the trouble. I strayed from the suggested route on purpose and opened one of the classroom doors. I sense no enemies here. It doesn't look like I'll run into my next opponent here either. It should be safe here. Once again, I link my communicator with my persona. This time, unlike before, my senses cleanly and smoothly spread outward. I sense two familiar reactions.
Akihiko and Aigis. They both seem to be okay.
First, I focus my senses to contact with Aigis, who's closer by.
Can you hear me, Aigis?
Mitsuru-san, I am relieved to finally hear from you. Is Akihiko-san with you?
No, we were separated, but I've confirmed his safety. I'm sure he won't be defeated that easily.
Nope. Aigis laughs upon hearing my words.
Let's exchange information while we can.
I give her a simple outline of the current situation. I mention the students that were drawn here. My suspicion that this Grand Prix mastermind is almost certainly related to Labrys. And what I've heard of a girl whom I am assuming to be Labrys.
I saw that girl a moment ago, though I lost sight of her when the invisible walls blocked my path.
I've been told she looks more human than you. Is that possible?
Not only that, she was almost indistinguishable from a normal person. I couldn't believe it either. Yet I definitely sensed a personality module. I don't believe there's any mistake that she is Labrys.
I see.
There's no doubt that General Teddy has strong ties to Labrys and the Kirijo group. But this girl, whom we believe to be Labrys, is apparently walking around unconstrained. If he can set up this many walls, it should be easy for him to capture her, too.
Don't worry about meeting up for now. Under the present conditions, we'd only end up fighting amongst ourselves.
Understood.
I don't know how Labrys ties into this situation yet, but be careful. Hello? I lost her.
Aigis' voice trails off as my connection to her dies out. Oh, sorry, give me just a second.
You know, Labrys's weapon makes a lot of sense if you look up what a Labrys is. Apparently, a Labrys is an ancient Greek double-headed axe.
That's scary.
Sorry, groceries are being picked up and Rena's asleep, so I have to answer it.
Fine.
Okie excuse me.
Nurse gets fishy.
Aigis' voice trails off as my connection to her dies out again. I wonder if the enemy noticed our conversation and took preventative measures. Though the voice I'm hearing now definitely isn't General Teddy's.
Ain't there some other way? If there was, then...
That's the same voice from before. Labrys, is that you?
It's happening again. The voice reaches me through my persona's ability, but I have the strangest sensation about it. I get the impression that the voice is seeping out of this place itself.
Why are you laughing? What about this is funny?
Who is she addressing? reminds me. Hanamura said that the environments here are formed by the thoughts of those who enter this world. Could these be Labrys's innermost thoughts? Is that why everything about this place radiates her feelings?
What do you think we are?
For a moment, I experienced not just a voice, but a powerful wave of emotions. They bombard me through my persona senses. A strong sadness, confusion, despair. I can't help but fall to my knees, though nothing is assaulting me directly. How can I describe this weight? One possible explanation crosses my mind.
She's not addressing anyone. These are her memories. I see. So that's what's going on.
I think back to what General Teddy said, that making people suffer is fun. I dismissed it as a barbaric desire, not worth thinking about too deeply. But in truth, what kind of horrors would someone have to go through to emerge with such a stunted perspective?
I'm finally beginning to see the relationship between this tournament and Labrys.
In any case, I must proceed on to learn anything. I redouble my resolve and begin walking again. Monitor suddenly turns on, showing a smirking General Teddy.
What are you getting so sentimental for? The Grand Prix not over yet!
Then you intend to continue this meaningless farce.
I'll decide what's meaningless or not! Bring out the next challenger!
As soon as the General Teddy shouts, smoke gushes out, obscuring my view. It seems he isn't willing to listen to reason at all. Not that I expected otherwise. Who will I be forced to fight this time? I strain my eyes to see through the smoke. It looks like it's...
You.
Hi, Naoto!
Hi, Naoto.
I remember that face. Naoto Shirogane. He was present as a police observer when Labrys was being transported to Yakushima. It was thanks to his quick thinking that we discovered Labrys had been taken to Inaba. If our trip hadn't been disrupted by the hijacking, he might still be with us in Yakushima. But why is he here?
This is a problem. I didn't think we'd run into each other so soon. Is this another illusion? No. I can see that it isn't. Why are you here? I'll answer that question later. It would be best to say as little as possible for now.
With that, the young man lifts a finger to his lips in a gesture to remain silent. Also, not Mitsuru assuming Naoto's gender.
I was supposed to say, like, Mitsuru? Naoto's a girl.
Yeah, yeah, but everyone mistakes Naoto for a boy when they first meet her.
True.
I mean, Shinji in Persona Q didn't. He was able to tell right away. It's like, what, you can? It's like, what, you're a girl? Talk about, you can tell just by looking at her.
Shinji is a smart boy, too.
Yes. Directly afterwards, that staticky sensation runs through my body. It's then that I understand what he meant. Once again, this noise will prevent us from understanding each other properly. He's probably also noticed the effect at work. Nothing we say right now could be called conversing. If we both understand that, neither of us need take what the other says personally. That's why that's why he called for temporary silence. It's an amazing assessment, given the brief time in which he had to make it. Before long, as expected, the young man before me undergoes a complete attitude reversal.
Seriously, such impatience handling the grunt work yourself like this. Isn't micromanaging like this the style of an incompetent leader? One who can't see the bigger picture?
This isn't how he truly feels. I say nothing.
The silent treatment, huh? That's fine. I understand perfectly. You don't believe in people. Not a single one. You have friends and allies, but believing in them is a different thing. I suspect you'll never break down that wall.
Shall I say it for you? You're actually scared too. The notion of growing attached to something and losing it scares you so much that you'll share nothing truly important to you. Even if you want to believe in your friends, you can't.
That's not true.
I mean, she did lose Minato. She cared about him.
True.
After the words slipped from my mouth, I realized that the argument is futile.
Of course it is. Why not simply admit it? In truth, you have your hands full just expiating your family's sins. You don't need the added burden of others placing their lives in your hands. Isn't that how you really feel?
No.
The young man smirks, as if ridiculing my inability to stop myself from responding to his allegations, despite knowing the futility of doing so. But the smirk only helps me to regain my composure. The real Shirogane would never make that face. This is only an illusion.
There's no use continuing this. Not until I eliminate this irritating mirage.
You don't know why you feel so tired when it's early still? That's understandable. Plus, you had a pretty exhausting day yesterday, so it's understandable that you'd still be tired today. Because emotional fatigue is still fatigue, and can still take a toll on you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Neilman.
Finally.
You come back for another catnap? Sorry, Naoto, but I can't let you mute my persona.
Okay. Okay.
I'm coming for you.
Alright. Yeah, that's understandable, Ghost. No! Dang it! Now I'm muted!
I'm sorry.
Alright, there we go.
Alright, it's over. Time to leave.
We got her. I turned towards the monitor on the assumption that General Teddy will appear to mock us. But for some reason, this time he doesn't. I'm not sure why, but it at least allows us time to talk things over. To calmly talk things over. I look towards the young man once again.
Am I getting through to you now?
Yes. The same goes for me, I presume. It seems we were spellbound until the fight began, as we both suspected. They disrupted our communications to drive a wedge between us and make us fight. Though it's a mystery to me as to where it draws such personal slights for the illusions before us.
I agree.
He seems to bear no animosity and is willing to discuss things, but to be honest, I'm not sure where we stand. Why is he here? I can think of several possible explanations, but if he secretly followed us in, his canniness may prove dangerous. He gives a sudden wry smile, as if sensing my reluctance and trying to assuage it.
There's no need to be cagey. I don't intend to dodge whatever questions you have. You were probably wondering 3 things when you saw me here. First, how did I enter this world? Second, what am I doing in Inaba? And third, if I came here looking for you, what are my true intentions?
No wonder you've made a name for yourself as a detective. You're correct on all counts.
The first answer is easy. You know now that I can use a persona, allowing me access to the TV world. As for the second, there's no great mystery why I would come to Inaba. I live here.
You wouldn't happen to be acquainted with Amagi and Hanamura?
You've met my senpai?
Your friends. I gather that you're comrades who fought alongside each other during the serial murder case
Unaliving.
last year. I assume you entered the TV together for the same reason they did, and found yourself dragged into this mess as well.
Whatever doubts I may have about them, it seems they're here because we dragged them into this. I'm not very comfortable with that.
If so, I must apologize to you. No doubt you already know, but the object we seek has been brought to this world. It's most likely the cause of this disturbance. Whoever learned of this world's existence must have thought it would be useful in whatever they're scheming.
You apologizing to me?
Shirogane shrugs with a wry
Are
smile.
you so sure you can trust me? You have no guarantee that I'm telling the truth. And there's still the answer to your third question to consider. I haven't yet told you my true motives.
Fair enough. But if you're friends with Amagi and Hanamura, I feel I can trust you. Their bonds with their friends are real.
Perhaps I lied about that too.
But then why would you bring it up? No, you're no villain. That's what my intuition tells me.
You aren't at all the person I thought you'd be.
I'll take that as a compliment.
His smile suggests that it was meant as one. It makes him look his age, or even younger. I can't help but smile myself at the idea that he's not exactly the hardened detective I'd imagined him to be.
The Teddy who appeared on that monitor is not our friend. He's an imposter.
You have proof of this?
I found the real Teddy. Our enemy can fog both our eyes and ears. It's possible they can make themselves look like someone else.
I see.
But I still don't know why they chose to take on Teddy's appearance.
Upon hearing this, I sigh and close my eyes.
It might be to make you all suffer. If they led you to believe your friend betrayed you, it would make this all the more painful.
There's some truth to that, but it seems too simple a motive to warrant this elaborate of a disturbance.
He's wrong. If the motive is somehow connected to Labrys's memories, what had been incomprehensible becomes completely understandable. My conclusion must have shown through my face, since Shirogane trails off in understanding. At that moment, it came something like a touch. It's a sensation I hadn't felt since entering this world, but I know this feeling. It's the effect of being brushed by a persona's informational support powers.
This feeling. Rise-san! Rise-san, can you hear me?
Naoto-kun? So you ended up here too!
The voice that echoes is much like the voice I heard over the PA system, but it seems quite different. The announcements must have been part of the culprit's trick. The Risei's voice immediately turns quavery.
I'm so glad. Ever since this weird fake Teddy kidnapped me, I've been all alone. The others are fighting each other too.
It's
Poor
all right.
Risei.
Just calm down and tell me where you are.
I think it's the announcement room. It's kind of off though. There are these invisible walls around and I can't get out. The fake Teddy was watching me until a moment ago, so I couldn't use my persona.
She seems to have been under the General's close watch, limiting her chances to use her persona until now. As soon as the General stepped out for a moment, she seized the opportunity to contact Shirogane.
You're in the announcement room now, yes? I'm headed straight there, so stay put.
Huh? Who's that? Why can I hear your voice but not sense you?
She sounds extremely confused. I had temporarily forgotten that my equipment prevents me from being detected by persona abilities to an extent. I prepared it after facing an enemy with similar powers once before. It works by making my presence difficult to detect, unless they know me well enough to recognize my signature. Shirogane senses her confusion as well, and introduces me to her. His introduction is accurate yet concise. I could see he's a first-rate detective.
Mitsuru Kirijo. Wait, Kirijo? Are you that Kirijo?
Yes, that's correct.
The CEO?
Not quite. I am the founding family's...
You hired me for a commercial before. Oh, good. Thank you very much for your patronage.
Risei.
Commercial.
Oh, yes.
Your fangirl's showing.
Risei Kujikawa. I'm a classmate of the others you met, but I'm also kind of a starlet, and, it's hard to explain.
Rise-san, that can wait. There's no knowing when our adversary will return.
Oh, all right.
Kujikawa said that she was captured, but why would they treat her differently?
I suspect it was to block communication. If we could speak freely as we just did, their whole scheme would collapse. Ah, so that's why Teddy and Rise-san were the hosts.
What do you mean?
The real Teddy has a similar power. That's why those two were taken separately. Not only that, but by acting as the two who had disappeared, the enemy thought it could portray them as traitors. Though it appears that Teddy managed to escape on his own somehow.
How come I'm the only one fake Teddy is watching over personally? Sheesh.
You have the most powerful investigative persona. They must have had to take greater pains with you.
I think we're keeping this going too long. We've exchanged what we know already, so I'm gonna shut down the comms link.
Groceries are here.
Guys.
I'll be right back. So I gotta get them in. I'm just gonna make sure that the cold stuff at least is put away. Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I faced Shogani once again.
We are responsible for this case. Rescuing the ones who've been dragged into it is part of our mission. Besides, she's another of your friends, isn't she? All the more reason for me to go save her.
He makes a small gesture as if searching for the right words. After taking some time to make up his mind, he looks at me in the eye once more.
You're quite prepared for this. It would be unfair of me not to tell you everything. Please hear me out. The reason I came here was to...
You're a real straight arrow.
I cut him off
You're
intentionally.
very proud to be a detective, no? I can see it in your eyes. You would never sell out your beloved justice. If you've done nothing to be ashamed of, that makes us even. I haven't been entirely forthright with you either.
Kirijo-san. It seems I still have much to learn.
Despite what I said, I can make an educated guess as to his motives. He's a persona user. That means the police selected as their observer, someone with the potential. If his only task was to watch over the transfer, there'd be no need to send a persona user, leading me to believe that he's been asked to secretly spy on me or my organization. But we have nothing to hide anymore. There are many things that shouldn't be made public, but I'm sure his judgment is sound.
Well then, I will once again entrust my friend's safety and the resolution of this case to you. In honor of the bond we are forming, Mitsuru Kirijo.
I promise that I will not let you down.
I smile back at him and move on without looking back. I know that there is someone up ahead I must atone for. There is no hesitation in my steps. Alright, we're almost there. I reach the third floor. After turning a corner and going on for a while, it finally comes into view. The announcement room. This is where Kuchikawa is supposed to be.
Are you Kirijo-san? Kirijo?
As I open the door, two students greet me. One of them is the voice I heard through my persona, Kuchikawa, I presume. The other is a girl I didn't see on the video.
Hang tight, Miss President. We'll be okay now that help's arrived. Kirijo-san, this girl got dragged into this mess too. We have to help her before that general comes back.
So you're Kuchikawa. Sorry, but I'll need you to step back.
Huh?
I turn to face Miss President.
We meet at last. Astounding. You really do look human. But you're not, are you, Labrys?
The girl jumps at hearing this. Kuchikawa still looks unsure, but I can't drag her into this. I place myself between her and Labrys.
Huh? What do you mean she's not human? Isn't she a victim who got dropped inside the TV?
She is. Labrys being a victim is one way to see it. But if what I've learned thus far is accurate, then the one who set up this Grand Prix is most likely.
Labrys, our records show that you were loaded with special equipment. Undoubtedly a function that affects thoughts and scrambles recognition. That's why we saw and heard illusions whenever we fought. It would also explain General Teddy's appearance, and those who met you believing you to be human.
Special equipment? Labrys? What are you talking about?
Labrys' protestations of ignorance sounds as if she's in denial about something she already knows. It's tragic, hearing the desperation in her voice.
I'm sure the reason why you captured two people with analytical personas wasn't just to keep them from interfering with your designs. I came to a realization when I noticed I was the only one who sensed that noise. An analytical persona's searches clash with your ability. They dispel illusions, so you needed to confine them. You feared that if they caught you off guard and used their persona's ability, this would happen.
With that, I summoned my persona, Artemisia. Just as expected. Oh boy, Leo just locked himself in the bathroom. It shouldn't take long, so I won't put on the BRB screen. I'll be right back.
Oh, yeah.
And he's just sitting there in the door, waiting for me to open it. With that, I summon my persona, Artemisia. Just as expected, noise immediately runs across Labrys' body. It's exactly the sensation I felt before each round of the tournament. Artemisia cancels out the force, scrambling our senses, and the illusion begins to wear off. Little by little, the facade fades away, and her true appearance emerges.
No! What's going on? This can't be.
What was your motive, Labrys? Was it revenge in the end? I can understand why you'd hold a grudge. I caught glimpses of it on my way here.
Yes, Leo locked himself in the bathroom. He does that. For some reason, he likes to shut doors. And then he immediately starts complaining that the door is shut. I don't know what his obsession is with doors.
But your hatred should be centered on the Kirijo group. Why drag innocent students into your vendetta?
Kirijo group? No. I don't want to remember. Never again.
Miss President, Kirijo-san, she seems to be in a lot of pain. I don't know exactly what's going on here, but you can't push her any further.
At that moment, Labrys grabs the equipment on her back that I had mistaken for wings. It suddenly separates and transforms into a giant battle axe that's larger than she is.
Miss President?
Get back! Hurry!
Labrys approaches one step at a time, her axe at the ready. Her steps are halting, but she's moving with battle clearly in mind.
The injunction against harming humans has been removed? I see. No wonder she was sealed away.
Behind me, I hear Koichikawa pleading.
Is there no other choice but to fight?
I won't let you do any more damage, Labrys. It's me you want.
Shut up! Shut up! I didn't like that!
Oh, Labrys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Mitsuru, you really should have listened to Rise. And now Leo's chasing ghosts.
Oh, goodness.
This cat loves chaos. Exactly!
Finally.
So I don't get why Chev doesn't like cats. Like, cats are chaos incarnate!
They're also... I think it's a big problem. People don't understand that they are actually very affectionate in their own way. It's just they show it differently in a dog that is not outward dog.
And they also don't know how to read that affection either.
Cats,
True.
with cats, they like to be in the general, like, vicinity that you're in. They like being near you, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they want, like, cuddles or anything. And unlike a dog, most cats, not all cats, because each cat is going to be different, but most cats, when they show their belly, unlike with most dogs, it's not an invitation to pet them. It's a sign of, I feel safe enough around you
And I can trust you.
that I feel okay showing of, a vulnerable body part around you.
Yep. Welcome back. Are you done chasing ghosts?
Also,
Nope,
I noticed
guess
a
not.
thing where, like,
I...
just like cats will, like, mimic you and do things that you do, like, if they see you on the computer a lot, they want to be, that's why they'll climb on your, like, keyboard. They like it when you engage with the activities they're doing. So, like, say your cat's sitting at a window staring out, looking at, like, birds or something. They like it when you join them and you watch the birds with them.
Labrys remains still. I can hear her mutter denials. She didn't use a persona, but it's possible that her mental instability prevented her from doing so. The cat's chasing you, Ghost. Nah, different Ghost. He might have been a blessing in disguise.
I don't intend to turn a blind eye to the sins committed against you. That is why I must bring you back.
Labrys is the mastermind, not only of this tournament, but maybe of the entire incident from the beginning. What if Labrys was never stolen, but instead escaped? Considering her powers, it is possible that she deluded the ordinary human Now, is it possible that she deluded the ordinary human hijackers? There is no knowing when Labrys regained her consciousness inside her cage. What if she hadn't awakened? What if she hadn't awakened on opening it? What if she was already conscious inside there? She had been sealed for roughly 13 years. More than enough time to formulate a plan.
If that was indeed the case, it'd make more sense for this to be a plan devised by Labrys, rather than an unknown party suddenly stealing her away. I can't imagine how much resentment such a small, artificial body could hold. A tragic mastermind, huh?
Huh? Mastermind? You got it wrong, Kirijo-san! That girl's not...
Kuchikawa calls out from behind me. Just as she does so, I feel an imminent threat rushing toward my back.
What?
I turn around in surprise. It can't be.
Looks like you've saved me some time while I was out running errands.
You're...
General Teddy gives an evil smirk. An extremely powerful version of the noise, far worse than before, is everywhere around us. Kuchikawa squats down while covering both her ears. All I can do is keep from falling to my knees.
What's going on? This is Labrys's interference pattern.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
As thanks for cornering the real one, I'll show you something.
And there it is.
This cutscene that we've seen like twice already now.
Yeah. But it's always so disturbing.
Me.
It's at least not as short as the trailer though. The fight trailer.
True.
And that creepy grin that she gets too.
Mm-hmm.
The noise lifts once the mimicry is dispelled. What it reveals is something I hadn't expected.
Another Labrys?
Her shadow.
To be continued. And now that opens up Labrys' storyline. That's gonna take us a while to get through.
And there's one. That one, I feel like we need to dedicate just one stream to that.
Yes. Very much.
Like the whole stream should just be Labrys's, because Labrys's route is long.
Yes.
It has so much like story to reveal.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're literally learning pretty much everything about Labrys from her creation to present.
Yup.
And her backstory goes hard.
Oh, yes.
It goes hard on the feels. Like, you've gotten hints of it now, but once you actually do Labrys' story, people might be crying.
Oh, yes. Very much so. Especially when you get the context of, what do you think we are? We need to decide, because it's still only 8 o'clock, so we could go for another hour if we decide not to end it here. So we could do Teddy, which does heavily involve Labrys in her Miss President persona.
Mm-hmm.
Or we could do Akihiko and Aigis or Naoto.
Yeah. I feel like
four.
I feel like Aigis or Naoto would be the most important two to do next for the Shadow Operative line. considering the fact that Naoto, for one thing, gives a lot of context with both, you know, what she's been up to, because they keep her role a mystery up until you actually do her storyline. Even in Mitsuru's, who was involved with Naoto. I guess, yeah, I think it actually would be better to do Naoto's storyline before Aigis. Aigis does show up, but she's more like in the background. It's more like, oh, something's going on in the background. I wonder what that could be. Oh, that's just Aigis doing her thing.
Yeah, let's do Naoto.
Alright, let's go to Naoto. We might end up just saving you for last.
What follows are my impressions of the organization called the Shadow Operatives, as well as their leader, Mitsuru Kirijo.
In fact, we could probably do use just all in one go after we complete everyone else, including Labras.
Yeah.
Because once you've gotten through everything else, you can actually complete all the other storylines. My fingers fly across the keyboard. My last case was special. I need to complete my report before I forget any important details. My name is Naoto Shiogane. I am a detective. The Shiogane family has been working as detectives for generations. Though I'm young and still in high school. Oh, I almost forgot. We were so deep in conversation, I forgot to do the shout out. Hello, King Bloodstar, welcome. I'm sorry for not shouting you out earlier. We were just so deep into the thick of it. But welcome.
Oops.
Sorry. Though I'm young and still in high school, I have been given the opportunity to take on several cases and have built up experience as a detective. My work has earned me some trust, as every so often the police will come to me for my assistance. That's where this story begins. A sudden request from the Inaba Police Department. That was about a month ago, early April. Last summer, I had received a request from the prefectural police to come to the town of Inaba. A bizarre series of unalivings was occurring. A body would turn up every morning after a foggy night. In the end, it turned out to be the most difficult case of my career. It's been about 2 weeks since that case was closed. No, from the public's viewpoint, 4 months have passed since the crimes were stopped. The culprit has been arrested and persecuted. Peace is returned, but to return there is a depressing proposition. I'm not unwilling to help the police again, but my involvement with the previous case is not something I'd like to go through again. To be completely honest, that particular case was no simple series of unalivings. During the course of my investigation, I obtained a supernatural power known as my persona, making me more than just a detective. I collaborated with other persona users, became directly involved with the events of the case. Of course, if I was to tell this to the police, it would be treated as nonsense. Worst case scenario, I would be discredited. Having to leave out those details while explaining the events of the case is more than a little nerve-wracking and feels like lying, but there you have it. While on my way to the police department for this new case, I go through a list of possible questions and answers I would need. Something's different today, though. After greeting the receptionist, I'm led to the usual dull meeting room. Or I'm not led to the usual dull meeting room. I'm taken to a reception area on the top floor. A leather-trimmed sofa, a curved wooden table, it's so hard to read that with the blinds in the back. A noviceous riche setting.
Looks like this may take some time.
If this was just going to be paperwork and basic questioning, they wouldn't have brought me to the special room. Is this a new case? I have to wait several minutes before someone comes to speak with me. When the door finally opens, a man wearing a suit, not fitting the uniform of a local worker, walks in.
I'm sorry about the wait.
He hands me his card.
Allow me to introduce myself.
His card has a lengthy title, National Police Agency Security Bureau, Security Planning Division. I was shocked. They are more commonly known as the Public Safety Police. The Security Planning Division is the command center for departments that handle terrorist threats, coup d'etat plots, and foreign affairs. The secret police also belong to this group. Why would a person of this importance come all the way to a rural locale like this? I look him in the eyes. He appears to be measuring me up.
I see you're enough on the ball that you don't need a lengthy introduction. Good.
Without any further talk, the man gets to his point.
Have you heard of the Kirijo group?
I doubt there are many who haven't.
I'll get right to the point. We'd like to hire you to perform a sub rosa investigation on them.
You need a corporation quietly investigated. Why me? I don't see what I can do that your own department cannot.
I would agree if shadows and personas weren't involved.
This time, I'm unable to hide my surprise. But the man continues, either failing to see or purposefully ignoring my reaction.
One summer 12 years ago, there was an explosion at the Kirijo-owned Tatsumi Port Island, killing over 50 people. You would have been very young at the time.
I've reviewed that case. The official explanation was that a gas main leaked during a construction project. Afterwards, though, a bizarre rumor saw quite a bit of circulation.
The mass media noticed that there was a suspiciously large number of researchers amongst the casualties. They floated the theory that the official explanation was a lie, and that the explosion was really caused by some dubious experiment.
They weren't wrong.
No concrete evidence was ever found to support those claims, though. As I recall, the matter was left unsettled. Some may still remember the incident, though I don't think many could recall the finer points.
Those rumors were all true.
His voice becomes firm.
What?
Those researchers under Koetsu Kirijo, the old Kirijo group manager, were working on harnessing the power of shadows. The experiment went awry, and they lost control of the shadows. That's what caused the explosion.
Experiments using shadows. They lost control?
More like it was sabotaged by Yukari's father.
Are you saying the shadows flooded the city? The real world?
I can't speak to that. There was no way of getting hard answers back then. No one took the spooky stories seriously. But that accident got the government and the police's attention, though they didn't launch an investigation until a year or two ago.
This sounds like the origin of Shadow the Hedgehog. I don't follow Sonic, so I wouldn't know what his origin was.
I don't either.
That couldn't be helped. Law can only preside over the world as we know it. Things that can't be explained can't be governed.
Only those in the Kirijo group know exactly what happened and how much of the aftermath was dealt with.
The aftermath?
That word has a bad ring to it. It brings to mind a cover-up of some dark secret.
Their cleanup efforts continued until quite recently. They were using some method known only to them, entirely behind our backs. We think they've been conducting illegal activities in the 10 years since then, while hiding behind their cleanup efforts.
And you wish for me to confirm this?
Not only do you have a relationship with us, you have a persona and extensive experience in the field. We can't think of a better candidate.
And since I'm not directly affiliated with the police, if I were to be caught in a trap, it wouldn't lead back to you.
If that's the way you want to put it.
My reply was meant to be sarcastic, but this conversation is exceptionally draining. I must applaud public safety. They know everything about anybody they choose to investigate. There's no point in trying to bargain with them. He continues explaining indifferently, as if able to sense my resignation.
Last year, in conjunction with the Kirijo group, we established an unofficial department in the force, nicknamed the Shadow Operatives. It's a special unit capable of dealing with shadow-related cases.
This is news to my ears. That's a rather bold move. You went so far as to join forces with the ones you suspect of illicit activities?
That's exactly why we did it. We must keep a leash on them by integrating them into the system.
But the police are far behind information-wise. Officially, you are higher on the chain of command, but less so in practice.
I tried throwing out a theory as I began to get a grasp on what's taking place. The man didn't so much as flinch, but he didn't give me much of an answer either.
You'd need some leverage to keep your hold on them. Thus, this secret investigation. What exactly do you want me to do?
That will depend on your answer.
That's their game plan. I figured as much. An organization as big as the koro-chan group is hiding a secret about shadows. Now, should I take the job or not? As a person with persona abilities, I'm naturally interested in hearing how much is known about the shadows. And this job could potentially give me leverage over the government in the future. While I'm deep in thought, the man continues, as if he can read my mind.
If you think we're hiring you to further our organization, you're mistaken.
I can't help but look at the obvious change in his tone.
Our sources say it's possible that they've been talking students from a Kirijo-owned school into doing their dirty work. They've been pleading ignorance while making ordinary kids clean up whatever messes they've left. And that, we don't forgive. We're supposed to be upholding the law. We can't overlook things like this.
He's surprisingly sincere. He's staring right at me. Unlike up until now, his eyes are strong and bold. He truly doesn't want anyone innocent to suffer. Of course, this could be an act to convince me, but even then, I do agree with that opinion. All that remains is to find out Kirijo's intentions.
All right. In that case, I accept. Though I don't plan on abandoning my school life here. I'll do what I can to help, but only within those limits.
I would never have dictated conditions like this before. But the reason I had come to this town and transferred to Yasugami High School was all for my investigation. But the school life and the dear friends that I've gained have become irreplaceable to me. It may sound childish to demand that I stay with my friends, but if they refuse to budge in that regard, that's that. However...
That's fine with us.
He accepts my condition, almost too easily, and then immediately begins to explain the details of the case.
At the end of this month, the Kirijo group is airlifting some special cargo. Kirijo has asked our help in making sure the cargo is transported safely. We'd like you to accompany them as a police observer.
What do they mean?
A police escort, assurance of no public investigation if any unforeseen situation were to arise, things like that.
Sorry, I didn't mean to I skipped that accidentally. What do they mean, transported safely?
Of course, if anything does happen, we will hold them responsible.
And what is this special cargo?
It's something to do with the shadow research. They've admitted that much, but we don't know the exact details. According to our research, it's most likely something from the old ergonomics research laboratory, classified as risk level 4. In other words, even though it's sealed up tight, it's extremely dangerous.
They even have a risk scale for something like this? It seems that Kirijo's research goes into a variety of different things.
Also,
as I'm thinking, the man slides a photograph to me. It's a beautiful young lady. Her eyes show a strong will, as striking as her blazing red hair. Her hair reminds me of something. I may have seen her picture while going through the documents regarding the Port Island incident. Of course, the girl in those pictures was much younger.
This woman will be on that flight. Her name is Mitsuru Kirijo.
Kirijo.
She's the oldest daughter of the Kirijo family, Koetsu Kirijo's granddaughter. It was he who devised the experiments 12 years ago. You should know that she's also a powerful persona user.
A persona user besides us? I was suspecting something like this, but to hear it out loud is still shocking. So there are persona users other than those of us involved in the case last year. Yeah, there's quite a few. Not even just with the shadow operatives.
We believe she took the lead in gathering students 3 years ago when she was still in high school. We'd like you to first go to her residence and meet with her.
All right.
I'm sure you figured out by now, since she's a high-ranking Kirijo group official and a persona user, but she's a shadow operative. She's member number 1, the general manager, and not because she's a Kirijo, but because she has the abilities to back it up. Can you do this? If she's dirty, then this won't be easy for you.
I already accepted your assignment, so I must simply make the best of it.
I offer my hand. He has the firm grip of someone who's worked in the front lines of the law. A few days later, I received a message informing me that the transport is to be on the 1st of May. It's on a school day, but since I've taken the job, there's nothing I can do about it. In fact, I should be glad that this didn't overlap with the extended holiday. I hadn't heard the details, but I expected to have some important arrangements during Golden Week. Arrangements to reunite with my upperclassman, Yuna Akami, who was the leader of our group during last year's incident. I keep thinking about our reunion. It's only been 2 weeks since he left, but it feels much longer. I suppose that goes to show how much I'm looking forward to it. But I'm going off track. I need to think about my new job, so I hastily pull myself together. Yeah, you want to lay down? May 1st. The cargo is due to be transported from a laboratory near the Korijo mansion. I make my way to the mansion to present myself, and end up accompanying the security detail. The limousine is incredibly long. Apparently, it isn't all that rare for the upper class in other countries to ride in cars this large. It's downright comical in the tiny roads of Japan. This was where I met Mitsuru Kirijo in person.
Nice to meet you. My name is Naoto Shirogane. I'll be acting as an observer today.
I've been told about you. It's nice meeting you as well. I'm Mitsuru Kirijo.
Her beauty is enough to attract anyone's attention. She was so much less imposing than in the picture.
I didn't expect the police's observer to be so young.
Does that bother you?
No. I didn't mean to downplay your abilities. Forgive me.
I look at Kirijo-san's face. She's the only daughter of the founding family. But it's been 2 years since she renounced the practice of the Kirijo group being run by the family. In other words, she's simply the CEO's daughter, not the heir to the company. She must be used to constant stress, being a female leader at such a young age. Getting people to acknowledge her must have been a struggle. I don't need to mince words in dealing with types like her. I decide to cut to the chase.
Tell me, what are the contents of your cargo?
I'm ashamed to have to admit this, but since the original researchers have passed away, we don't know what's in it either. We can't allow the worst-case scenario for such an item to come to pass in the middle of a city. That's why we plan to transfer these items to a distant facility according to their indicated risk level.
A natural decision. Her posture, her actions. If that was all an act, I must commend her for the ability to deal with the unexpected. But personally, my impression is that she's a trustworthy person. Before leaving, I have a chance to see the Kirijo mansion, and I have to say that it's surprisingly simple. It wasn't just exempt luxury, but something rather more rational. I feel that it shows what kind of person she is. At any rate, her intelligence and presence are proof enough of her upbringing. If she was hiding something, it would be hard to figure that out.
Then I'll stay near the cargo along with the police escort. I'll contact you immediately if anything happens.
All right. If anything is unclear to you, feel free to ask me.
Her eyes look straight at me, and I feel as if she could see through everything. I end our conversation shortly after, and quietly wait for us to arrive. Yeah, we'll go ahead and place a bookmark. It's a lot more dialogue to get through. So I think this is a bit less than Mitsuru's. At the very least, there's more happening. The limousine, transport truck, and multiple security cars reached the airport without any incident. The cargo may be dangerous, but according to the records, it was kept safely in storage for the past 10 years. Plus, it is worthless to the average person. Because of this, the people involved in the security don't look tense. Kirijo-san hands her servant a travel bag. It's almost as if she's simply going on vacation.
Yakushima, huh.
plane's destination is to one of the southern islands. I'm sure it'd be fun to go with everyone. I realize what I'm thinking, and laughed, and I have to laugh to myself. A year ago, I never would have considered that it would be fun to spend time with others. But I can't help but think that way now. Soon, they'll begin moving the cargo out of the truck. I clear my mind of daydreams and look back to the truck. They pass through the gate for a large cargo shipment. Leo! Hey, stop being a cat burglar! They pass through the gate for a large cargo shipment. The shipment is in imposing metal cases, but among all the other shipping containers, it doesn't attract much attention from the airport staff. It's not long before the final case is unloaded from the truck. It's obviously different from the rest. It's covered in what seems to be heavy, industrial-grade steel. It's about 1 meter wide and broad, and 2.5 meters tall. It looks like something very special is in there, but even if someone was targeting the shipment, it would be impossible to steal that. 4 men in suits slowly... Yep, that's Labras. 4 men in suits slowly tip the case sideways to place it on the cart. Seeing it on its side reminds me of something. It looks like a coffin. The moment I realize that, a shiver runs down my spine. It doesn't look big enough to have room for a person to lie down in. Could there really be a person inside it? Could it be that this tight security is not to prevent theft, but to keep the cargo from escaping? No, how can I imagine things like this without any proof? I shake my head to clear it of these pointless thoughts. Your instincts are good, Naoto. I'm just shaken because I heard this has something to do with shadows. Eventually, the check-in process is complete, and the announcement to begin boarding echoes through the airport. I relax a little, relieved that nothing has happened to this point. Once the plane takes off, the only thing in our way is the sky. I had put on an earpiece tuned to the police radio to keep up with the current situation. So far, nothing was out of the ordinary. Kirijo-san's group finished checking in and had boarded the plane. The cargo should be loaded soon. After I supervise that, I'll check in and... Just as I think that, an urgent voice jumps onto the band.
Aircraft squawk code has changed to 7500.
7500.
I have trouble mentally shifting gears after the long period of inactivity. I never imagined I would hear that number with my own ears.
7500? A hijacking?
Is the plane I'm investigating being hijacked? That can't be a coincidence. But could this have been set up by the police or the Kirijo group? No, there's no benefit for either of them to get involved with the general public. If that's the case...
Is it the cargo they want?
There really is someone after the cargo. Wait, if they're after the cargo, why hijack the plane? If they're not trying to steal the cargo, could they be after Kirijo-san? No, that doesn't feel right. Hijacking isn't an efficient method to carry out a kidnapping or an unaliving. If they have the time and resolve to pull this off, they would be far better off trying to take over the plane in mid-flight. I can't figure out their objective. Why would they be doing something that attracts so much attention? Attention? This is a very peculiar time to attempt a takeover of the plane. Very peculiar indeed. Hijacking before departure forfeits the biggest benefits of hijacking. But at the same time, all normal airport operations will come to a halt while everyone turns their focus on the plane in question. The airport will naturally stop loading baggage onto the plane while the hijacking goes on. It's the perfect distraction. So they are after the cargo.
If that was the case, the hijacking is only a decoy. But would they really risk their lives hijacking a plane over one piece of cargo?
As I think, I scan the area from my viewpoint up in the boarding area. I sense a van that had been parked near the cargo area suddenly peel out. A suspicious departure at this time? I have a bad feeling about this. But the cargo was just unloaded right in front of my eyes. I didn't see anyone steal it. Hold on. The 4 men in suits with the handcarts. I don't see them. I'd lost track of them in the rush activity after the hijack call. I grind my teeth and enter out the radio call.
This is 002, over. A suspicious vehicle is leaving the scene. Stay in pursuit. It's a large vehicle, about 2 tons. License plate?
That's our Alto.
Yep.
I hear someone confirm with Roger, but there's shouting and confusion going on in the background. I'm unaware if my intentions had been understood. I run across the airport by myself. I need to grab hold of these people's tail, even if only to get a few hairs. Of course, there's no way that I can catch a vehicle on foot, but I have a plan. I run down the escalator and bolt for the passenger pickup area at the arrivals lobby. I looked around outside and there it is, just as I thought. The suspicious vehicle was coming this way. The airport's road layout is a loop. After leaving the departure lobby, cars must take a turn and curve back around the arrival lobby before being able to reach the surface streets. I hide in the crowd and wait for the van to get close. And as it passes by, I throw a small sticky lump at the van. Luckily for me, it strikes and sticks low on the van's side. There's a compact transmitter in there. You'd have to be pretty close to pick up the signal, but it's better than nothing. I take my hat off and wipe my forehead. The pedestrians around me begin to stir. Everyone stops and stares at their smartphones. I didn't need to look. I knew. The first news of the hijacking is hitting the media. I put my hat back on and pull the brim low. I'll have to be careful not to let all the information flying about confuse me. I keep my guard up as I quickly walk back to the departure lobby. Another 45 minutes passes without any more clear information coming through. There's chaos on the radio, and people are in a panic. But after an hour, the confusion suddenly stops, and a shocking report comes in over the radio.
All personnel on scene. The suspects have been apprehended. The hijacking is over. I repeat.
They dealt with it so soon?
Though some passengers were ill, there were no casualties. As far as I know, the hijackers didn't even make any demands. It's hard to think that the police would have negotiated with them. But on the other hand, there's no indication that the special assault team had stormed the plane. Did the group surrender now that their decoy objective was complete?
What's going on here?
Just then, a radio call came in directly for me.
Operator to 002, over. The hijacking has been dealt with, but the transfer must be canceled. The whereabouts of one piece of cargo cannot be confirmed. All indications are that it has been stolen.
Then that vehicle earlier. Are you still in pursuit?
We're tracking it through the end system. Head to the guest room immediately so we can discuss our response.
It looks like my call to report that suspicious van has not been a mistake.
Understood.
So far, the involved parties were gathered in the VIP room. Kirijo-san and the police are talking hurriedly. But because there's a lot of confidential information being discussed, it was only expected that there would be some difficulties in communicating. At any rate, the van on the run can be tracked through the end system. The hijackers were handed over to the airport police, while those of us who knew the truth about the cargo were removed to one of her buildings.
That was a very tidy operation. I had thought it would take at least half a day.
To put it delicately, we had someone with special abilities handling this.
That would be Igus.
Then again, though we prevented any harm from coming to the hostages, we lost the cargo.
Nothing for it, I suppose. Who would have expected an entire hijacking to cover up the theft of some cargo? I must apologize to you as well. I was the closest at hand when it happened.
No, you did more than enough. It's thanks to your sharp eyes that we're able to track the suspicious vehicle now. I'm impressed that you realized in all the chaos that the cargo was the true target. You even spotted their getaway truck.
Thank you. Our next step should be to interrogate the suspects in custody and...
Sadly, it won't be that simple. I haven't heard much yet, but it seems they're having unexpected difficulties with the interrogation. It will take some time.
If they were prepared to risk their lives for this operation, I suppose they won't break so easily.
We made an error in judgment. We were too focused on preventing the item itself from doing any damage.
But since they targeted something so unusual, that should narrow down the suspect pool.
I can't deny it's possible that someone connected to the Kirijo group is behind this. Thank you for your assistance, Shirogane. I'm sorry to have involved you in this mess, but the professionals will take it from here.
Professionals. In other words, she plans to investigate this herself as a shadow operative.
Does that mean my work here is done?
I'm afraid so. We do value your cooperation.
This is a bit of a pickle. The Kirijo group and the police want to keep this under wraps. That is, they cannot open a public investigation. On top of that, the shadow operatives are, technically, an organization working for the police. Technically, there's no room for freelancers here. Therefore, by my reasoning, there's no need for me to be involved in this investigation any further. Refusing to back down, however, would only draw attention. With no other choice, I decided to take my leave. It must have been chaos at the office, despite the unusual events. The man who hired me has not yet gotten in touch with me. I entertained the thought of returning home to Inaba, but luckily enough, I brought enough luggage for a short trip out of town. I decided to stay the night at the business hotel near the airport, and wait a while for my client to contact me. Time passes. At 9 o'clock, I finally receive a phone call from the man.
Things have taken an unexpected turn. This case is under the jurisdiction of the shadow operatives now.
That will make it very difficult to continue my secret investigation.
But right now, you're the only one we have who's gotten that close. We heard you earned Kirijo's trust after the hijacking. We'd like you to keep up your investigation. We're currently making arrangements for you to pick it up again in a natural way.
What are you gonna have me do? I will not act as a spy.
I'll be in touch later.
He hangs up without waiting for my reply. I sigh. I feel a weight in my heart. This has a high possibility of turning into a private investigation from the shadows. Pretty much a polite way of saying corporate espionage. If I'm to take on this job, I need to have some sort of plan. At any rate, I cannot plan my movements without knowing how the situation is progressing. It would be far better to prepare for tomorrow, instead of getting worked up without worry. I read the newspaper and watch some of the TV coverage of today's events, then go to bed early. A day passes, and even by the night of May 2nd, the man has not contacted me again. It seems the police are having trouble zeroing in on the suspicious vehicle. Considering the skill with which the crime was pulled off, I wouldn't be surprised if that van was down somewhere, and the cargo loaded into another vehicle. Going through all the possibilities is just a way to kill time. But that was the only thing I had to do. Nothing happened until the sky began to darken as the sun went down. My phone finally rang. But surprisingly, the name on the screen brought a smile to my face.
Yes, Shirogane speaking.
Hi, Nato-kun? Oh, I'm not interrupting your work, am I?
No, it's quite alright.
I'm sorry to call so late. I wanted to at least give it one more shot about tomorrow.
That's right. So much has been happening that I completely forgot that the school holidays start tomorrow. And of course, we're supposed to have our reunion with you, Senpai, when he visits from the city tomorrow. I was supposed to be able to meet up with them. I didn't imagine I'd be stuck here for 3 days thanks to the attempted hijacking at the airport. But since I've undertaken the job, I have obligations that I can't just abandon. I'm starting to actually feel some anger towards whoever the culprits are.
I'm sorry, but it seems I still won't be able to make it. I'm actually not in Inaba at the moment, to be honest.
Oh, yeah, you mentioned that. Oh, then I guess you can't check even if it rains.
Even if it rains?
Oh, nothing. Just talking to myself. It's okay,
What was that?
Naoto-kun. I know there are people who'd be in trouble without you. You need to stay there and help them out.
Yes, well,
Help them out, huh? It irritates me to know that what I'm going to do is pretty much spy
it
work.
really is a shame. Give my regards to Senpai and the others, won't you?
Did the audio suddenly get weird? Like, does anything sound fuzzy to you guys?
No.
That's weird.
Will do. Good luck with the job.
I hang up the phone. Seeing my dear senpai again. I feel that's much more important than a job.
It's weird for me.
You hear it too?
Yeah.
It's really weird. I feel that's much more important than a job with an uncertain outcome. And I feel a little sad that I'm going to miss it. Maybe I should just turn the case down and make a surprise visit
I
tomorrow.
wonder if any train would make it in time.
But it looks like the case is not about to leave me. Yeah, desktop OBS is also saying that there's some fuzz with the desktop audio. That's really weird. Give me a sec. Yeah, I still heard it when it was coming through my speakers. That's really weird. At least I know it's not my headset that's causing that. Did someone have a fan going or something? I think that's probably it. It sounds like a fan. It looks like the case is not about to leave me. It's not about to let me leave. Just after my talk with Chie-san, I was preparing for bed. Alright, oh, that was stopped. The public safety official called me again.
It seems we may be back on for the secret investigation. Mitsuru Kirijo just requested our cooperation. We agreed. A detective by the name of Kurosawa will be heading out tomorrow. We want you to accompany him to the rendezvous point.
When I was asked about this Kurosawa fellow, I received an unanticipated answer. Apparently, he had helped Kirijo-san's activities on his own while he was a constable, even though his superiors didn't understand what Kirijo was up to. He followed his own instincts and helped her to protect his town. Normally, he would be punished for this, but the situation took a 180-degree turn thanks to the establishment of the shadow operatives. His knowledge has been invaluable, and rather than being disciplined, he has been promoted to plainclothes detective.
Kurosawa is willing to leak you whatever info he learns about the Kirijo group through his cooperation with them.
I'm surprised he agreed to that. Hasn't he assisted Kirijo-san and her group in the past?
I'm afraid that's something you'll have to ask him about, although he seems to have his own agenda.
I confirmed several other details before ending the call. Detective Kurosawa. If he's working with the Kirijo group, it could be something of a problem. But if they have information to leak, that must mean they must have located the vehicle in question. Still, considering how long it took them to find it, I may be in for a long trip. Where am I going to be sent now? I shrugged to myself. Little does she know, she's being sent home!
Yep.
The next day, May 3rd, I meet with Detective Kurosawa. I expected someone who looked shadier. The man appeared hardworking and honest.
I'm Kurosawa.
I'm Naoto Shiragane. Thank you for your assistance.
I've heard rumors about you, Ace Detective. Let's get going.
We make our greeting brief, and I get into Detective Kurosawa's car. A private investigation in a location that I have no prior knowledge or experience of. This was a depressing job in the first place, and the addition of more and more unknown variables is only going to make me more displeased with it.
You seem pretty listless.
Oh no, I'm fine. Where are we headed, by the way?
The place where they found the getaway car from the hijacking. A town called Inaba. It's a small place with an odd history. They just had a bizarre serial murder case there last year.
Inaba?
I can't stop the surprise from showing in my voice.
That's your hometown, right? Isn't that why they're sending you?
I'm at a loss for words, Detective Kurosawa continues instead of waiting for me to reply.
The request I got from the shadow operatives was to assist in gathering information about those murders.
Unaliving.
They want me to meet with a supervising detective of that case and ask him for the full story. Not only are they part of public safety, they're an unofficial unit. They can't come to the district police for information.
Why him? Is his case related to the robbery in some way?
Public safety is sharper than you might think. They do basic reviews on all cases to see if shadows were involved. Inaba is on their watch list now. And with that cargo being brought there, they naturally suspect a connection between the cases.
If there is a connection, then it might be related to our case. I begin to have ominous thoughts, and my expression darkens. But Detective Kurosawa doesn't probe into that topic. Perhaps he's the type of person who doesn't judge people based on evidence, but gets a feel for them through conversation and actions. How am I reflected in his eyes? I can't help but wonder. Detective Kurosawa goes inside the Inaba police station while I wait in the car near the junkyard. The familiar sights of Inaba seem strange somehow. The detective in charge of this case must be none other than Dojima-san. Detective Ryotaro Dojima. Of course, I am familiar with him. And not just as a fellow peace officer. Dojima-san acted as Yu Senpai's guardian while he stayed in Inaba. I feel like I'm betraying him as well, and can't stop myself from sighing again. Soon enough, Detective Kurosawa steps out of the station. I thought he was coming back. But halfway to the car, he turns and walks into the junkyard. I wonder what he's doing. I stick my head out of the window and try to track him. There's another car parked behind the pile of junk. That distinctive grill style. That's Kirijo-san's limousine. I hurriedly pull my head back into the car. That's right, Detective Kurosawa came here to cooperate with Kirijo-san. But still, to bring me along and park so close to her is... Then again, it's very unnatural to park far from a rendezvous point. Detective Kurosawa made the right decision. I calmed down and slide into the rear seat, keeping my head low. Still, Kirijo-san uses that black limousine while undertaking her shadow operative duties as well? That car sticks out like a sore thumb here in Inaba. Heck, it's distinctive anywhere in Japan. Why would someone as clever as Kirijo-san take that car on a special mission like this? Dang it, Kikuno!
Who?
Mitsuru's maid, she has a way of... she's the one that left that box open.
Oh.
Does she have some profound reasoning behind it? No, Kikuno's just a bit eccentric. Kikuno's just a bit eccentric, that's all. After a while, Detective Kurosawa finally comes back to the car.
Kurosawa-san, may I ask you something? Why are you working with public safety?
You're asking that now? I thought that would be your very first question.
After wiping his dry smile from his face, Detective Kurosawa turns to me with an incredibly serious expression.
You can spy on Mitsuru Kirijo and her shadow operatives to your heart's content and never find anything suspicious. But for that to be understood, at some point or another, everything she does has to be investigated to eliminate those doubts. In which case, it's better someone like you do the investigating than someone official who will never understand. That's all there is to it.
Though he does have his reasons after all.
Thank you for your cooperation.
I'll leave the rest in your hands.
I exit the vehicle and Kurosawa-san takes his car onto the highway and speeds out of sight. He has no doubts whatsoever regarding Kirijo-san's activities. To be honest, I'm inclined to agree with him. But I can't jump to conclusions without any evidence. I use a piece of junk as cover to sneak close to the limousine and watch. Not long after, I see two people exit the vehicle. One of them is Kirijo-san. However, unlike when I saw her at the airport, she's wearing equipment likely suited for combat. The other person looks strange.
Is that the fabled humanoid weapon?
There was information about a humanoid weapon mixed in with all the data I had about the Kirijo group. When I first saw it, I was confused. But that had to be what was standing in front of me. It seems natural, almost lifelike, but there's no denying that it's an artificial construct. It seems that the rumors of an unorthodox anti-shadow unit were true. Another man comes to join them soon. He too was dressed in outlandish attire. He was shirtless and wore a red cloak like a desert nomad. He's the perfect example of someone who ought to be detained for questioning.
That's one way to describe Aki's Naoto.
I compare his face to the list of pictures of people involved with the situation. While his taste in clothing has changed, I believe that this man is Akihiko Sanada. I can't imagine what would possess him to go about dressed like that, but I speculate about their actions. What business do they have here in a junkyard? There's nothing here but a pile of broken household electronics and abandoned televisions. Then it hits me. Detective Kurosawa had told Kirijo-san about last year's incident. And of course, she has prior knowledge of personas and shadows. Then no doubt she's heard of the idea of entering the TV world. After all, it appears many times in the testimony of the killer from last year. Tojima-san may have disregarded it for being too far-fetched, but Detective Kurosawa must have caught on. I take a closer look. There's a mountain of old television sets. Victims of last year's switch to digital broadcasts.
They're not planning to enter a TV from here, are they?
Even as I say that, the mechanical girl already has her hand sticking into a TV screen. It's exactly as I thought. The mere fact that they are testing what they heard so recently cannot bode well. Uncertainty crosses my mind. The three of them are clearly preparing to enter the television. Should I blow my cover and warn them about what they're doing? If they enter, they may not be able to leave. But the other world should no longer be dangerous anymore. And I hear from Yosuke Senpai that he's asked Teddy to leave the exit TV out, just in case. If they're Persona users, they should be able to handle the shadows. They shouldn't be in any peril, but... However, Kirijo-san made a decision faster than I could. And it's the same cutscene we just saw earlier, so... I stand there blankly.
Is the stolen cargo inside the TV?
Should I chase after them? If I turn back here, we may never be able to find the three of them again. And if that happens, the truth about this case will be lost forever. If her property was placed in the TV world, it means that whoever stole it knows the truth about last year's events. If that's the case, then I can't ignore this, no matter what my assigned task is. Plus...
Well, if they're determined to enter the TV despite not knowing the risks, I can hardly allow cowardice to prevent me from following.
I realize that the straw breaking the camel's back is not logic, but my pride, and I smile to myself. But my mind was made up. I stand up, looking around, and step inside the same television they used. But it's different than she's used to.
Yep.
Let me guess. She wakes up inside the outside the school. It's been a while since I felt this falling sensation. This time, the sensation seems to continue longer than it did when I would enter a TV as part of the investigation team. There's the front gate. Before I know it, the falling has ended. I take cover behind a pillar and look around for the 3 shadow operatives. Did I lose them? We all entered from the same television, so we should have arrived in the same place. I relax a little and take a look around. When I stand up, I notice, but it's difficult to believe. I take a good, hard look. This is a school. And not only that, but...
Yasogami High School? What's going on?
This is the gate to the school I attended. The familiar school building is inside. But there's something unfamiliar out in front. There's a stack of strange monitors. They're all displaying the words P1 Grand Prix. This place looks like the real world, but there's something warped about it. It feels like the world is dangerous again, like it was while we were investigating the incident. This world has returned to the way it was before. While I'm thinking this, students come walking out of the building. They gather together, and soon the area is filled with people.
Impossible! How could there be this many people in the TV world?
Suddenly, the students surround me and start cheering. I see an all too familiar burst of static play across the monitors. And it's this again.
What?
Killjoy Detective? The shock leaves me dumbfounded for a while. Plus, you Senpai's sister complex Kingpin? Well, it's true that... No, calm down, Naoto. Calm down and analyze the situation. This unworldly program, where real people's foibles are exaggerated to unworldly proportions. The static before the video made it very clear. This broadcast could only be the Midnight Channel. And what was this fighting tournament about? The members of the investigation team are the combatants?
It seemed that Teddy was acting as the host for this.
All of us know that Senpai is coming back to Inaba during Golden Week. Then, could it be some kind of way to welcome him back? I love how she comes to the same conclusion. I think, I'm pretty sure Teddy comes to this conclusion as well. Or no, it wasn't Teddy, it was Yosuke. It was like, oh, is this some elaborate plan of Teddy's to welcome back you? No. Calling him a sister complex Kingpin? That's not a welcome. That's a challenge. Who would publicize a negative nickname like that? Besides, whatever the reason, I can't imagine that someone would seriously want all of us to fight each other. What's going on? Does it mean that the rest of them are in the TV world as well? Without warning, the sound of microphone feedback pierces my ears.
Hello, boys and girls of Yasogami! Sorry for the wait!
That voice. That's Rise-san.
The students go wild. On the monitors, Teddy appears to be wearing some sort of costume.
I'm proud to announce the commencement of our very own P1 Grand Prix!
It looks like Rise-san and Teddy are the ones running this. Do they really plan on holding this P1 Grand Prix?
And now the moment you've all been waiting for, the challenger in our first battle.
If that promotional video is correct, then there are members of the investigation team going to show up? Just as I lean forward to see what's going on, the spotlight shines directly into my face, blinding me.
Naoto Shirogane!
What?
The students around me raise their fists in the air to the air and shout. This is a pickle. It seems that I won't be able to chase Kirijo-san at this rate. First the plane hijacking, And now another unforeseen interruption.
Come on down now, Chan!
Teddy, what is the meaning of this?
Didn't you watch the intro video? It's a fighting tournament!
I gathered as much, but I was asking why you would do such a thing. Pitting friend against friend in battle is going too far for a joke.
It's not a joke, though. I'm giving this 100%, just like I always do. Now get out there now, Chan. Show me everything you've got.
You're not making any sense. Besides, there's...
While I'm speaking, I see the area in front of me twist. I close my eyes at once. When I open them, I see that only certain things around me have been warped by whatever that was. The scene on the monitors, students around me. I blink and rub my eyes, but I soon realize that my eyes aren't playing tricks on me.
What the... Are these students an illusion someone is creating?
With their skins missing, the students have become dark shapes that only resemble human form. Are these shadows of some sort? Well, I do find it hard to believe that so many people could have wandered into the TV world. Even if this many people did get in here, the town would be in an uproar over the mass disappearance of so many students. It makes more sense for them to be shadows. But if that's the case, why did I see those students? Could it be? Teddy and Reese say do you both have the power to interfere with other people's thoughts to a certain extent? It may be possible for them to be projecting illusions into my mind. That would prove that the two of them really are the hosts of this show. I decide not to jump to any conclusions for now. Even if the two of them are behind this, why would they hold a tournament and deceive me with illusions? I won't be able to figure out anything until I determine what their objective is. As I'm considering my next course of action, Teddy, or should I say General Teddy, speaks directly to me.
What are you all fidgety for now, Chan? Do you need to powder your nose?
No! Anyway, if this is not a joke, can I assume you won't easily let me go?
Bingo! You have to win the fight if you want to move on. Only the one who makes it to the very end is set free!
This is getting me nowhere. Talking to him isn't helping me figure out what's going on here.
Well then, let's get this started! Bring out the first opponent!
Hi, Monkey Butt. Another spotlight appears across from me. A person steps out of the darkness.
It's been a while, Naoto.
You!
Senpai? Why are you here?
I promised I'd come back during Golden Week. Don't tell me you forgot.
No. Of course I remembered. It's just, I didn't expect to see you here.
I could say the same thing. I heard you couldn't make it because of your job.
Yes. Actually, I'm here on matters related to my work. It came as a surprise to me as well.
Huh. Looks like you're as uninterested in socializing as always.
Huh?
Is anybody else not hearing the game audio on Discord?
Did you not hear it?
I hear you, and I can when you're reading it, but if there's any voice dialogue, I'm not hearing it.
Has it been that way this entire time, or?
No, it started recently. Pretty much just when you started now with those.
That's weird. We were hearing a weird sound earlier, too. I wonder if it's related. Let me reset the stream for you guys.
Now
Oh
I
yeah.
can hear music.
There we go. So yeah, now you can hear it. That's weird. That was doing that to you. Yeah, everything would be fine for you, Ghost, because you're hearing it from a different source than Fishy is. Huh? What did he just say?
Everyone says that though they think of you as a friend, they never get the same vibe from you.
That's not true. I just happen to be busy with a case. But really, now's not...
Work, work, work. I guess work's all you care about in the end. Even now. I'd say you're more concerned with your work than us. I get it. Hanging out with people outside work is a burden for you. It's like an invasion of your privacy.
Senpai?
He's not the type of person to speak so poorly of others, is he? Is this an illusion too?
Relax. I'll help get you knocked out of the tournament so you can get back to the work you love so much.
He summoned his persona.
What? Are you serious?
Senpai attacked me with his persona. That wasn't an illusion. It was real. If he'd hit me, I would have been seriously hurt. But now I know something. He's clearly not in his right mind right now. The leader of the investigation team I knew never under any circumstances to harm his friend.
What a reunion this is turning into. If I must fight you, I will.
Alright. Yeah, man, what you up to, huh? Are you up to head scratches? Is that what you're up to? Getting head scratches?
Final. Fight.
Alright.
Are you?
Ah, come on.
Can they push through?
No way!
Alright.
Continuing.
Oh shoot. What was the... I can't remember which button was the... to use her weapon. There we go.
I'll show you, mans. Put over here.
Will it all be over in moments?
Dang it.
Easy money.
Don't you block me.
Has the battle been decided?
Ah! Dang it! You!
Not bad.
Okay. There we go. Alright, got him. Oh, that was close. You was kicking my butt. My shoulders heave as I gasp for breath. I managed to win, but Senpai was as strong as ever.
Naoto, are you okay?
Yes.
Senpai stands up and offers me his hand as I sit on the ground. Despite the fact that he was hurt worse than I was, the look in his eyes shows that he is seriously worried about me. He's a completely different person than the person I saw in... He's a completely different person than the person I saw before the battle. The use of the word person twice in the same sentence got me.
Person.
Yes,
Yeah, that
this
makes
is
no
the
sense.
person I know.
Thank goodness.
Huh?
I mean, are you all right too, Senpai? I'm sorry for hurting you, even though the circumstances demanded it.
Oh, everything's fine here. You're back to the usual Naoto, I see.
The usual?
What's that supposed to mean? I wonder about the use of the word usual, but there are more important matters at hand.
Can you tell me what's going on here?
Senpai tells me about what happened at Inaba while I was gone. I'm at a loss for words. The Midnight Channel started to air again. The video that I saw was the promotional video for something called the P1 Grand Prix. Apparently, it had been shown a few times before I just saw it. Wait, that video... It was shown all over the town? No, now's not the time to let that sort of thing discourage me. According to you, Senpai, not only did the Midnight Channel make a comeback, but several of us, Kanji-kun, Teddy, and Rise-san, have gone missing. Senpai and the others entered the TV at Junes to investigate this.
I was shocked to see it looking completely different than before.
Indeed. But it seems, at least in part, to be an illusion.
Really?
In fact, the students gathered to watch our battle were not real.
Oh, yeah. They did seem like shadows, but different somehow. I didn't get the sense that they were hostile, though.
I thought that Rise-san and Teddy might have been illusions too, but both have gone missing. And given their persona abilities...
I cut myself off. Senpai shakes his head in response.
It's possible that that really was them. But we should have faith. If our enemy can use illusions, they might be victims as well.
You're right. I can at least have more faith in my friends than that.
I raise my head to look at Senpai, who's watching me. Our eyes meet, and I hurriedly look away.
Speaking of which, why are you here, Naoto?
That's...
There's the question. Well, it's only natural. But I'm here on business, not anything personal. I can't disclose the details of my investigation. Not only are there rules, but if I spoke up, I would end up getting him involved. I have to avoid that at all costs. As I'm deciding what to say...
Hey, forget I asked. I'm just happy to see you again.
Me too. Oh, I'm sorry.
What's the matter now?
I mean, well, about me being unsociable. Please understand that it's not because my work is more important than my friends.
Huh? I've never thought that about you at all. I don't think any of us have.
Senpai.
Alrighty, time to break up your little chat.
Teddy?
Now Chan wins! Very impressive beating up the almighty sensei. But now it's time for you to go on. Your next opponent's already waiting.
When his speech is over, the monitor shuts off. Next opponent, huh? I'd rather not continue this charade, but I have to push forward in order to get a hold of the situation.
Well then, we should get going.
Yu-senpai nods reassuringly. I feel a sense of relief welling up within me. I can't let my guard down, but knowing that Senpai is with me to help me face whatever lies ahead, I know I have nothing to fear. Or so I think. Senpai is walking next to me when he suddenly stops.
What the? An invisible wall? What is this? And how come you can pass through?
A wall? There's nothing there. I wave my hand through the place where Senpai said he couldn't pass through, and I don't feel anything. But Senpai doesn't look like he's faking it. Monitor turns on again. Teddy's face fills the screen.
Huh? Did I forget to tell you? Only the winner can move on to the next fight. No one's getting out of this school until a champion's been crowned. Only the one who fights to the very end and comes out on top can leave.
So neither opponent can leave the area unless they fight each other. You go on ahead, Naoto. I'll try and find a way to catch up.
Very well. Be careful, Senpai.
I will. See you later.
I'm hesitant to leave Senpai behind, but it can't be helped. I'd like to try to destroy the wall. There's nothing I can do if I can't touch it. With Senpai smiling to me, I decide to go on ahead. It looks like no matter how many people I fight, I'll have to progress by myself. Sorry, that's a sneeze. Oh, I hate being sick. Sorry about that.
You're fine. I don't blame you. Sinuses kind of do stink.
Sinus infections are a biscuit.
Yes. Yes, they are.
After some time walking, I run smack into something, even though there's nothing there. I didn't understand what was going on at first, but I soon come to realize something. So this is one of those invisible walls Senpai was talking about. It seems that some of them won't allow anyone to pass, no matter who wins the fight. And it's completely transparent. The only way to know that it's there is to feel its glass-like smoothness. I have no choice but to take a detour. Time after time, these walls keep getting in my way. I'm not choosing my path, I'm being herded. I suppose I'm following some plan laid out by whoever set this up. After I opened the door to the gym, I saw space cleared away for that. Cleared away for that. I expected General Teddy appears on the monitor. Or as I expected, General Teddy appears on the monitor.
You're so slow now, Chan. Your second opponent's been waiting for you.
I've said it before, but I don't intend to fight my friends.
Alrighty, let's do this. Bring out the next opponent.
Yo, yo, yo! How's it hanging now, doll?
Immediately.
Not like that.
No.
Kanji-kun?
Kanji.
Well, he certainly looks like Kanji-kun, but it only looks that
You know,
way.
I've been thinking, the way you talk is so lame.
Huh?
I thought I was ready to face anyone, but this isn't a matter of being in my right mind or not. Is this an illusion? Oh, please let it be an illusion.
It's like way too uptight and goody-goody. Makes you sound so distant, you dig?
Is that so?
See, that's what I'm talking about. You could have just said, oh, you think so?
You think so?
Ah, now you're getting it. Now I feel like I'm on your wavelength.
What the heck was that intro? Exactly. Like, Shadow Labyrinth is really putting in some work here.
Thanks. Then again, relatability aside, I feel like you were miles away from me to begin with.
Hey, you're doing it again. What's with the Miss Manners act?
I'm sorry. It's a habit of mine.
Or maybe it's that you don't care about getting close to us, huh? You don't feel like you gotta bother getting to know us and stuff?
Of course I don't think... Hell
Heck
no,
no.
man.
You never warm up to anyone because you set your standards so goddamn
Dang.
high.
Oh dear, he's shown his true self.
Is it, you know what? Are you putting on a show of not letting anyone near you because you got no confidence in yourself? Is that it?
Kanji-kun.
They may be false accusations. Some of their statements are hitting home. I can't brush off these words and my heart
Why are
aches.
you so nervous? Your height? Your body? That girly voice? And let me give you a little lesson in manliness. I hope you're ready for the pain I'm bringing.
This is
Wait a
insanity.
second. I didn't say any...
Poor Naoto. It's like, it's like Kanji had better not find out about how he was portrayed to her.
Yeah, let's hope not.
Oh, Shadow Labyrinth would be in for an extra special beatdown.
Mm-hmm.
Finally. Fight!
Okay, what? Do it!
I know that there's a...
I'm going in!
I know that you can shoot at him.
Persona! Assault! This should be enough rounds. Persona! Can you handle this? Okay, there.
Come on.
This should be enough rounds.
Better be ready for this!
Please!
Sit down! This'll hurt!
Or was it maybe holding back?
Not bad.
Out of his
Please!
face! See ya, you ain't bad!
I'm his hit. Persona!
I know that there was a way to shoot. I don't remember. I'd have to enter into practice mode with her.
Okay.
The slim difference was a deciding factor.
Sorry to say, but Shadow Labyrinth is starting to make me cringe in so many ways.
At least it wasn't Shadow Kanji again.
Right?
Kanji-kun, are you alright?
Of course I am. Your attacks are like little bug bites. I just let my guard down, that's all.
I don't know if he's acting tough or trying to be courteous to me, but at least he's back to the usual Kanji-kun. The usual Kanji-kun. Usual? Wait, didn't you, Senpai, say that too? Well, at the very least, it seems that the spell is broken once the battle ends. I let out a sigh of relief. Still, for some reason, Kanji-kun is yet to look this way.
Are you really okay? I was told that the others lost contact with you, so
How did you come to be here?
How? Well, it was a change of pace?
You came into the TV for a change of pace? Did something happen? I'm willing to listen if you'd like to talk about it.
Something to talk about. I mean, wait, not that I don't want to talk to you. But like, it's not that I do want to talk or that I don't want to. Anyways, there's just sometimes a man wants to go inside a TV by himself.
I'm not sure I follow.
Off
He's
my
deflecting.
Back, I didn't come in here because I like it.
Yep.
Actually, no. That is why I came. Because I like this place.
When
Right.
When Kanji-kun turns around, his face is red, with anger or something else.
I just don't understand why you're being so loud about it and blushing so fiercely.
I wasn't blushing. Besides, it was all your fault. You're the one that was, well, being all, you know.
I think she was flirting with him in his point of view.
For sure.
Me? What are you talking about?
You want me to come out and say it? Jeez. I thought you'd gone crazy because of that.
Me? Crazy? You were the one who was acting oddly, calling me now doll and whatnot.
Now, doll? Why would I call you that?
Wait a second. Acting strangely.
I saw Kanji-kun as mad, and he saw me as the same. And yet, both of us claimed that we hadn't gone crazy. I get it now. That's why you, Senpai, called me the usual Naoto.
Of course. An illusion.
Huh?
I believe we were both under the illusion that the other had lost their mind. That's why neither of us remembers saying what the other heard.
Illusions, huh?
It must be a scheme to make friends fight each other. But if that's the case...
It's not as simple as the person I have to fight being crazy. You, Senpai, and Kanji-kun both said things that dig deep into my personal problems. If these are illusions, then whoever's crafting them has to be someone who knows us.
The ability to interfere with other senses, the prior knowledge of us, putting it all together, it must be.
Must be what?
The Teddy acting as the tournament's host, as well as Rise-san, must be genuine.
You moron,
No.
There's no way it's them.
I look up at Kanji in surprise.
That Ted and Rise are fakes. Come on. They're not twisted like that. You of all people ought to know.
He doesn't have any proof, but his unshakable trust in me sets me at ease. Even if I told him that Rise and Teddy are both missing, I'm sure his answer wouldn't change.
Who else then?
Well, you know, there is someone here besides us. I saw her on my way here. Some girl with long hair.
A girl. Did she happen to be wearing a white fur shawl and combat gear beneath it?
Her? What are you talking about? She had on a normal Yaso girl's uniform and her hair was like tied back.
A female student with tied back hair? I don't recall anyone like that.
I thought he might have run into Kirijo-san, but that doesn't appear to have been the case. Is that girl Kanji-kun's talking about a suspect? I can't tell for sure.
I'll keep it in mind. Well, I should be moving on.
Hold on, I'll come with... Wait, what the hell?
Heck? The invisible walls again. Just like last time, I can't touch it myself.
The rules seem to dictate that only the victor can proceed. I'll come for you later.
Don't bother. I'll figure this out myself somehow. That aside, you beat me. You better make sure you're the champion in the end.
That's completely irrelevant to the larger objective.
I leave Kanji-kun behind and push on ahead. I love these two together.
I know.
We're being shown illusions that portray our opponents as having lost their senses. But why is the host of this tournament going to such elaborate lengths? Obviously, it's to get people who know each other to fight. But is that the only goal? Still, I wonder how I appeared to Senpai and Kanji-kun. I'm not that worried about Senpai. Thinking about Kanji-kun's reaction, how he had blushed, is burning a hole in my stomach. As I walk down the hall, I come to another likely location for a match. Just as I figured, Teddy appears on the screen.
Your next opponent is a special guest. We've got a lady jumping in on the fun. It'll be a big emotional reunion for you now, Chan.
So, Mitsuru.
Could it be?
Bring out the next opponent!
Kirijo-san. Shirogane. Why are you here? I thought you were...
This is a problem. I didn't think we'd run into each other so soon.
The purpose of this event is to have the participants fight, and because there's only one path to take, I figured we would run into each other sooner or later. I never imagined it would be this early on, though. No, there's something else I need to be concerned with. Like the previous times, the opponents will not be seeing each other correctly. With that in mind, I watch her closely, and as expected, I see a change in her. Mitsuru Kirijo-san's face twists into an expression of contempt, and her composure shatters.
To say I'm surprised to see you here would be an understatement.
I don't reply. There's no point in saying anything after all.
The silent treatment. How ridiculous that you, who lives a lie, would dig up other people's hidden secrets for a living. You seem gentle, but you maintain an aloof distance that keeps people at arm's length. I've thought that since our first meeting. At first, I thought it must be typical of a detective, but that doesn't seem to be the case. You simply lack confidence in yourself.
I have some trouble staying silent.
You hide your true nature because you know that once you grow close to someone, you'll no longer be able to protect your pride. That's why you won't let anyone in. You use your job as a pretext to keep your distance and never get too attached. And it's from that position that you're trying to discover what others are hiding? How contradictory, not to mention completely ridiculous and unfair.
I clench my fist in spite of myself. Kirijo-san's relentless words. Even if it's only an illusion, I begin to feel that if I lose, I'll never be able to be near her again. I cannot lose here.
I'd dearly like to answer your charges, but I see no need.
There is no reason to defend myself against the accusations of an illusion.
Alright, time to fight Mitsuru. Which means there's one more fight after this before we get to Labras in the announcement room.
Final. Fight!
Okay.
Ah! Nope. Alright. Zone is sealed. That's gonna be a big help. Alright. No! 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 Okay. Come on. Yes! Got her! Get her! Oh, that was close!
What a rare, close battle! You both fought well.
Whew, there we go.
You're stronger than you look. It seems you're a skilled fighter. And a persona user as well, huh?
With that, Kirijo-san stands up.
I'd like to clear something up. Before our battle, I may have said or done some things that seemed disrespectful, but...
I understand. We were shown illusions to goad us into fighting each other.
So you already knew. You are a credit to the Shirogane name, then. In that case, well, I'm willing to forget all the things you said about my body.
Wait, what? Her body? What did the illusory me say?
Though, if you're a persona user, that gives weight to two of my theories.
Kirijo-san looks straight at me.
is that you were one of those who solved last year's serial murders.
Unalivings.
The few proud anonymous heroes.
I shrug, and then I brace myself for the other shoe to drop. I know what she's about to say.
The other is that you were one of my enemies. You were an observer at the hijacking, which means a persona user was sent specifically. Yet you hid that from me. Somehow I doubt you were there just to watch over the cargo. If my suspicions aren't off base, then there's something I must say.
In all honesty, I feel I have no defense for what's going to happen next. I begin trying to find a way to make it through this conversation without ruining whatever goodwill I may still have with her. But Kirijo-san's next words take me completely by surprise.
Shirogane, can I ask for your cooperation once again? What? You know more about this world than I do, and since I lost our match, I will be unable to move on from here. Wait a moment. I thought you distrusted me. Even if I did, is continuing to oppose each other the wisest course of action?
I have no words. Kirijo-san smiles as she watches me. Her proposal completely surprised me. My surprise must have confirmed what she was thinking about me. She knew that I'm not the type of person who would become her enemy under normal circumstances. That's why she smiled. I am no match for her. She is on a completely different level than I am. It's not a matter of social rank. She simply has the type of personality that makes people want to follow her. Kirijo-san doesn't wait for me to answer and continues.
As you have guessed, we are here in pursuit of the stolen cargo. Upon investigation, we figured out that it contained the 5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon, Labris. She was a machine, developed as one of a series of test models. They were intended to receive personas in order to combat shadows. Isn't a persona the manifestation of one's strength of heart? How could a machine be capable of using a persona? You're right to ask that. Labris has a mind of her own. We don't know what she looks like, but it's probably very close to human.
A humanoid machine? I did see something fitting that description before I came through to the TV world. So that was a weapon developed by the Kirijo group. Humanoid robot. One with a heart at that. This is the fruits of the Kirijo technology, created from the research of shadows. I cannot help but be surprised. However, if the culprits were specifically after this Labris weapon, there is a high probability that it has been removed from its case and its mobile. But I can't fathom how that would benefit the thieves. There's one thing I can deduce, though.
Around the time of the robbery, we began to see activity in this world as well. I doubt this is a coincidence. I feel sure that your Labris is connected to this ridiculous tournament. I agree.
Before I know what I'm doing, I reach out to shake hands with Kirijo-san.
I accept your earlier proposal, and I think I'd best hurry.
Thank you, and I'm sorry. Your friends must be facing their own troubles. It's possible that they've met Labris without knowing it, too.
They'll be all right, I'm sure.
The record showed that Labris had some unknown experimental equipment. We don't know what she's capable of. Don't take her lightly.
Oh, no, that isn't what I meant. She has a heart, yes? Then fighting her isn't our only option. She can be saved. I'm sure the others will reach the same conclusion.
I see.
When I say that, I can see a smile on her face. I can tell she believes in her friends as well.
Oh, yes, I meant to ask. Have you been able to contact your friends?
I shake my head.
No. 2 of them have analysis-capable personas, but both of them have gone missing.
I actually have a few powers in that area myself. Can you tell me what these friends of yours look like?
I give her excuse me. I give her as detailed descriptions of Rise-san and Teddy as I can.
A bear costume and a girl. Are they...
Yes. They're the ones acting as hosts for this tournament. But they're not usually like this.
I see. Well, anyway, knowing that will make searching for them easier. Let me see.
Kirijo-san focuses and closes her eyes. Her power must allow her to see an image as she searches. It may be only a few powers, but this is still quite amazing.
I'm getting a match some ways from here. It's not moving either. Aha! I found her. Can you hear me?
Huh? Who is this?
That voice.
My name is Mitsuru Kirijo. I'm with one of your friends, Shirogane.
Kirijo-san looks at me and nods. She's communicating to me that Rise-san can hear my voice as well.
Rise-san!
Naoto-kun, is it really you?
Yes, though I could ask the same of you, Rise-san.
I'm so glad. This weird fake Teddy kidnapped me and then everyone was fighting each other and...
So Rise-san's voice on the PA system was fake. That being the case, then there's no reason to believe that the image of Teddy on the monitors is the real thing either.
It's all right. Please calm down. Do you know where you are right now?
It looks like an announcement room, but there are these invisible walls stopping me from leaving. Plus, the fake Teddy is watching me, so I can't use my persona.
I don't know who that fake Teddy is. It seems that Rise-san and the real Teddy were kidnapped to deprive us of a means of communication. In other words, to keep us fooled while we were in this world. Then again, that explains nothing about whatever objective could be gained from doing this to us. How does Labrys's existence tie into this?
Oh, right. Thanks. Kirijo-san, right? Wait, Kirijo? I know that name. That's not important now. Are you a persona user too?
That's the exact opposite reaction she had before. Wait, Kirijo? I know that name. Well, that's not important now.
Yes, but we can discuss that later. I sense a shadow-like presence very close to your
Just
position. Are you all right?
constantly fangirling again?
No. She's like kind of dismissive of it after having her realization, whereas before she got all excited like, you hired me for a commercial. Thank you so much for your patronage. Like she got really excited before.
Yeah, but that's because that was Mitsuru's route. This is Naoto.
Yeah.
So we won't be with Mitsuru for much
The only thing near here is the fake Teddy. Wait, is that what you're talking about?
So it's a shadow.
I was hesitant to make a decision. Kirijo-san does not know Teddy. Of course she wouldn't know his origins. Even if the general was the real Teddy, she would probably think of him as a shadow if she didn't know better. But if the general is merely something else that's taking on his appearance, it leads to a completely different conclusion. That is, it's a shadow from a normal human who doesn't have any tolerance for this world. But if that's the case, then why is the shadow mimicking Teddy? I don't have enough pieces to begin solving this puzzle yet. While I'm in the process of thinking things through, Kirijo-san speaks up.
Shirogane, you need to hurry on. I'll try to maintain communication as best I can and keep you in the loop.
All right then, I'm off. Stay safe.
I nod back to her and start running. Onward. To the announcement room where Rise-san is being held. You're gonna head off? Alright, thanks for stopping by, Ghost. Hope you have a magical day.
Bye, Ghost.
As I hurry on, led by the invisible walls, I reach a classroom. I'll be forced into another fight here too, no doubt.
Looks like you're chugging right along! And now, another special guest for you! The gloves may be off putting you up against this one, so I want to see your best moves out there now, Chan!
Gloves are off? That means it's gotta be Akihiko.
Now, bring out the next opponent!
Yep. I see a silhouette framed in the spotlight. It's... well, how could I forget that attire?
You're Akihiko Sanada, as I recall.
Interesting. I've been gone for a while, and here I meet a stranger who knows who I am.
You're a member of Mitsuru Kirijo's organization. Her friend, actually, no?
Oh, I see. So it's really Mitsuru you're interested in, ace detective.
His words caused me to tense up. He just called me ace detective. Perhaps that was just a guess from my family name, Shirogane. But he could know that I'm spying on them for the police. Or this is just illusory, Aki. I carefully search his eyes for anything that might tell me how much he knows. He looks over me from head to toe, and immediately sneers mockingly.
Jeez, look at you. You have the physique of a 12-year-old.
What?
A detective needs a strong body more than a strong brain. All-night research sessions, long stakeouts. You need stamina for that. But look at those twiggy arms and legs of yours. You've got an overdeveloped chest, but from the looks of it, I'd say it's all fat and no muscle. Seriously.
Akihiko!
What?
I think he thinks.
Yeah, he thinks she's
Naruto's a boy.
Yeah. What's wrong with him? That's the part of my self-image I'm most sensitive about.
Let me teach you the secret to bodybuilding. First thing, protein. Second thing,
protein.
Third, fourth,
and fifth, more protein.
Don't you think that's rather
Oh, good grief,
unbalanced?
Lucky.
Sonata-san flexes his muscles
Finally,
like a bodybuilder.
You gotta spar. 1, 2.
He said sparring, but that punch was meant to do serious damage. This is absurd. No matter what he says, his fists are definitely real. Shoot, I can't dodge them all.
Stop it, Akihiko!
Mitsuru?
Sonata-san stops suddenly as a familiar voice echoes through the room.
You're under the effects of an illusion. Shirogane has done nothing. Do not attack.
What do you mean? He's the one who attacked me all of a sudden.
I attacked.
Suddenly I remember. That's right. This is all an illusion. I've never met Sonata-san before, so I didn't know what his usual self is supposed to be. I mean, he wasn't that off.
True.
On top of that, I allowed the first thing he said to get under my skin. How stupid of me. I let myself get swept up in the situation and failed to realize what was really happening.
From my perspective, it was you who dealt the first blow. We were both being shown an illusion to make us fight each other.
Shirogane is an excellent detective and a persona user. I told him everything. He's agreed to cooperate with us. He was originally on the scene as a police observer in this case, so we've already met.
I mean, thanks for interrupting, Mitsuru, but...
They still technically have to fight for one of them to be able to get out of this room.
Yep. Kirijo-san and I explained to Sonata-san what has been happening up until now. It's a relief... Sorry. It's a relief to learn that, despite his appearance, he's actually quite a reasonable man, and quick to pick up on things.
That noise-like phenomenon that fogs your senses is already gone. You should be able to communicate normally now.
We reintroduce ourselves and shake hands.
Looks like I fell for a cheap trick.
I'm sorry for forgetting myself too. I can't even claim to have been unaware of the deception.
So you're a persona user, huh? Well, since fate already brought us together, want to test your skills before you move on?
Akihiko! Sonata-san slams his fists together.
Akihiko, you're doing it again. Just cooperate with him.
All right. Come on now, To. Let's go.
Wait, the tournament rules say...
Sonata-san walks away.
You deserve that.
As I figured, he hit the wall.
Are you alright? What's the matter? What happened?
I don't know. There's some kind of invisible wall here.
The rules dictate that only the winner of each match can advance. So
Aki's going to get that fight after all.
Yep.
He was flustered mere seconds ago, but now Sonata-san has taken on a more lively expression.
So we need to have a match, even though we've got nothing against each other. We're fighting after all then, huh? All right then, come at me.
Please go easy on me.
I could almost hear Kirijo-san sigh in exasperation. Yeah, she's been dealing with this for years.
She'll get used to it.
6 years now, I believe. They were at it for 3 years before P3 started. So yeah, she's been dealing with this for 6 years.
I'm starting to kind of feel bad for her.
Akihiko, why are you always like this? go.
The opponent's still standing. Here I go. All right, announcement over. Until next time.
All right, we beat the
Really happy, but
two-fisted
not
protein
really.
junkie. I love how Aki's the two-fisted
That
protein
was a
junkie.
great bout. You're good.
Yep.
About? What an annoying rule.
Hmm? Wait a second. That reminds me. I saw that guy calling himself General walking with a girl. If only one person can move on, that's against the rules.
Well, that was the real Teddy. Fake Teddy and Rise-san were together all this time. Then could the girl he's talking about be Rise-san? No.
Do you remember the details of what this girl looked like?
Sana-san tells me about the girl he'd seen. What he said matches the description of the unknown girl Kanji-kun had talked about. Which means that there's a high probability that the person seen walking with her was not the general, but the real Teddy. At the very least, this evidence against the argument that Teddy is the general. This creates another theory, though. If the general is not really Teddy, then he's someone's shadow, and there's only one person that fits the bill. Well, not person per se,
If
but...
that girl was Labris, then... Well, is it possible we're dealing with her shadow?
That's right, Labris. If she has a heart capable of using a persona, then stands to reason that she could create a shadow. In light of how the events of last year played out, it makes perfect sense. She was kidnapped by someone who threw her into the TV world, creating a reflection of her heart.
None of the data I have shows any connection between Labris and Yasagami High. On top of which, I don't see how she'd know about you or your friends.
I've been having doubts about that as well, but at least I have a feeling for what's going on. What Labris' kidnappers hope to gain from this remains unknown, however. At any rate, it wouldn't be good if the shadow were to run into its owner. Either way, it's best if I head to the announcement room. It's much more logical to restrain the false Teddy, since I know his location, than it would be to have to search for Labris somewhere in this world. Still, if that really is Teddy with Labris, why are they traveling together?
Sheesh, what's that Teddy doing? I'm sorry I can't help much, Kirijo-san.
You'll have to forgive me for my meager skills as well. My persona's communication powers are more for operational assistance. A friend of mine from school was much stronger than myself in that respect, but...
Oh no, it's all that stupid bear's fault anyway. He's a real genius for making people worry.
Man, it's strange running into so many Persona users I've never heard of all at once. I gotta say, brings back memories.
For us, too, we were as surprised as you. Not to say that the possibility of other Persona users hadn't crossed our minds, but to actually meet them.
What you said about a friend from school kinda reminds me of us, too. What was school like for you? I'd like to hear about it.
A lot of fighting.
Well, ignoring Akihiko's current appearance, he was a boxing champion in his student days.
Hey, that dig was uncalled for.
After that, I don't know what went through his brain, but he started saying he wanted to search for stronger opponents.
He went on a journey to hone his skills? I thought that only happened in comics and old samurai films.
Everybody poking fun at
Did
Aki.
it, that's all.
Yep.
The peaceful moment was shattered by
Wait,
Kirijo-san's voice.
What's this I'm sensing? It's like a shadow, but bigger.
Another shadow present? And it isn't the false Teddy?
Huh? What's going on? That fake Teddy left the announcement room.
Rise-san made a report immediately after that. Sana-san and I look at each other. It looks like the situation is changing. Sana-san nods to me, and after taking a small bow, I run off. With no one watching over her anymore, Rise-san was able to summon her persona. The job of providing support moved from Kirijo-san, who not all of us knew, to Rise-san. Rise-san contacted the rest of us, and let us talk to each other for a moment.
Risa-chan? Oh, thank God you're safe! Don't worry, the others are here too. We'll rescue you in no time.
Wait, why is Naoto here?
I can't help but smile at this as I tell them about the others I had seen so far. It seems we're all safe for now. And now that we can communicate, we've greatly increased our awareness of the situation and our ability to share information. The General must have known that leaving Rise-san alone would result in this. If he did know, but left her anyway, there must have been something major happening. Either that, or he no longer has any reason to hide. I hurry on as we share what we know. The actual design of this place may differ from the real Yasogami High School. The general layout appears to be the same. Then if I climb the stairs and turn the corner, the announcement room should be right there. However, Rise-san calls out a warning before I can get there.
Bad news, Naoto-kun! The fake Teddy's back!
I'm too late.
Huh? What the? Is that the real Teddy? Hey, the real Teddy's here too! He's got some girl with him. I don't know her.
The fact that Rise's communication didn't get cut off once General Teddy reappeared is somewhat worrisome. But then again, General Teddy doesn't have the time to bother with watching Rise-san. After all, if the real Teddy and Lapras are both right there as well, he has more important things to be concerned with. This confirms that General Teddy is a fake. It's only natural, then, to assume that he is Lapras' shadow in disguise. However, that makes things dangerous. Lapras and her shadow are confronting each other. Rise-san should know the dangers of the situation, but she doesn't know Lapras. Someone might not realize what the relationship is between the girl and the shadow. I have to warn her. But before I could speak, it happened.
Wait, what's with that girl?
Static gets worse.
Rise-san? Rise-san!
Why can't I communicate with her when we're so close? There's something happening in the announcement room. As I run fast, I run as fast as I can towards it. As I reach the door, I hear a loud scream from inside. I slammed the door open without a second thought and prepared for a fight. But the attack came from an unexpected assailant. Of anyone in that room, I wouldn't have thought it'd be. And that is where we're going to end things for tonight. And I think Ghost is yeah. And I think Ghost was the only one here too, and they've left. So we're gonna go ahead and end the stream for now as well. So thank you all for joining us today. We will pick this up again after we finish the main story of Persona Q. So I hope you all look forward to that. Thank you all for joining us today, and as always, I hope you all have a